Chapter 1461. Wang Chong, you must be careful. This Four Ends martial lord was originally an officer on the border of the imperial court, and by a stroke of luck he obtained the legacy of the Scorching Sun sect from more than 200 years ago. The symbol of this sect is the scorching sun golden armor he wears and his peerlessly domineering scorching sun divine art. The Four Ends martial lord's great scorching sun divine art has already reached the level of transcendence, and he's on the verge of transforming into a blazing sun that can incinerate the world. The formation elder whispered from behind Wang Chong, "Did you also come for this?" The evil emperor stared at the Four Ends martial lord, his eyes brimming with killing intent. It had been a very long time since he had unleashed his killing intent. If these people thought that they could bully him with numbers, they were gravely mistaken. The thick, killing intent exuding from the evil emperor immediately caused the air to tense up. Whoosh! As these groups faced off against each other, few people noticed that from the northeast, a figure was observing them from a distance. He was wearing an extremely conspicuous yin-yang crane diagram. Hurry and report this to the Alliance Lord. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly turned around and ran into the distance. At the same time, a messenger pigeon soared into the sky from his hand and quickly flew into the distance, reporting to the Alliance Lord. Jili Laozu and the Four Ends martial lord have all arrived. Together with the Five Ancestor Alliance's myriad ghost ancestor and the others, we've gathered 5 top-class experts of the martial arts world. In addition, we've also discovered that mysterious and powerful elder at demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu's side. On a mountain several li away, a disciple of the Zhengqi League was kneeling on the ground, a respectful expression on his face. Bang! The surrounding experts of the Zhengqi League immediately fell into disarray upon hearing the scout's words, all of them discussing the matter. The development of the matter was much faster than everyone had expected. For nearly a day, all the martial artists of the martial arts world had been mobilized, but not even the shadow of demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu had been found. But now, the tracks of the demonic Emperor's group had been exposed to everyone, and they had instantly attracted the attention of many titans of the martial arts world. This matter involves the Origin Immortal Lord and his treasury. Even the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Four Ends martial lord have rushed over. Should we go as well? Otherwise, the Origin Immortal Art would have been monopolized by the Five Ancestor Alliance. Sikong Yuanjiao stepped forward and sternly said, "There's no need. It's better to stay put than to move. Let's wait and see for now." Song Yuani stood at the top of the mountain, looking in the southwest direction where Wang Chong and the others were. A bright light flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. However, this was Song Yuani's decision, and no one in the Zhengqi League dared to oppose it. "Yes," the crowd replied. At the same time, in the southwest, the demonic emperor's words caused the air to tense, as if a bloody battle could break out at any moment. No one dared to ignore the threat of the number 1 expert of the evil path, the demonic emperor. Whether it was Jili Laozu or the myriad ghost ancestor, both of them had apprehensive looks on their faces, their muscles tensing as they prepared to strike at any moment. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Atop the giant warhorse, the Four Ends martial lord flicked his wrist. Clang! A metal cylinder covered in intricate patterns shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the demonic emperor with astonishing speed. Pa! The metal shaft was still in the air when it exploded into pieces. Just when everyone thought that the Four Ends martial lord would make the first move, a dark golden scroll immediately flew out from within, and its speed was greatly reduced. Clap! The demonic emperor old man opened his palm and took the dark golden scroll, immediately recognizing what it was. The Origin Immortal Art treasure map. The object that the Four Ends martial lord had thrown out was actually a precious treasure map. For a moment, everyone paled, and even their breathing became labored. The mood instantly changed. This action was so sudden that not even Wang Chong had expected it. There are 6 pieces of the treasure map in total. If we can't collect them all, no matter how many we have, they'll be useless. Moreover, the origin immortal art has been lost for several hundred years, with no progress made. This is the closest we've ever been. Rather than having the origin immortal art be lost for all of us, it would be better for everyone to work together and open the passage to the treasury. As for what comes after, it will be up to each of us to rely on our own abilities. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the Four Ends martial lord looked down at them and said something that left everyone dumbfounded. The origin immortal art treasure map was incredibly precious, and every piece that got out could unleash a storm of blood in the martial arts world. Countless factions would fight over it, but the Four Ends martial lord had thrown it out like this. In the eyes of these people, this was an extremely foolish move. But gradually they began to understand and their expressions softened. That's right. The origin immortal art has been lost for several hundred years, and no one has obtained it in these last several hundred years. Instead, many lives have been sacrificed. If everyone keeps the 6 pieces of the treasure map to themselves, then no one will be able to obtain it. Rather than that, it is better for everyone to hand it over and open the treasury together. Moreover, handing over the treasure map is not the same as handing over the origin immortal art. In the end, obtaining the world's #1 art will depend on one's own ability. In an instant, the atmosphere instantly became much more subtle. Although the Four Ends martial lord's words were very reasonable, words were one thing and actions were another. How could it be easy to get everyone to hand over the treasure map they had worked so hard to obtain to the demonic emperor? Fool. Why should we hand over the treasure map to him and not the other way around? And why should we trust him? The Black Een ancestor coldly snorted, disdain for the Four Ends martial lord's actions. But just as the Black Een ancestor finished speaking, "Pah!" Thus he threw another treasure map not too far away from the demonic emperor old man. The mighty demonic emperor probably won't go back on his word. For Ends martial lord, let's do as you say. I hope that in the end we really can open the origin immortal treasury. Jili Laozu said. He actually had a treasure map in his hand. It was only then that everyone understood why he had left his territory and traveled thousands of miles to the northwest. The evil emperor opened his palm, sucking the origin immortal art treasure map into it, and then passed it to Wang Chong. "Chonger, give it a try." Only with the real treasure map could one open the treasury, and the energy condensation pearl in Wang Chong's possession was the only way to verify the authenticity of the treasure map. "Yes, master." Wang Chong took the Four Ends martial lord's treasure map and waved the energy condensation pearl over it. A moment later, rays of light shone through the pearl and onto the Four Ends martial lord's treasure map, causing silver lines and white specks of light to appear on the map. "It's real." Wang Chong took the treasure map that Jili Laozu had tossed over, and the same silver lines and specks of light appeared. There was no doubt that the 2 treasure maps were real. Wang Chong already had 1 treasure map, and with the addition of Jili Laozu's and the Four Ends martial lords, they now had 3 real treasure maps. Only 3 more were needed to complete the map of the origin immortal lord's treasury. This is really unexpected. It seems like the origin immortal lord's treasury really might be open. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Things had developed much more smoothly than he had imagined. Figures of the Four Ends martial lord and Jili Laozu's level of ambition and conduct were far superior to the average person's. Anyone else would never have taken them out, even in death. But when he raised his head, Wang Chong noticed a sinister gaze fixed on him. "Kid, can you let me take a look at that pearl in your hand?" The Black Een ancestor asked in a sinister voice as he stared at Wang Chong. Although he was doing his utmost to hide it, Wang Chong could still sense a deep greed in his eyes. "Of course not." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he put away the energy condensation pearl. This sudden action caused the Black Een ancestor's face to contort into a nasty grimace. On the other hand, Wang Chong's face was brimming with derision. Even in the face of a martial arts titan like the Black Een ancestor, Wang Chong showed no fear. Black Een ancestor. As the saying goes, one never comes to a temple without a cause. Anyone who appears in the Northwest, without exception, has a plan. You didn't appear in the Northwest just to deal with the demonic emperor, did you? If my guess is correct, you also have a treasure map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. At this moment, the Four Ends Martial Lord spoke once more, this time targeting the Black Een ancestor and the Five Ancestor Alliance. Any other place would have been fine, but this was the treasury of the Origin Immortal Art. Any martial arts titan that appeared in the Northwest had an extremely high chance of having a treasure map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. Four Ends Martial Lord, don't speak nonsense. How could our Five Ancestor Alliance have a treasure map? The Black Een ancestor retorted without hesitation. However, before he finished speaking, a treasure map immediately flew out with a whoosh in the next moment. Take this treasure map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. The Black Een ancestor was enraged and wanted to curse, but when he saw who had spoken, his heart trembled, and he found himself unable to speak. The Bone Devil ancestor. Old Five, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. As long as we open the Origin Immortal treasury, do you think we won't be able to get the Origin Immortal Art? Just then, a voice as soft as the buzz of a mosquito reached their ears. It was the voice of the Bone Devil ancestor. Although the Black Een ancestor was the military advisor of the Five Ancestor Alliance, in terms of actual authority, the Bone Devil ancestor was above him. This expedition to the Northwest had also been the Bone Devil ancestor's idea. Yes, second brother. Chapter 1462. Wang Chong quickly took the treasure map that the Bone Devil ancestor had thrown at him and scanned it with the energy condensation pearl. A similar silver dot appeared. It really is real. Wang Chong nodded, unsurprised by this result. Figures like the Five Ancestor Alliance, Jili Laozu, and the Four Ends Martial Lord were all extremely powerful and experienced. If a treasure map in their hands was fake, it would be very difficult to fool them. Thus, Wang Chong's group now had 4 pieces of the treasure map. Now, they only needed 2 more pieces to complete the Origin Immortal Art treasure map. A battle that was originally on the verge of breaking out had turned hostility into friendship in the end. This was something that no one had expected. What? Jili Laozu, the Four Ends Martial Lord, the Black Een ancestor, and the Demonic Emperor have joined together. In the rear, all the experts of the Jingqi League were stunned by the news that the Black Een ancestor and the Evil Emperor had joined together. Even the usually unflinching Jingqi League Lord Song Yuani couldn't help but show a hint of shock. Everyone had thought that these sect giants would start fighting as soon as they saw each other, each resorting to their own schemes for the treasure maps. But who would have thought that not only did they not start fighting, they even handed over all the treasure maps. That's not all. The 4 of them even announced to all the martial artists of the Northwest that they should hand over their treasure maps and open the Origin Immortal Treasury together. By the time we reported back, those martial artists were already on their way and handing over their treasure maps. The kneeling Jingqi League disciples said in fear and trepidation. The most dramatic sight in the Northwest had taken place. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Jingqi League. Song Yuani closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Keep investigating. I want to know what they are doing at all times. Song Yuani sternly said. Even the most ordinary Jingqi League disciples sensed something unusual from Song Yuani's words. Time slowly passed, and as Wang Chong and the Evil Emperor reached an agreement with the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Four Ends Martial Lord, the largest alliance in the Northwest was formed. Even though the alliance was filled with internal strife and was far from being united, an alliance could disband at any time. At least everyone had reached a consensus on collecting the last 2 treasure maps. "I'll do it. Let me do it. I have a treasure map here." "I have some here too." A large number of cultivators quickly gathered in the entire area. With their fame, they immediately had a huge impact on the cultivators in the Northwest. Many martial artists offered up their treasure maps, hoping to find the last 2 pieces to complete the Origin Immortal Art treasure map. But the result was disappointing. 10-some treasure maps had been handed over, some of which had been treasures that had been passed down through generations of martial artists for centuries, but all of them were fakes. "It's no use. These treasure maps are all fakes." Wang Chong threw a treasure map to the side, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Finding the first few pieces of the treasure map was relatively easy, but finding the last few was not so easy. The Origin Immortal Lord's treasure maps were a mix of real and fake, and over the past several hundred years, many had been passed down, but not many were genuine. Moreover, missing even one piece meant that all their efforts would be wasted. In a flash, the gathering of the Origin Immortal Palace's treasure maps had reached an impasse. "In truth, I know someone who might have a map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury." While everyone was at their wits' end, Jili Laozu suddenly spoke. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Jili Laozu, what do you mean by this? If you already knew the location of the other treasure map, why didn't you say anything until now?" The Black Yin ancestor was infuriated by these words. The others also turned to Jili Laozu, waiting for his answer. "It's not that I don't want to say it, but this matter is rather complicated," Jili Laozu said after a few moments of silence. As the hegemon of the Northeast, Jili Laozu was a straightforward person, even in front of the evil emperor. This was the first time anyone had seen this expression on his face, and they all knew that there was something strange going on. "Jili Laozu, it's rare to see a martial artist of the Central Plains that you fear." The Four Ends Martial Lord suddenly said when he saw Jili Laozu's expression. "You're wrong. The person who I fear and also possesses the 5th treasure map is not someone from the Central Plains, but a Turk." Jili Laozu sternly said, "A Turk?" Everyone was surprised by these words, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. As the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty and a great general of the battlefield, no one was more sensitive to the word Turk than Wang Chong. Could it be? At this moment, Wang Chong vaguely remembered something. This person has an extremely high status in the Turks. He's a king of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, and his name is Bagushadu. Jili Laozu did not beat around the bush and immediately revealed the answer. All of you might not know much about this person, but in the region of Yuzhou to the northeast of the Tang dynasty, this person has a thunderous reputation, and his strength is at the very pinnacle. Bagushadu? I seem to have heard of this name before. The Bone Demon forefather spoke up at this moment. But isn't Brother solitarily thinking too highly of him? If the treasure map really is in his hands, wouldn't we be able to deal with a Turk with our strength? The demonic emperor, the Bone Devil ancestor, the myriad ghost ancestor, Jili Laozu, and the Four Ends martial lord were an enormous force. The Bone Devil ancestor was not an arrogant and conceited individual, but not even he could imagine just who in the world could be so fearful of. It's a long story. This Bagushadu isn't very strong, but he has an extremely powerful weapon that allows him to wield immense power. In the rumors of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, this Bagushadu's strength has reached an unfathomable level. Even the Eastern Turkic Khaganate's Osmish Khagan treats him with the utmost respect. I once saw him from a distance, and this person is definitely one of the most terrifying experts in the world. Jili Laozu solemnly said. Bagushadu rarely ventured into the Central Plains, so he was naturally not known to the martial arts titans of the Central Plains. No matter how much Jili Laozu explained, they wouldn't understand. Thus, Jili Laozu did not intend to go into detail. In short, this person is extremely powerful. Moreover, back in Yuzhou, I heard that he had a treasure map of the origin Immortal Lord. If he knows our intentions and is determined to escape, I'm afraid that we will find it very difficult to stop him. At that time, no matter how many treasure maps we have, it will be useless. Jili Laozu's words immediately silenced the crowd. Truly, if a Turk decided to leave, no one would be able to stop him. The evil emperor and Wang Chong glanced at each other and frowned. In the crowd, the demonic emperor old man and Wang Chong glanced at each other and frowned. The lone silence ancestor would not lie, so the master and disciple search for the origin immortal art had become much more difficult. Reporting. At this moment, a 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple rushed over from the distance. As soon as he approached, he immediately lowered his head and knelt on the ground. His demeanor was respectful, and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Reporting to the ancestors, there is a Turkic warrior outside requesting an audience with the ancestors. Furthermore, I have a great gift for you. What? Hearing this, everyone was greatly surprised. Summon him in. The great ancestor of the mysterious Yin sect said without hesitation. Yes. A few moments later, an Eastern Turkic martial artist with a hawkish nose, deep-set eyes, and a high head, dressed in a blue robe embroidered with the image of the green sea, emerged under the guidance of a 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple. Greetings, forefathers. The Turkic emissary was neither servile nor overbearing, and he respectfully bowed to the crowd. Who are you? Who sent you here? The black Yin ancestor frowned. Haha, I'm just a nobody. I'm here on my master's orders to present a great gift to the ancestors. The Turkic emissary loudly said. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, it was the 4 N's martial lord who spoke. Who is your master, and what sort of treasure has he come to present? I heard that the ancestors are gathering everyone to hand over the map to the Origin Immortal Treasury and open the treasury left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. My master, His Highness Bagushidu, specifically ordered this one to present the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map. The Turkic emissary said. What? The crowd instantly fell into an uproar. Although they had some guesses, this was far too much of a coincidence. They had just mentioned this Turkic king, and now he was delivering the treasure map to their doorstep. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. The Eastern Turkic emissary faintly smiled, seemingly oblivious to the change in the gazes of the crowd. With these words, he began to stride forward until he stopped in front of Wang Chong. King of foreign lands, I hear that the Tang dynasty has been overturned and the world has changed. I didn't think that the magnanimous king of foreign lands would appear here. The emissary smiled as he offered a scroll with both hands. This action was unexpected, and it greatly surprised everyone. None of the martial arts titans present had expected that the Eastern Turkic king would choose the most unremarkable and youngest disciple of the demonic emperor to present the treasure map. Swish! Wang Chong instantly paled at these words. But before Wang Chong could say anything, the Turkic emissary placed the scroll in Wang Chong's hands and immediately withdrew. The treasure map has been delivered. Forgive this one for leaving. Chapter 1463. We have nothing to do with this Bagushidu. What does he mean by suddenly giving us a treasure map? The black Yin ancestor and the others watched the Turkic emissary's departing figure in confusion. No one came to the treasury of the 3 treasures for no reason, and all the people here were titans of the martial arts world. No one would believe that this Bagushidu had no ulterior motives and would willingly offer up a treasure map. Behind them, Wang Chong's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he stared at the emissary's back. Wang Chong had actually heard the formation elder mention this Eastern Turkic king Bagushidu's name when he first entered the Northwest. But let alone Wang Chong, not even the formation elder had ever seen this Eastern Turkic king, only heard of him. Wang Chong had not expected Bagushidu to voluntarily hand over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map, much less to him. The Imperial Court! The words of the Turkic emissary caused Wang Chong's eyes to turn gloomy. At that moment, a complicated expression flashed through his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and said nothing. Your Highness, these Tang people have always been our enemies. Why would your Highness hand over such a precious treasure map to them? At the same time, an Eastern Turkic expert on another mountain spoke his mind. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate had always been at war with the Tang dynasty, and although these people were not generals on the battlefield, they were still Tang people. There was no reason for them to hand over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map. To take first, one must first give. If we don't open the treasury, how can we get what we want? Bagushadu stood on the mountain with his hands held behind his back, his robes fluttering in the breeze. He exuded the aura of a strategist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it, and he was that aureole. Very few people knew about the legendary #1 wondrous technique in the world of the Central Plains, and his desire for it was stronger than anyone else's. Let me see just how profound the Origin Immortal Lord and Master's final will is. Bagushadu quickly calmed down as his gaze swept over the area. With Bagushadu's treasure map, they now had 5 pieces. Only one piece was needed to complete the Origin Immortal Art. From the moment the 4 ends Martial Lord handed over the first treasure map, no one, including Wang Chong, had expected that they would be so close to success. Only the last piece of the treasure map is left. I can't believe we're about to succeed. The formation elder muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 treasure maps on the ground, glimmering in the light of the energy condensation pearl. Over the centuries, countless people had attempted to open the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury, but none had succeeded. There were even many people who fought for it, only to discover that it was a fake treasure map and lose their lives for nothing. And now, everything was destined to come to an end. But even though we have 5 treasure maps, they're still useless. Without the last one, everything will be for naught. Jili Laozu couldn't help but say. A deathly stillness fell over the area, and even Wang Chong fell silent. Although they had 5 treasure maps, no one knew the whereabouts of the last map. If they couldn't complete the treasure map, they would have rejoiced for nothing. In truth, many of you know where the last treasure map is, but you just don't want to say it. Since that's the case, I'll say it for you. The Black Een ancestor glanced at Jili Laozu and chuckled. Almost all of the powerhouses that appeared in the Northwest have a treasure map in their hands. As the saying goes, one doesn't come to a temple without a cause. This region is where the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury is, and we've all handed over our treasure maps. Take a look and see if there's any faction that hasn't appeared yet. The last treasure map is with them. The Jingqi League Song Yuani. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow at the Black Een ancestor's words, immediately understanding what he was getting at. There was only one faction in the Northwest that hadn't allied with them. The Jingqi League. Jili Laozu and the 4 ends Martial Lord turned grim at these words, apparently having predicted what the Black Een ancestor would say. Young Master Wang is truly intelligent. The Zhengqi League is the #1 faction of the martial arts world. You didn't think that they came all the way to the Northwest just to hunt down the demonic emperor and his disciple, did you? The Black Een ancestor said. In his battle with Wang Chong, this evil path titan was clearly much more polite to Wang Chong than before. The Jingqi League is only our guess. Moreover, Alliance Lord Song won't be that easy to deal with. Jili Laozu hesitantly said. Song Yuani's eternal spring mantra was renowned throughout the world. Not even Jili Laozu was confident that he could deal with Song Yuani. Moreover, the Jingqi League was known as the #1 alliance in the world and possessed enormous power. Song Yuani, Xie Guangding, and the other Vice Alliance lords were not friendly people. Unless absolutely necessary, Jili Laozu was not willing to provoke them. Crucially, it seems like Alliance Lord Song isn't that interested in the origin immortal treasury. If he's not willing to hand it over, there's nothing we can do. The Four Ends Marshal Lord said with a frown. If it was a one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of Song Yuani. But if he wasn't just facing the Zhengqi League Lord, that was a completely different matter. Ha ha ha, be at ease. Song Yuani will hand it over. The Black Een ancestor gave a strange smile. Alliance Lord, they've already gathered 5 treasure maps. At this moment, all the elders and experts of the Zhengqi League had gathered in the Zhengqi League's temporary base. No one had expected Wang Chang's group to so quickly find 5 treasure maps. It would have been fine if the map had fallen into the hands of some other person of the Central Plains, but it just had to be that mysterious Eastern Turkic king, Bagushidu, who had delivered it. Damn, just what is this Bagushidu doing? Now, the evil emperor and his men are only missing the last piece of the treasure map. Sikong Yuanjia's hair stood on end in rage. It doesn't matter how many we gather. Yuanjia, pass on my order. Prepare to leave. Song Yuani waved his sleeve and said, "Reporting." As he spoke, a loud shout came from the distance. A few moments later, a Righteous Alliance disciple hurriedly made his way toward the group. Alliance Lord, someone from the 5 Ancestor Alliance requests an audience. Ah. Hearing the scout's words, the surrounding crowd looked at each other in dismay, and an uproar broke out. Sikong Yuanjia, Ouyang Changheng, and the others all frowned. The 5 Ancestor Alliance and the Zhengqi League had always been at odds with each other. For someone from the 5 Ancestor Alliance to request an audience at a time like this was probably not a good thing. Everyone turned to Song Yuani. "I won't see him." Song Yuani's expression was cold and aloof, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ha ha ha! But Song Yuani had barely spoken when a burst of laughter rang out. "Alliance Lord Song, you seem to be in such a hurry that you won't even see your friend. Where are you in such a hurry to go?" At first, the voice seemed to come from thousands of miles away, but in the next moment, an aura like a storm came from afar, dragging a long wave of air behind it. 1, 2, 3 in just a few short moments. 5 or 6 energies on par with the Black Een ancestor were rapidly approaching, and behind them was an astonishing number of 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples and unaffiliated martial artists. From a distance, there were 5 or 6,000 of them. Song Yuani and Xie Guangding instantly paled at the sight. The distant forces were getting closer and closer, and it only took a few moments for them to reach the base of the mountain. Those who have come have ill intentions, and those who have good intentions will not come. Let's go and take a look. Xie Guangting, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said as he stared down the mountain. Song Yuani said nothing, only gave a slight nod, and then he and Xie Guangting began to advance. The 2 groups of people came closer and closer, and when they were about 200 feet apart, they stopped at the same time. On the Zhengqi Alliance side, Song Yuani and Xie Guangding led the way, with Sikong Yuanjia, Ouyang Changheng, and the other Alliance elders following close behind. On the other side, the Black Een ancestor led the group, with the Myriad Ghost ancestor and the Bone Devil ancestor on the left and right. Behind them were the 4 Ends Martial Lord and Jili Laozu. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang stood at the very back. The Black Een ancestor seems certain that the final treasure map is on Song Yuani. Wang Chong smirked as he looked at Song Yuani and the Black Een ancestor. Not too long ago, Song Yuani and the Black Een ancestor had been working together to deal with him. But now, the 2 groups were facing off against each other. No one had expected the shift in momentum between friend and foe. Chonga, we can't be careless in this matter. In the martial arts world, deception and deceit are commonplace. If they can work with us to deal with Song Yuani, they can also work with Song Yuani to deal with us. We can't let down our guard against them, the evil emperor indifferently said, his hands held behind his back. Your disciple understands. But after being pursued for so long, if we can use the origin immortal art to make them turn on us, why not? Wang Chong faintly smiled. He naturally didn't believe that the Black Yin ancestor and the Five Ancestor Alliance were just using each other. But when he saw the nasty expressions on the faces of Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangting, Wang Chong felt a surge of satisfaction. The evil emperor said nothing, only raised his head. There, the disciples of the Jingqi Alliance had unsheathed their weapons and were looking around with righteous indignation. Black Yin ancestor, what do you think you're doing? Before Song Yuanyi could speak, Sikong Yuanjia angrily bellowed. Where did this nameless nobody come from? Your alliance, Lord, hasn't even spoken yet. So how dare a servant like you interrupt? Chapter 1464. You. Sikong Yuanjia was infuriated by these words. Do you want to fight in front of this ancestor? The Black Yin ancestor sinisterly chuckled. Although Sikong Yuanjia possessed a lofty status in the Jingqi League and astonishing fighting power, he was still lacking compared to a martial arts titan like the Black Yin ancestor. Song Yuanyi, what kind of alliance lord are you? Can't you even control your subordinates? With these last words, the Black Yin ancestor turned to the Jingqi League Lord Song Yuanyi. Yuanjia, withdraw! At this moment, a voice sounded. Song Yuanyi took 2 steps forward and ordered back the enraged Sikong Yuanjia. Luo Qin, this isn't our first time fighting. Have you still not given up? Song Yuanyi's face was cold and emotionless. Ha! Alliance Lord Song's martial arts are unparalleled, and the Eternal Spring Mantra is a wondrous art. In a one-on-one fight, this ancestor is naturally no match for you. But no matter how powerful Alliance Lord Song is, can you defeat so many of us? No matter how powerful the Jingqi League is, can it contend against the entire world? As the Black Yin ancestor spoke, he turned his head and made a gesture. That's right. Alliance Lord Song, hand over the origin immortal Lord's treasure map. The Black Yin ancestor has already handed over his treasure map. Does your Jingqi League still want to hide it? Anyone who dares to hide the origin immortal Lord's treasure map will become the enemy of the entire world. Hearing the Black Yin ancestor's words, everyone began to cry out in alarm. These deafening shouts caused Song Yuanyi, Xie Guangding, and all the other elders and disciples of the Jingqi League to pale. Even the unyielding and uncompromising Jingqi League elder Sikong Yuanjia couldn't help but turn grave. The Black Yin ancestor and the Five Ancestor Alliance were nothing to fear. In past battles, the Five Ancestor Alliance had never had the upper hand. But when you added in the thousands of martial artists and a martial arts titan like Jili Laozu, the situation was completely different. No matter how strong the Jingqi League was, it was impossible for them to fight against so many martial artists from both the righteous and evil sections. Luo Qin, don't speak nonsense. If you have the origin immortal Lord's treasure map, that doesn't mean that we do. Do you really think that everyone has a copy of the origin immortal Lord's treasure map? Behind Song Yuanyi, a Jingqi League elder could not help but step forward and rebuke him sternly. That's right, great ancestor of the mysterious Yin sect, don't make irresponsible remarks. Where did you hear that we had a map to the origin immortal Lord's treasury? Do you have any evidence? Another elder of the Jingqi League couldn't help but step forward and say sternly, Ha! When have any of you ever seen this ancestor speak reason with anyone or present evidence? Everyone listen up. If we don't get the last piece of the map from the Jingqi League tomorrow, then the Jingqi League wants to keep the map for themselves and obstruct us, so that no one can obtain the world's #1 origin immortal art. The Black Yin ancestor gave a sinister smile, not bothering to argue with the Jingqi League. His gaze turned to Song Yuanyi. Song Yuanyi, everyone is watching. You don't want to force us to attack together, do you? Impudent. Luo Qin, you dare. The members of the Jingqi League were all enraged. These bastards from the Five Ancestor Alliance were clearly using this opportunity to make trouble for a private grudge. Seeing how agitated the members of the Zhengqi League were, a conflict was inevitable. But at this moment, stop! A thunderous roar resounded in everyone's ears. The lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi, stood at the very front, coldly staring at the Black Yin ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, Jili Laozu, the Four Ends martial lord, and the demonic emperor Zhang Wenfu. The look in his eyes was unfathomable. In that instant, no one knew what he was thinking. Alliance Lord, let's fight them. These bastards are going too far. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Brothers, let's fight them. In the rear, the Jingqi League disciples were seething with rage. In the minds of the members of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi had supreme status, and all of them treated him with the utmost respect. For the Black Yin ancestor to dare to threaten Song Yuanyi was intolerable. Take it. At this moment, a voice rang out. As everyone looked on in shock, Song Yuanyi waved his sleeve, tossing the final piece of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map to the Black Yin ancestor. The moment the final piece of the map flew out, all the Zhengqi League disciples fell silent. Xie Guangting seemed to have known, and his face remained impassive. Ha ha ha, a wise man submits to circumstances. Song Yuanyi, that's more like it. Everyone has handed over their treasure maps, so do you think your Jingqi League will continue to hide it? The Black Yin ancestor heartily laughed. After suffering so many setbacks at the hands of Song Yuanyi and the Jingqi League, he had finally managed to regain some ground. Young Master Wang here. With this piece of the Zhengqi League's treasure map, we should be able to find the final location of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. With a flick of his wrist, the Black Yin ancestor tossed the treasure map to Wang Chong without any hesitation. It really is in his hands. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and with a suction force, the Black Yin ancestor's treasure map flew into his palm. The person that understood you the most was your enemy. This was absolutely correct. The Black Yin ancestor had fought with Song Yuanyi for so many years that he clearly understood him. Even the fact that Song Yuanyi had hidden a treasure map in his possession had not escaped the Black Yin ancestor's notice. If he had relied on his own abilities, he would have found it very difficult to gather all 6 pieces of the treasure map in a short amount of time. There's no need to examine them individually. Whether they are or not, we'll know once we examine them. Wang Chong was very straightforward. With a shake of his robe and a surge of stellar energy, the other 5 pieces of the treasure map flew out of his sleeve. Deish! As Wang Chong spread out his sleeve, the first piece of the treasure map flew out of his sleeve and onto the ground, followed by a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, the 5 pieces of the treasure map had been placed on the ground in the order they had been arranged. At that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths, their faces agitated, their chests heaving as they focused on the treasure map in Wang Chong's hand. Even the Eastern Turkic king, Bagushadu, hidden on the summit of a distant mountain, looked over. Now it's up to the last piece. At this moment, even Bagushadu's eyes began to heat up. Although he had given Wang Chong the 5th piece of the treasure map, it was still unknown whether it could open the Origin Immortal Palace. In an even more distant place, a pair of bright eyes were watching all of this. Whether it was Wang Chong or Song Yuanyi, nothing in the northwest could escape their eyes. At this moment, Wang Chong had become the center of the northwest, the focus of countless people. Buzz! Finally, the last piece of the treasure map fell from the sky, wrapped up in stellar energy, and placed on the last empty spot. When the last piece was placed on the ground, the treasure map was finally complete. This was a massive treasure map that was 2 feet long and 3 feet wide. Wang Chong held the energy condensation pearl high in the air, and a moment later, a beam of light shone down on the treasure maps. The 6 pieces of the treasure map immediately began to shine with silver threads and white stars. It's real, it's real. The treasure map is real. Look, a diagram has appeared on the treasure map. We really are going to find where the origin immortal treasury is buried. Everyone was excited by the sight of the silver threads forming a new map, and not even the black Een ancestor could keep his composure. Greed, joy, infatuation, all sorts of emotions flitted through his eyes. If even the black Een ancestor was like this, there was no need to mention the others. It really has appeared. I didn't think that the world's #1 art would appear in my hands. Wang Chong lowered his head to look at the treasure map and mentally sighed. This unparalleled martial art was illusory and had never appeared in his previous life. Even when the apocalypse came, no one knew where it was hidden. Many people even believed that this art had been lost. But now that he had stepped in, all this had changed. Congratulations to user for finding a clue to the world's #1 art and encountering the hidden riddle of destiny. You have been rewarded 10,000 points of destiny energy. At this moment, the stone of destiny's voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind. This sudden voice caught Wang Chong by surprise. He had never heard any warning from the stone of destiny before. Could it be a side mission? Wang Chong said in shock. But side missions rarely gave so many rewards, and why would a mission to find the world's #1 art be related to the riddle of destiny? All of this left Wang Chong perplexed. This seemingly random trip to the northwest seemed to have inadvertently led to some secret that he still didn't know about. But there was no time to think. Now that all 6 pieces of the treasure map had been collected, a new transformation took place. After the appearance of the silver threads, a starry sky chart formed by countless white stars suddenly appeared above the treasure map and was reflected in everyone's eyes. Look over there. Suddenly, a martial artist pointed at a massive star on the star chart and called out, "That's right, that's right!" This star is pointing to the location of the origin immortal Lord's treasury. Who knows astrology? In an instant, the crowd began to cry out. Determining the stars was one thing, but being proficient in astrology was another. The majority of the people in the sects were engrossed in martial arts, so how could they have the time to study astrology? Northwest by north. From here, it's about 6,800 steps away. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Although he was not very skilled in martial arts and was far from being on the level of a sect leader like Song Yuanyi, no one present could compare to the Formation Elder when it came to the art of astrology. Let's go. The Formation Elder had barely spoken when the air began to whir. Chapter 1465. With someone taking the lead, the others began to follow. Humph! Who dares to steal from this one? Anyone who dares to steal the origin immortal treasury is an enemy of our 5 ancestor alliance. The black Een ancestor coldly snorted and charged forward with a wave of his robes. The myriad ghost ancestor and the bone devil ancestor flew out as well. More than half of the martial artists in the region began to fly in the direction indicated by the Formation Elder, afraid that if they were too slow, someone else would get there first. Something's wrong. At this moment, only Wang Chong remained motionless, his expression extremely calm. As far as his eyes could see, the densely packed stars in the sky seemed to be still changing. Hiss! In just a few seconds, as Wang Chong and the evil emperor watched, the starlight suddenly vanished into wisps of smoke. The silver-white wisps of smoke writhed in the air, transforming into lines of bird seal script. What is this? This sudden development immediately attracted the attention of the others. The 4 N's martial lord and Jili Laozu, who had already flown 10 samjiang away, sensed the disturbance behind them and immediately stopped and flew back. What kind of script is this? Does anyone recognize it? The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. The words reflected off the treasure map assuredly contained an enormous amount of important information. But these characters were so ancient that no one present could recognize them. Only Wang Chong's eyes flickered as if he recognized something. He truly did recognize some of these bird seal script characters. But in front of so many people, Wang Chong didn't say anything. The characters in the air twisted and transformed, and after a few seconds, they all vanished. "Let's go!" At this moment, the evil emperor took action. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept up the 6 pieces of the treasure map, grabbed Wang Chong by the shoulder, and took Wang Chong and the formation elder into the air. Behind him, the Wushan village chief shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Walala! In the blink of an eye, thousands of martial artists had surged toward the northwest. They really managed to collect all of the Origin Immortal Arts treasure maps. Should we stay or leave? The sound of footsteps came from behind. The deputy chief of the Zhengqi League, Xie Guangding, waved his sleeves and slowly walked forward. His expression was calm and his face was expressionless. Whether the treasure left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord was real or fake, whether it could be opened or not, it would never be able to move Xie Guangding's heart. By Song Yuanyi's side, Xie Guangding was his best assistant. No matter what, he was always Song Yuanyi's strongest and most powerful helper. The winds howled, and as the martial artists left, only the disciples of the Zhengqi League remained motionless. Everyone was waiting for Song Yuanyi's order. Leave? Why did he want to leave? It's rare for the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury to open, and we even offered up the last piece of the treasure map. Why not go and take a look? Song Yuanyi's eyes flashed as he spoke. Pass on my order. All the disciples of the Zhengqi League are to move out. Song Yuanyi took a step forward, his gaze sharp as he spoke without hesitation. Bang! Song Yuanyi stomped down, and then he shot into the air in an explosion of dust. Behind him, Xie Guangding followed. Under the leadership of the 2 alliance lords, all the disciples of the Zhengqi League began to make their way to the northwest. Around an hour later, a vast sea of martial artists had gathered at the location indicated by the star on the treasure map, all of them moving out to search for the Origin Immortal Art. Every martial artist was brimming with passion when it came to searching for the world's #1 Origin Immortal Art. Found it! A shout of joy rang out as a martial artist stood next to a protruding rock and waved at the others. Meanwhile, news was coming in from various places. Qian Palace, Li Palace, some of you go to the southeast and take a look. In the center of the crowd, a martial artist who appeared to be somewhat skilled in formations was directing the others to work together to search the area. It seems like we won't need to do anything. On the other side, the evil emperor Wang Chong, Chief Wushan, and the formation elder stood side by side. From where they were standing, they could see that the entire area was flat, with only a few grains of sand blown in from the Mohian desert to the south and a few low hills and rocks. It was impossible to see what this area had to do with the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. Wang Chong and the others had initially believed that they would need to go out again, but the reality was completely different from what they had imagined. As thousands of martial artists scoured the area, many details and anomalies were quickly uncovered, and even some items that had been buried deep underground were dug up. And among these martial artists, there were quite a few eccentric individuals. Although there was a large gap between them and the formation elder when it came to mastery of formations, when all of them worked together, not even the formation elder could compare to them. In just a few moments, everyone discovered that there was a huge circular spirit array beneath the entire area. This spirit array was made up of countless boulders and had a diameter of several dozen kilometers. If not for the fact that they had received a hint from the treasure map in advance and so many cultivators working together to search for it, it would have been impossible to discover it under normal circumstances. There's no mistaking it. This should be an ancient formation dozens of times larger than the Origin Immortal Formation we encountered before. Because it's so large, we can't dig it out in its entirety. But in my view, not even the Origin Immortal Lord would have been able to construct such a massive formation. There's a high chance that he used the terrain of this area, as well as the flow of spiritual energy. In this way, He only needed to modify a part of the formation and then use it to construct this massive formation. This should be the heaven formation of the formation Tao. But we still have no way of distinguishing the true function of this formation and how it operates. The formation elder suddenly said as he looked at the bustling scene before him, "Heaven formation." Wang Chong was flabbergasted by the formation elder's words. Yes, this is what the heavenly formation means when it's said to be completely natural. This ancient formation method has long since been lost, and no one knows how to use it anymore. The formation elder sighed in amazement as he looked around at the stone formations that were slowly being unearthed. The more he came into contact with the things left behind by the origin immortal Lord, the more respect and awe he felt. Alas, such a powerful formation has long since been lost. Senior Zhou, be at ease. If the formation can be opened, I will definitely think of a way to help you bring out the formation, divine tome. Wang Chong chuckled. How could he not know what the formation elder was thinking? He had no interest in martial arts, and the only thing on his mind was the lost formation divine tome in the origin immortal Lord's cave. Hey, kid, Wang Chong, this old man won't be polite with you on this matter. The formation elder was instantly energized. He pointed to the left and said, The formation elder's eyes lit up. If my guess is correct, the core of the formation should be there. A martial artist had already rushed over to relay the formation elder's words. They all had considerable respect for this formation grandmaster who had come with the demonic emperor. A large number of martial artists quickly began to dig in the direction indicated by the formation elder. There really is something here. In just a moment, the soil on the ground was cut open, and the crowd dug out a few huge stone pillars that had fallen to the ground in disorder. These stone pillars were carved with strange patterns and indecipherable characters. But from the condition of the pillars, it was clear that this place was in ruins and had been abandoned for centuries. It's not that simple. Since the origin immortal Lord left behind the treasure map, the origin immortal formation, and this ancient celestial formation, he couldn't have not made proper arrangements, and there's no way the treasury can't be opened. We just haven't found the right way to open it yet. As the formation elder spoke, he closed his eyes and began to move his fingers as he calculated. Alliance Lord, do you think that these fellows can really find the treasury? As the formation elder began to calculate, he slowly looked away. On a low hill in the distance, Song Yuanyi and Xia Guangning stood side by side, surrounded by Sikong Yuanjia and the other elders of the alliance, while everyone else was beginning to dig up the origin immortal treasury. Only the people of the Zhengqi League remained motionless. Although everything seemed to be bustling with activity, there was still no sign that the origin immortal treasury could be opened. There's no need to rush. Let's wait and see. Song Yuanyi calmly gazed at the distant young figure. Song Yuanyi was well aware that this situation where the martial artists of the various sects were working together was just a facade. Whether they found the treasury or not, there would soon be a bitter battle. Once that happened, he would strike. Let's see how long you can last. Song Yuanyi's eyes flashed for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. To the southwest, push the first stone pillar. A few moments later, the formation elder opened his eyes and issued his first order. Rumble. Following the formation elder's order, several martial artists pushed a stone pillar to the southwest. A moment later, the earth rumbled, and to everyone's shock, the ground to the northwest split open. A row of stone pillars, rising out of the earth in the shape of an arc to the southeast, pushed the third pillar of the second row. The formation elder ordered, Rumble. The earth quaked even more intensely, and elsewhere, another row of stone pillars emerged from the flat ground. To the east, the seventh pillar. To the south, the fourth pillar. With the formation elder's order, all the martial artists began to move, and as the earth shuddered, one rock after another began to move in accordance with some sort of pattern. Under everyone's gaze, a series of chain reactions occurred. In just a moment, A huge stone array appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then came a second, a third, around an hour later. The formation had begun to take shape, and with the formation elder's order, the 4 massive stone pillars in the center of the formation suddenly rose up as if they had come to life. Chapter 1466. Look over there. An altar. There's actually an altar. There was a hubbub of voices. Looking at the ancient altar that suddenly appeared under the 4 stone pillars, the crowd became excited. This altar was extremely ancient, and the outer walls of the altar had been engraved with clouds and beasts, but they were now modeled. The sudden appearance of this altar immediately attracted everyone's attention. Let's go and take a look. To the southwest, the Bone Devil ancestor's eyes flashed, and he was the first to leap forward toward the mysterious altar. He was followed by the Black Een ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, Jili Laozu, the 4 Ends martial lord, and the other martial artists, all of them surging toward the central formation. A few moments later, the area around the altar was packed with martial artists. Wang Chong and the Evil Emperor were the last to arrive. At the center of the altar, between the 4 stone pillars, was a bronze column. When Wang Chong and the Demonic Emperor stepped onto the altar, everyone turned to look. Demonic Emperor, young Master Wang, we're waiting for you. The moment Wang Chong and his disciples stepped onto the altar, the Black Een ancestor's sinister voice rang out in their ears like a venomous snake. Young Master Wang, you have all 6 treasure maps, so the method to open the treasury is definitely on you as well. Jili Laozu also spoke up. Nearby, Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding stood side by side, also looking at Wang Chong. The atmosphere gradually became somewhat strange and subtle. Even the 4 Ends martial lord was staring at Wang Chong, a thought flitting through his mind. The thousands of martial artists around the altar also silently stared at Wang Chong. Wang Chong. In the rear, the formation elder tugged on Wang Chong's sleeve, his expression clearly nervous. Now that the 6 pieces of the treasure map had been gathered, the precise location of the origin immortal treasury had been found, and the atmosphere of cooperation and tacit understanding between them had vanished. Instead, they slowly started scheming against each other. Even the gazes of the idol cultivators in the surroundings changed, becoming completely different from before. Who could resist the allure of the origin immortal art and the world's #1? Humph! I want to see who is courting death and dares to attack me. At this moment, an imposing and domineering voice rang out. Hearing the demonic emperor old man's voice, the surrounding crowd froze. Even Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding couldn't help but frown. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Even now, the remnant might of the demonic emperor was still a great deterrent to the entire martial arts world. Humph, Evil Emperor, there are so many people watching. Don't tell me you and your disciple are playing tricks and trying to hog it all for yourself? The Black Een ancestor sneered coldly. Everyone, the demonic emperor, wants to take the origin immortal art for himself. Everyone, do you think we should agree? Absolutely not. Everyone responded in unison. Everyone, calm down. The origin immortal treasury hasn't been opened yet, so now is not the time for internal strife. At this moment, the Lone Silence ancestor began to speak. As he spoke, he turned to Wang Chong and the demonic emperor. Sirs, it wasn't easy to gather 6 treasure maps. Now only one step remains. Once the origin immortal treasury is opened, we can rely on our own abilities. Demonic Emperor, what do you think? The demonic emperor said nothing, but he exchanged a glance with Wang Chong. Everyone is overthinking things. I'll have to trouble everyone to move aside. I'll open it. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he stepped forward. Although everyone was at odds with each other on the surface, at least on the surface, they still maintained the appearance of fighting without breaking apart. As everyone watched, Wang Chong slowly walked to the center of the altar, where a bronze pillar protruded from the ground. This bronze pillar was around 1 meter tall, and its surface was covered in wave-like patterns and complicated designs. There were also some characters that were even older than bird seal script. There were no special mechanisms on the surface of the bronze pillar, so no one knew how to control it to open the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. We've already seen it, but we don't know what the crux is. But someone of the Origin Immortal Lord's abilities would never leave behind no clues. Young Master Wang, you were the one who opened the Origin Immortal formation and took away the treasures inside. You are the only one who can open the formation. At this moment, the nearby Four Ends Martial Lord also spoke. His words drew everyone's attention to Wang Chong. All was quiet, and Wang Chong said nothing, only continued to examine the bronze pillar at the core of the formation. However, he found no obvious mechanism on its surface. Wang Chong had originally believed that the energy condensation pearl was the crux, but he could not see any grooves on the pillar. Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyes flitted over a shallow design at the top of the bronze pillar, and a thought flitted through his mind. This was a cloud pattern in the shape of a beast. Wang Chong hadn't noticed it at the start, but a moment later, he felt a sense of familiarity. Wang Chong immediately took out the black sculpture of a small beast from his bosom. He had had this sculpture for some time now, but unlike the energy condensation pearl, Wang Chong had never been sure what use this black sculpture had. Even his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang had tried to find out what was so special about it, but the final conclusion was that it was just an ordinary sculpture. Kacha! Wang Chong had just placed the black sculpture on the pillar when a strong suction force immediately burst forth from within the bronze pillar, firmly sucking the sculpture in. Not only that, the cloud pattern in the shape of a beast immediately contracted inward, sucking the sculpture in. Kacha! Under everyone's gaze, a series of mechanical sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, with a rumble, the entire bronze pillar immediately sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. And immediately after, there was another rumble, and another square bronze pillar rose from the ground. This time it was different from before, and there was an obvious dent on the surface of the bronze pillar. Young Master Wang, quickly put the treasure map up. A voice came from behind. This time there was no need for anyone to remind Wang Chong. He could see it. Very quickly, 6 pieces of the treasure map were quickly placed into the square bronze pillar. Whoosh! Before anyone could take a closer look, violet flames erupted from the stone pillar, incinerating the 6 pieces of the treasure map that Wang Chong had placed on it. Ah! How could this be? Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd. No one had expected for Wang Chong to place the 6 pieces of the treasure map on the pillar to produce this sort of result. Now that all 6 pieces of the treasure map had been burned away, there were no more Origin Immortal Art treasure maps in the world. But a moment later, while everyone was still immersed in their shock, the thing that they had all been waiting for happened. After spewing out violet flames, the bronze pillar began to descend, and a series of mechanical sounds came from the ground. As the crowd cried out in alarm, the altar that had just risen from the ground began to sink back down. Following that, a series of rumbling sounds came from underground and spread out in all directions, with the place where the crowd was standing as the center. At the same time, the grinding of gears began to rain down on the altar. The crowd cried out in alarm, many of them showing signs of panic. The unknown represented something terrifying. No one knew what the changes in front of them represented. Look over there. Suddenly, a martial artist in the crowd pointed forward and called out. Wang Chong subconsciously turned his head and looked in that direction. A moment later, Wang Chong's body trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Cries of alarm came one after another. On the horizon, a majestic and magnificent mountain, several hundred meters tall, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. To their astonishment, they had clearly searched the area and found that this mountain had never been there before. It was as if it had suddenly sprung up overnight. But this was not what caused them to cry out in alarm. This massive mountain that had appeared out of nowhere was identical to the illusion of the Origin Immortal Mountain they had seen before. Fake! This has to be fake. It's already appeared once. Does that mean that there's another origin immortal formation there? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. So many people had died in the origin immortal formation, and it was still fresh in their minds. One could easily imagine the shock they felt when they saw an identical origin immortal mountain. Some of the martial artists who had experienced the origin immortal formation even showed deep fear on their faces, no longer feeling any excitement. Alliance Lord, what's going on here? Why has another origin immortal mountain appeared? At this moment, the members of the Jingqi Alliance were also examining the origin immortal mountain that had appeared out of nowhere. This should be the real origin immortal mountain, Song Yuanyi indifferently said as he looked into the distance. His expression was so calm that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Formidable, truly formidable, reversing the universe, concealing yin and yang. The origin immortal lord's mastery of formations has reached an unimaginable level. I truly didn't think that I would be able to see such a supreme level of formations in my lifetime. At this moment, no one was more excited than the formation elder. Those who did not understand formations would be completely bewildered by what they were seeing and would have no idea what was going on. But to a formation grandmaster like the formation elder, everything he saw contained a vast amount of information. Chapter 14:67. Is this the real origin immortal mountain? Wang Chong muttered to himself in excitement. He had been in possession of the origin immortal mountain's treasure map for a very long time now, but the legendary origin immortal art was still something that he could only see but not touch, an existence that seemed like a reflection in the water. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would really be able to obtain the world's #1 art. But now, everything was right in front of him, and it was incredibly real. Chonga, let's go. At this moment, a figure brushed past him, and the voice of his master, the evil emperor, rang out in his ear. The origin immortal lord's treasury has appeared. No matter what, your master will find the origin immortal art for you and cure your cultivation defect. The demonic emperor old man's body swayed as he soared into the air like a bird. Even farther away, the Four Ends martial lord, Jili Laozu, and the bone devil ancestor were already making their way toward the mountain. Let's go! Wang Chong grabbed the formation elder's arm and followed. The massive origin immortal mountain was a majestic and magnificent sight, and countless martial artists were surging toward it like a tide. But unlike last time, when they were still several dozen meters from the origin immortal mountain, they slowed down and began to proceed with extreme caution. Damn it, it can't be another trap, right? For a moment, not a single one of the thousands of martial artists dared to get close. The Jingqi League's 5 Ancestor Alliance also slowed down. The origin immortal formation was extremely dangerous, even to martial arts titans like the Black Yin Ancestor and Song Yuanyi. Don't rush. Let them go first. To the southeast, the Black Yin Ancestor scanned the crowd of unaffiliated martial artists and faintly smiled, a strange light in his eyes. All the martial artists that had arrived here were greedy people attracted by the title of the world's #1 and the origin immortal art. No matter how formidable the traps of the origin immortal mountain were, there were bound to be people who weren't afraid of death. Just when everyone was feeling apprehensive and extremely cautious, a young martial artist of 23 or 24 suddenly reached out and pressed his palm against the origin immortal mountain. BZZZ. Time seemed to stop as countless people stared at the young martial artist, and his palm pressed against the origin immortal mountain. Countless people who had experienced the danger of the origin immortal formation were nervous and apprehensive, their hearts almost skipping a beat. However, in the next moment there was silence. Nothing happened. There was no danger, no trap. More importantly, when the young martial artist's hand pressed against the origin immortal mountain, the illusion they had imagined did not occur. The young martial artist's palm was blocked by a hard rock. It's real. This is the real origin immortal mountain. It wasn't an illusion. We really found it. Before the young martial artist could speak, one of the martial artists in the crowd who had experienced the origin immortal formation couldn't help but shout in excitement. Then, everyone cheered along with him. This cheering was like a tsunami that shook the heavens. It's open! The real origin immortal mountain. It wasn't in vain that I offered up a treasure map. The true origin immortal treasury is finally about to appear. In the distance, Eastern Turkic King Bagushadu stood on a low hill, his robes flapping in the wind. As the crowd cheered, the Eastern Turkic King faintly smiled. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He had only offered up a treasure map, and these Central Plains people had already taken care of everything for him. Have all the experts we've gathered arrived? Bagushadu asked without turning his head. Your Highness, the experts from the Leo Temple and the Black Sun Mountain are on their way here. We'll be there in half a cup of tea's time. The cold and elegant Eastern Turkic assassin lowered her head. Very good. Besides the origin immortal Lord's treasury, we might even get an unexpected harvest. Bagushadu gazed at the distant crowd of Central Plains martial artists, his lips still curling into a smile, but there was a sharp light in his eyes. Ha! After hiding for so long, we've still managed to dig out that person. When the deafening cheers erupted in the distance, in another hidden place, a group of black-clothed men stood quietly like ghosts. Standing at the very front was a man wearing a three-eyed deer mask, his eyes as cold as ice. This was none other than the man in black who had once met Wang Chong in the origin immortal formation. Behind him, 3 figures stood tall and straight. Their auras were as sharp as swords and sabers. The bamboo hats on their heads clearly revealed their identities. These were none other than the 3 bamboo hat men who had fought with the Jingqi Alliance, Song Yuani and Xia Guangting not too long ago. At this moment, the 2 groups of people gathered together. Looking at the bustling scene in the distance, the 2 groups of people also sneered. My lord, it seems like we can combine our missions this time. In the rear, the leader of the bamboo hat men, his cloak flapping in the wind, crossed his arms and spoke. Although I don't like working with you, it's just killing people. You're still a little useful, so it doesn't matter. The black-clothed man with the 3-eyed deer mask at the front nodded slightly and said indifferently, But don't forget that we still have another group to kill. Cold laughter resounded through the air, and the atmosphere suddenly turned somber. My lord, what do we do? At the same time, in another hidden place, several figures stood side by side. If one looked carefully, one would realize that these people exuded the same aura as the men in black who had controlled the origin immortal formation to deal with so many martial artists. They've broken the origin immortal formation left behind by the immortal lord and taken away the key. Now, they've even opened the true treasury. If this continues, the things left behind by the immortal lord will really be in danger. The current situation is extremely bad for us. Although they were far away, they had seen everything that had happened in the area, including how Wang Chong and the others had activated the sacrificial altar and summoned the true origin immortal mountain. All of them were looking in the same direction, their faces brimming with worry. All was quiet, and only after a long while did a voice speak up. The will of the immortal Lord cannot be defied, and this matter is still far from being that terrible. At this moment, the figure at the front spoke. He was dressed in a luxurious black robe. His sleeves, collar, and shoulders were inlaid with golden threads, and his entire body exuded an aura of nobility. But the most eye-catching of all was the yin-yang wuji symbol on his chest. The origin immortal wuji. The symbol on this figure's body was almost identical to the symbol of the origin immortal lord. The legend of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art had been passed down through the generations of the martial arts world, and everyone knew that this number 1 art had been created by the origin immortal lord long ago. In order to become the world's number 1, countless martial artists had fought with all their might, but in the end, all of them had died while searching for this art. But very few people knew that besides the origin immortal art, the Origin Immortal Lord had also left behind a descendant to silently guard this treasury. Over the years, the Origin Immortal Art's treasure map had been a mix of real and fake, and no one had been able to find it. Other than the fact that no one had been able to complete the treasure map, a significant part of the reason was that the descendants of the Origin Immortal Lord had been secretly trying to stop them. This was not just because of the Origin Immortal Treasury, but also because they were guarding an important secret. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to open the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. Get ready. Once the treasury is opened, no matter how many people enter, they can't be allowed to come out alive. In addition, keep an eye on that group. They're the ones directing everything from behind the scenes. When the time comes, they'll definitely come out. No matter what, we have to kill them. Yes. Putting aside the reactions elsewhere, when that martial artist touched the steep, craggy, and lofty Origin Immortal Mountain, an even greater change was yet to come. Rumble. The earth shook and the sky shook. The ground beneath everyone's feet trembled violently. Furthermore, the trembling this time was much stronger than any other time. What's going on? Is there another mechanism? Everyone be careful. When the surrounding cultivators sensed the movement beneath their feet, horror filled their faces. Like birds and beasts, they all retreated. Once bitten, twice shy, and when it came to the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury, no matter how many ambushes or traps there were, no one would be surprised. But a moment later, the transformation of the Origin Immortal Mountain caught everyone by surprise. Buzz! Accompanied by a violent tremor, countless gravel slid down from the mountain. Keklak! A moment later, a massive fissure appeared, extending from the summit all the way to the base of the mountain, splitting the entire mountain in two. The fissure grew larger and larger, extending to both sides. As everyone watched in shock, the entire Origin Immortal Mountain seemed to be under the control of some mysterious energy. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, the two halves of the Origin Immortal Mountain grew farther and farther apart. Gravel and dust continued to fall from the mountain. What's going on here? Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight, and even Wang Chong and the evil emperor couldn't help but frown. This Origin Immortal Mountain was several hundred meters tall and craggy. Splitting this majestic mountain in two was not something a human could do. This sight had already surpassed the limits of human ability and could be called a miracle. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. This is a classic dragon-defying layout, with Kuan above and Qian below. It has become a hidden dragon layout. It seems like the true entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury is underground. A familiar voice rang out in his ear. The short formation elder was stroking his beard, his eyes fixed forward, his entire being unable to contain his delight. As if in response to the formation elder's words, the ground between the two halves of the Origin Immortal Mountain began to collapse. A huge pit with a diameter of 600 to 700 meters suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 1468. The pit was pitch black and bottomless. The exposed walls were as smooth as a mirror. In everyone's perception, this pit that had suddenly appeared was like a bottomless abyss, deep, mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying at the same time. In front of this massive pit, the dense mass of martial artists seemed as insignificant as ants. Silence, incomparable silence. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. Countless gazes from all directions were focused on the huge pit that had suddenly appeared. Although there was no evidence at that moment, everyone instinctively had the same thought. This massive pit was undoubtedly the true entrance to the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. But unlike their previous excitement, when the entrance truly opened, no one spoke, and everyone instantly calmed down. Look over there. At this moment, one of the martial artists standing at the very front extended a finger and shouted, "Senior martial brother, do you want to kill me?" In an instant, everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Not far from the mysterious giant pit, there stood a stone tablet about 6 to 7 feet tall. Several large words had been written on the steel in cinnabar, each of them etched with a metallic hook and a silver stroke. It was just that everyone had been attracted by the huge change, and their attention was focused on the huge crater, so they hadn't noticed it. The origin of mortal art. There is no gate to fortune or disaster. Only the fated will obtain it. In the distance, Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he recognized the 12 words on the steel. The origin immortal art. It really is the origin immortal art. The origin immortal Lord's treasury must be in this pit. Let's go. An excited shout suddenly rang out. If it had been in the past, everyone would have rushed forward upon hearing this. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Even the excited cultivator stood there motionless. The crowd looked at each other, the atmosphere both awkward and strange. Everyone was waiting for the other to act so that they could scout out the truth for them. The sects were a place of mutual deception, and no one here was a kind soul. No one dared to recklessly charge in before they had clearly investigated the matter. Humph. Seeing that no one was moving, the Black Een ancestor coldly smiled. Then, without any warning, the Black Een ancestor waved a sleeve, and 3 or 4 unaffiliated martial artists at the front were immediately pushed away by the Black Een ancestor, flying high into the air and crashing into the pit. Just as these 3 or 4 idle warriors appeared above the pit, in an instant it was as if they were grabbed by an invisible force and fell straight into the pit. Ah! Screams filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, the martial artists of the martial arts whirled shot into the giant pit like meteors, vanishing from sight. Hua! In a flash, the people around the Black Een ancestor and the 5 Ancestor Alliance began to retreat as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Even more people were looking in the direction of the bottomless black hole. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were drenched in cold sweat. There's something strange about this pit. Looking at the huge crater, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. Although the Black Een ancestor was vicious and cruel, he had always been a member of the evil path, so his actions were not surprising to others. On the other hand, from the way these martial artists were falling, it was clear that there was an abnormal, attractive force within the pit that was causing them to fall even faster. Cree! At this moment, the cry of a bird came from the sky, and a large bird unfurled its wings and flew toward the mountains behind the crowd. But a moment later, when the bird reached the top of the pit, something strange happened. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there was only a sorrowful cry, and the giant bird was instantly sucked in by a strong suction force. It suddenly fell into the pit and disappeared. Ah! Seeing this scene, everyone's expression instantly changed. Even the Black Een ancestor and Jili Laozu couldn't help but widen their eyes. Anyone at the Black Een ancestor's level of cultivation could use an ability similar to the celestial wolf's divine procession. However, no matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to soar freely in the sky like a bird. However, even a bird was instantly sucked down when it appeared above the pit, let alone them. It seems like getting into the origin immortal treasury won't be as easy as we imagined, Chief Wushang suddenly said. After experiencing the origin immortal formation, no one dared to underestimate the things left behind by the origin immortal lord. Although they still hadn't seen what was inside, they could already sense that the depths of the pit were fraught with danger. Chongher, do you still remember those words that appeared on the energy condensation pearl? The demonic emperor old man suddenly spoke. I remember, Wang Chong whispered, knowing what his master was asking. When the 6 treasure maps had been collected, almost everyone's attention had been focused on the star map and the location of the origin immortal lord's treasury, so no one had noticed those final few lines of bird seal script. Only Wang Chong knew that those lines of bird seal script were far more important than he imagined. What's fake and what's not fake? Smoke obscures the eyes of the rabbit. 1,000 layers of the ocean covers a pearl. What's real and what's not? The abyss falls into a cave within a cave of 9 layers, a palace within a palace of 1,000 years. This was probably the abyss mentioned in the poem. The energy condensation, Pearl, actually had a few other lines about the origin immortal treasury, but with so many people around, it was inconvenient to say them. The evil emperor said nothing, only nodded, a pensive look in his eyes. The origin immortal lord would never leave behind words for no reason, so there was definitely a deeper meaning behind those lines. The crowd around the massive pit buzzed with chatter, but no one dared to recklessly enter. However, just as everyone was still hesitating, the temperature in the air suddenly skyrocketed. Before anyone could react, a red cloud shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, disappearing along the edge of the crater in a flash. This sudden scene greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. It's the Four Ends martial lord. Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he recognized who it was. In the entire region, the only one who could cultivate stellar energy to such a level was probably the Four Ends martial lord. Ha ha ha! It won't be that easy to take the origin immortal art for yourself. The Black Een ancestor sinisterly chuckled and swiftly attacked. Roar! There was a heaven-shaking roar as the Black Een ancestor's body seethed with black smoke. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a massive black dragon that appeared before everyone's eyes. Swoosh! Before anyone could react, the Black Een ancestor had already shot forward, climbing into the pit in the distance. Clatter! 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 The Black Een ancestor's black dragon climbed down the smooth walls of the pit and vanished from sight. Every item left behind by the origin immortal lord was fraught with danger. For many martial artists, it was practically certain death. But for martial arts titans like the Four Ends martial lord and the Black Een ancestor, no matter how dangerous it was, it could not stop them from seizing the world's #1 art. Whoosh! With the Four Ends martial lord and the Black Een ancestor leading the way, everyone's ambitions were roused. Brothers, charge! The origin immortal lord's treasury has been opened. Don't let the Four Ends martial lord and the Black Een ancestor take it all for themselves. Everyone charge! Nobles, generals, and generals all have guts. The world's #1 will definitely be mine. Bastard, don't let them get ahead of us. In a flash, the dense and motionless army of martial artists seemed to have been roused and began to surge toward the enormous pit. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No matter what sort of danger was in the pit, nothing could resist the allure of the origin immortal art. Moreover, if the Four Ends martial lord and the Black Een ancestor had gone down, what else did the others have to fear? In an instant, under the gazes of countless people, the densely packed martial artists rushed to the edge of the huge pit like a tide. Moreover, each and every one of them displayed their magical powers, using both their hands and feet. Relying on their vigorous martial power, they headed towards the bottom of the pit. Let's go! At the same time, Jili Laozu thrust out a palm, causing the air to churn as water vapor began to gather. In the blink of an eye, it had gathered into a massive ball of clear water that began to fluctuate in the air. Dish! Jili Laozu waved his hand, and the water immediately engulfed him and the martial arts experts around him. In the blink of an eye, they were already descending into the pit. But when they reached the edge of the pit, there was a clear cry of a crane. The ball of water that had engulfed Jili Laozu and the martial arts experts suddenly transformed into a red-crowned crane with a wingspan of 7 or 8 feet and began to glide along the edge of the pit. For a long time, one could still hear the cry of the water crane. Charge! Don't let them get ahead of us! The martial artists of the Northwest became even more excited at this sight. In the blink of an eye, thousands of martial artists began to climb down the smooth walls of the pit. Trying to steal the origin immortal art from us? Truly overestimating themselves. There was a heaven-shaking roar as a massive white bone devil rose from the 5 Ancestor Alliance's ranks. This bone devil was 30 to 40 meters tall, its entire body made of bone, and black energy seethed from it. It was suffused with the stench of death. Whoosh! A moment later, the white bone devil began to climb with astonishing speed toward the entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury. Along the way, the bone devil ancestor tossed all the martial artists in his way into the air or swept them to the side like fallen leaves. Chapter 1469. It's about time. It's time for us to act. At the same time, in another direction, the Jingqi League Lord Song Yuan's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze forward. Swish! Without any warning, a vast energy of life poured into the feet of the Jingqi League Lord Song Yuan. A moment later, a massive vine as thick as an arm erupted from the ground. This massive vine seemed to have a life of its own, swiftly dragging the bodies of the Jingqi League Lord Song Yuan and Xia Guangting toward the pit ahead. In the blink of an eye, it began to slowly descend into the pit, and a moment later, the two of them vanished. Behind the two of them, large amounts of green vines burst out of the ground like a miracle. They quickly intertwined to form a green passageway that extended into the cave. Ha! Everyone, follow the Alliance Lord. Let's go. A moment later, all the Jingqi League experts charged forward, following the vine that the Jingqi League Lord had left behind as they climbed into the depths of the pit, moving quickly and steadily. With the vines that Song Yuan had left behind, the Jingqi League experts were much faster than anyone else. Hurry! Follow them down! Many martial artists felt their hearts heat up at this sight, and they immediately followed behind the Jingqi League experts, grabbing onto the thick vines as they descended. The thick vines that Song Yuan had left behind were all deeply embedded into the smooth walls of the pit. With the help of these vines, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Follow! Hurry! Seeing this, more and more martial artists began to follow suit. But after climbing down 20 to 30 meters with the help of the vines, something unexpected occurred. Without any warning, the green vines in the hands of the martial artists suddenly turned to smoke and vanished into nothingness. As for those martial artists who had been climbing down the vines behind the Righteous Alliance, they were caught off guard and screamed as they plummeted to the ground. Ah! The shrill screams grew further and further away, quickly disappearing into the pitch-black pit. It did not stop for a long time. The martial artists standing at the edge of the pit immediately panicked at this sight, and they began to struggle and retreat. The Jingqi League experts had long ago vanished from the pit. The entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury had been opened, and nothing could be stopped. Even those martial artists that had followed Song Yuan and the Jingqi League into the abyss were nothing more than a tiny splash in the massive lake. More and more martial artists swarmed toward the bottom of the pit like ants. The walls of the pit were smooth and precipitous, far from being as easy to push off as one would imagine. People constantly screamed as they fell, but none of this could stop the vast number of martial artists. Chonga, get ready. We should go down as well. At this moment, the evil emperor turned to Wang Chong and Chief Wushang. Wang Chong gave a firm nod. The out-of-control, great yin-yang heaven creation art was his greatest problem. Since he had opened the entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury, he had to get in and get to the bottom of it. Wang Chong, kid, I won't be going into the Origin Immortal Lord's Treasury. I'm too weak, and even if I go in, I'll only be a burden to you, so I might as well stay up there. The Formation Elder suddenly said, Kid, remember what I told you. Brat, remember what I told you. The Origin Immortal Lord's Treasury also has a Formation Divine Tome, placed together with the Origin Immortal Art. No matter what, you have to get it for me. I'll be waiting for your good news up there. The Formation Elder looked at Wang Chong, his eyes glimmering and his face brimming with hope. The Formation Divine Tome recorded many ancient formations that had been lost to time, each of them incredibly powerful. To the vast majority of martial artists, this tome was useless, but to the Formation Elder, it was the #1 art in the world. No matter what, I'll do my best to find that formation divine tome for you, Wang Chong solemnly said. A few moments later, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief Wushang arrived at the edge of the pit. So deep! Looking down from above, Wang Chong gazed into the pit. Looking at it from afar was completely different from standing at the edge of the pit and looking down from above. As Wang Chong looked down, all he could see was ghastly darkness, like a bottomless pit. Wang Chong tried to send out his psychic energy, but not even Wang Chong's psychic energy could find the bottom. Go down! The demonic emperor, old man, said, turning his head to the Wushang village chief. The Wushang village chief immediately understood and threw out his white cane. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the white cane in the chief Wushang's hand vanished, replaced by a white dragon 30 to 40 meters long. This technique was none other than the white dragon divine art of Wushang village. The chief Wushang had once used this technique to execute the 5 dragons soar to the heavens technique, and now he had used it on his cane to transform it into a white dragon. The white dragon wriggled and quickly climbed down from the edge of the pit. Finally, it stopped 20 to 30 meters away from the edge of the pit and waited silently. Walala! With a shake of his sleeve, the demonic emperor, old man, jumped down from the edge of the pit and landed on the head of the white dragon's head. The Wushang village chief quickly followed suit and landed on the white dragon's head, one on the demonic emperor, old man's left and one on the right. No matter what, I have to get the origin immortal art. Wang Chong closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, and then opened his eyes and landed on the white dragon's tail. Whoosh! As the formation elder and countless other martial artists watched, the white dragon moved its 4 claws and coiled its body as it brought Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief Wushang down the pit. In just a few seconds, they had left many of the martial artists behind. How strange! This pit is like a black hole. As Wang Chong stood on the dragon's tail, he carefully sensed his surroundings. He hadn't noticed it when he was up above, but now that he was in the pit, Wang Chong immediately felt his body grow heavy. It was like some invisible energy was acting on his stellar energy, making Wang Chong feel like his stellar energy was on the verge of bursting out of his pores. He had never felt this way before, and in these circumstances, Wang Chong found it very difficult to use all of his energy. If Wang Chong was in such a state, one could easily imagine how the others were faring. The white dragon slithered down the pit. As Wang Chong rode on its tail, he could see many martial artists climbing down the smooth walls of the pit, their heads down and feet up. The walls were slippery and difficult to use as leverage, so these martial artists had gathered their stellar energy in their hands and feet so that their bodies were firmly pressed against the walls. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. 20 to 30 meters down, Wang Chong saw several martial artists fall off the walls and into the bottomless pit. But none of this could stop the climbing martial artists. Thousands of them were completely unaffected, and they continued to climb even faster. Time slowly passed. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, the pit was still so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, and the martial artists on both sides were still climbing down, showing no signs of stopping. Wang Chong looked across and saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Even someone of Wang Chong's abilities found it difficult to make out the situation on the other side. The lower I go, the darker it gets, making it harder to see down. When the time comes, I'll probably have to use other methods. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, Chong, careful. As he was thinking, his master, the evil emperor, spoke in his ear. Wang Chong didn't react at first, but a few seconds later, Wang Chong felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, and his breathing became much less comfortable. The air is getting thinner. Get ready. The evil emperor's voice came from up ahead. Wang Chong's heart chilled as he immediately understood. The deeper one went, the thinner the air became. Without enough air, even martial artists who could shatter the heavens with the snap of a finger would find it difficult to breathe. This passage was far more difficult than he had imagined. Those martial artists are starting to retreat. At this moment, the Wushang village chief spoke, his voice extremely solemn. Hearing this, Wang Chong subconsciously looked to his sides. On the walls of the cavern, thousands of cultivators were climbing down quickly. But now, a large number of cultivators stopped and looked down with hesitant expressions. They hadn't noticed it at the start, but now these martial artists could clearly sense that the first obstacle to the Origin immortal treasury had appeared. This obstacle was not some other ambitious powerhouse, but the rapidly thinning air in the pit. This was a barrier that could not be crossed. Once the air in the pit thinned to a certain point, even these martial artists would die. Damn it, how could it be like this? Several dozen zhang from Wang Chong's group, a martial artist, crouched against the wall like a spider as he sensed the gradually increasing suffocation and even the flow of stellar energy being affected. He couldn't help but punch the wall. He had originally believed that his greatest foes in seizing the Origin immortal art were top-class experts like the Black Yin ancestor and Wang Chong. He had never expected that the thin air in the first trial would become an insurmountable moat. This was more difficult to accept than any of his opponents. If this continues, we'll die. Retreat, hurry and retreat. This pit is too deep, more than 1,000 meters. I don't even know where it ends. The other martial artist's face was also filled with despair. He had believed that it would be 700 or 800 meters at most, but now more than 1,000 meters had yet to reach the end. Chapter 1470. Being the world's #1 might be good, but I still have to die. This won't do. I have to retreat. One of the martial artists clenched his teeth, a struggle in his eyes as he mentally battled with himself for a long time. Finally, he turned around and used his hands and feet to climb to the top of the cave like a giant gecko. He could sense that if he didn't turn around, he really would fall down and die in vain. When one of them turned around, it was like a domino effect. The other cultivators also turned around and headed towards the top of the pit unwillingly. This was a stark contrast to how they had been scrambling to get ahead. Treasures were important, but their lives were even more important. Time slowly passed, and the allure of treasures caused the vast majority of martial artists to continue climbing down. 1,200 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,800 meters, 2,000 meters. A few hours passed. Apart from the sound of climbing, the pit was eerily quiet. But this pit was like a bottomless abyss that seemed to have no end. Along the way, more and more martial artists could not hold on any longer. They had no choice but to turn around and climb upwards. Wang Chong remained motionless, lowering his aura to the minimum and even retracting his life force. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't even be able to sense the life energy in his body. Tortoise breathing art. The strange art that Wang Chong had learned from the Sindhi monk was now showing its use. Martial artists were unable to endure thin air because their metabolism was too powerful. But if their bodily functions were at their lowest, their need for air would also be minimal. Thus, even if the air was thin, they could still move normally. This was the countermeasure that Wang Chong had come up with to deal with this bottomless abyss. Not bad. On the head of the white dragon, the demonic emperor Old Man had been worried about Wang Chong this entire time. When he heard Wang Chong's breathing and how his bodily functions were dropping to the limit, he couldn't help but give a slight nod. Although Wang Chong was young, he was extremely experienced. There was no need for him to worry too much about dealing with this situation. Buzz! A moment later, the demonic emperor Old Man closed his eyes and used a special art. He didn't know Wang Chong's turtle breathing technique, but as a grandmaster of the martial arts world, the #1 person of the evil path, the evil emperor, he knew many different kinds of special techniques, much more than Wang Chong. Almost at the same time, Chief of Wushang, whose robes were fluttering in the wind, also reduced his aura to the minimum. The winds howled as the martial artists on both sides continued to climb like monkeys toward the bottomless pit. In the face of danger, many martial artists were unwilling to give up. This place should be close to 3,000 meters from the top of the cave, but he still couldn't see the bottom. Just how deep was the pit left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord? Moreover, why did he make this treasure trove so complicated? Wang Chong sat cross-legged without moving. With the help of his stellar energy, he firmly attached himself to the white dragon. His mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. Whether it was in this life or his last, Wang Chong had experienced many dangerous places, but none of them felt as insignificant as this bottomless pit. Hanging from the walls was as insignificant as an ant, and he could drop at any moment. This pit was like a world of giants, and it was impossible to know where it ended. The air at 3,000 meters was extremely thin. This distance was an unimaginable depth for many martial artists, almost like an abyss. But Wang Chong sensed that this was still an extremely small distance for this enormous pit with a diameter of 700 to 800 meters. Everyone who comes here is aiming for the title of #1 in the world. But I don't know how many people will be able to endure and reach the bottom. With this thought, Wang Chong slowly raised his head. From Wang Chong's perspective, the sky above him was gloomy and gloomy. The hole he had come from had been like a bright moon hanging in the distant sky, but now it was only the size of a sesame seed. As far as the eye could see, a large number of martial artists were still climbing down from the sky. This scene was like a dark passage leading to another world. Whoosh! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a violent tremor from the ground, accompanied by a shower of stones and debris. The white dragon's massive body began to tremble, half of its body suspended in the air. Even Wang Chong was fiercely swaying. Shocked, Wang Chong hurriedly steadied himself. It's the wall. A cold light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes as he focused on the wall below him. At this depth, the surroundings were dark and the light was extremely weak. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to see anything, but Wang Chong could see a faint white light refracting off the wall. Chong, careful. The wall here is much smoother, and the earth and stone below the surface are rather soft. You can't use the white dragon to go down. In the darkness, the evil emperor's grave voice came from up ahead. After just 3,000 meters, before they had even reached the bottom, the walls of the pit had already become rather difficult to climb. This was something that no one had expected. Brother Fong, get ready and remove the white dragon. We'll walk. Chong, are you ready? The evil emperor sternly said. The first part of his sentence was directed at the chief of Wushang, while the second part was directed at Wang Chong. In the darkness, the chief of Wushang nodded. He had only used the white staff to transform into a dragon because he didn't understand this place, but there was no need now. Your disciple understands. Wang Chong gave a serious nod, but his face didn't change much. The change had come faster than expected. But for Wang Chong, it was time for him to show off his skills. Walala! A few moments later, the white dragon slipped, and another large piece of earth and stone fell toward the bottom of the pit. The combined strength of the three and the stellar energy, transformed into a dragon, was too much for the walls to bear. The three of them had split up and walked alone, which was the best outcome. Roar! At this moment, there was a deafening dragon roar. The chief of Wushang pulled back his palm, and the 34-meter-long and lifelike white dragon immediately scattered, transforming back into a white staff that was 6 to 7 feet long. Like a young bird, it flew back into the chief of Wushang's hand. Walala! At this moment, the evil emperor leaped forward, his robes fluttering in the wind as he drew a small arc in the air. Then, his feet landed firmly on the smooth wall of the pit. A massive surge of stellar energy burst out of his body and crashed into the wall through his feet. In the next moment, the evil emperor actually straightened his body and walked perpendicular to the smooth wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He walked directly toward the bottom of the pit, who knew how deep it was. On the other side, the chief of Wushang tapped the ground with his staff and also stepped on the wall, walking forward with the evil emperor. As for Wang Chong, although his strength was limited, as the master of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, Wang Chong had long since reached the point of perfection in the use of all kinds of suction forces. Whoosh! In the instant that he flew off the back of the white dragon, Wang Chong quickly drew out a stream of energy from the energy condensation pearl. At the same time, he turned it into a cyclone and gathered it at his chest, creating a powerful repulsive force that actually canceled out most of the suction force at the bottom of the pit. At the same time, he pushed his feet forward, and a surge of stellar energy rushed 7 to 8 feet deep into the wall, immediately latching onto it. Almost there. Using this method and the repulsive force of the wall, I should be able to minimize the suction force at the bottom of the pit. Wang Chong thought to himself. That cyclone was a minor technique that he had been thinking about ever since he entered the pit, and it took him a lot of effort to come up with it. Wang Chong had been a little uncertain at first, but now it was clear that the minor technique he had come up with was proving to be useful. Even so, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. This pit was like another dangerous and unknown world, and Wang Chong's minor technique was only able to barely maintain a delicate balance in his body, making it easier for him compared to the others. But it was still not the time to relax. No one knew what other dangers were lurking in this huge pit. Everyone be careful. I'm afraid that the dangers in this pit are far from beginning. The evil emperor's voice sounded in their ears. Before he finished speaking, he turned his sleeves and disappeared ahead. Wang Chong's heart thumped, and he quickly followed. 3,500 meters, 3,700 meters, 3,900 meters. The pit got deeper and deeper, and breathing became more and more difficult. There were many places that looked very smooth at first glance, but once they were subjected to any force, they would immediately become very soft, like tofu dregs, and fall off easily. Why haven't we reached the end yet? Wang Chong frowned slightly, and he carefully observed his surroundings. In the darkness, he could faintly hear the sound of rocks sliding down. Wang Chong's gaze swept over, and he could faintly see a few figures continuing to climb down. At this depth, the number of martial artists around was much lesser than at the entrance. But even so, there were still quite a number of people continuing to explore underground. Just within the range of Wang Chong's senses, there were at least 700 to 800 people. Some were using swords and sabers, some were using steel ropes, and everyone was displaying their own skills. But no matter who they were, to be able to reach this position, they were all experts. Wang Chong took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued to stride forward. It was extremely difficult to walk on the vertical walls of the pit as if it was flat ground. Once he fell, even Wang Chong did not know what other dangers awaited him, and what his chances of survival were. 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters. Looking up from this height, he could not even see the light from the entrance. Everywhere he looked, it had become a world of darkness, and the air was filled with endless danger. Chapter 1471. What's going on here? We've already climbed 7,000 meters. Why haven't we reached the end? An impatient roar came from the darkness. After climbing so far, the air was thin, the walls were dangerous, and they had expended a great deal of stellar energy. Finally, some of the martial artists could no longer endure. If they had known from the start that this pit was so deep, they would have reconsidered for a long time. Crucially, it wasn't that it was deep, but that they didn't know where the end was. This was the most torturous part. Let's go. If this continues, we'll probably die of exhaustion before we even reach the Origin Immortal Cave. Another unwilling voice came from the darkness. Even these powerful martial artists began to feel hopeless. Some of them even turned around and began to climb back up the mountain. In the face of this endless challenge, they had finally retreated. This is fine. At least we can get rid of some of the weaker people ahead of time. Wang Chong faintly smiled. At this moment, he somewhat understood the Origin Immortal Lord's intentions. The allure of the Origin Immortal art was so astonishing that almost no martial artist could resist it. This bottomless pit could make most of the martial artists retreat in the face of difficulties and also avoid some unnecessary casualties. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful scream came from the darkness. It was extremely ear-piercing in this empty underground space, and unlike before, this scream was tinged with extreme pain, as if someone had been ambushed and injured. Buzz! Wang Chang's expression flickered as he sensed extreme danger. However, before he could react, in the next moment, swish, 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 a wave of ear-piercing whistles resounded in the darkness. In front of Wang Chong, 20 to 30 projectiles were shooting toward Wang Chong with astonishing speed. Bang! Wang Chong's heart chilled, and with a jolt of his dantian, boundless stellar energy erupted from his body and transformed into an iron wall that protected him. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, all 20 to 30 projectiles were sent flying by Wang Chong. But a moment later, plush, 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 plush. Not good. Wang Chong's body trembled as he understood what was happening. Turning his head, he saw that 20 to 30 meters above him, a row of projectiles had been thrust into the ground. These projectiles were imbued with stellar energy, and in a flash they had exploded. Boom! Large swaths of rock and dirt began to pour down toward Wang Chong. Whoosh! Wang Chong thrust upon behind him and immediately began to fly off in another direction. Swish, swish, swish. At almost the same time, several dozen shuttle-like weapons shot toward Wang Chong with destructive energy. Half of these weapons were aimed at Wang Chong, while the other half were aimed at the loose rock around Wang Chong. The suction in the pit was extremely powerful, and it directly affected stellar energy. For a martial artist, this was extremely fatal. The other party had forced Wang Chong to leap out and at the same time shattered the surrounding wall structure. Clearly, they had sinister intentions. It was all for Wang Chong to fall from here. In a flash, the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body rumbled. In a flash, the chi whirlpool in front of his chest rapidly expanded to resist the powerful suction at the bottom of the pit. At the same time, Wang Chong's feet shifted, producing a powerful suction that firmly latched onto a cave wall 7 to 8 meters away. And at the same time, Wang Chong flicked his wide sleeves. More than 10 projectiles shot toward him, as well as 7 to 8 huge rocks falling from above, were immediately wrapped up by Wang Chong's great yin-yang stellar energy and reflected in the opposite direction. Go! Around Wang Chong, 2 phantoms of a sun and a moon appeared and vanished as he pushed the great yin-yang heaven creation art to its limits. The massive rocks and the projectiles shot forward like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, a series of explosions came from the other side, accompanied by the sound of falling rocks and earth. Soon, a strange cackle came from the other side. Keek, kid. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped this calamity. The Black Yin ancestor. Wang Chong's eyes chilled as he instantly recognized who it was. The Black Yin ancestor had moved faster than anyone else in this operation. The 4 Ns martial lord had only just descended when he had already entered the pit. Logically speaking, the Black Yin ancestor should have been at least 2,000 meters in front of him. Who could have expected that he would turn back and ambush him? And from the sound, Wang Chong could tell that the Black Yin ancestor was on the other side of the pit, 700 to 800 meters away. On the surface, this distance wouldn't have been much, but in this pit, the air was thin and the gravity was so great that flying was difficult. Not even supreme experts like Wang Chong and the Black Yin ancestor could cross this distance. The Black Yin ancestor had clearly realized this point, which was why he had thought of using projectiles. But as Wang Chong's mind was turning and he was still thinking about how to deal with the Black Yin ancestor, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Zhang Wenfu, you bastard!" The Black Een ancestor's panicked and furious voice rang out in the darkness as he fled. From his voice, it was clear that he had suffered a loss. "How is it? Is Chonger injured?" At almost the same time, a figure appeared at Wang Chang's side in a rush of energy. It was Wang Chang's master, the evil emperor. At some point, he had returned and appeared at Wang Chang's side. "I'm fine." Wang Chang felt a warmth in his heart as he shook his head. But it seems like the Five Ancestor Alliance has already begun to move against the others. When collecting the treasure map, everyone had worked together, and even the Black Een ancestor had contributed a great deal to the task of collecting the treasure map. But now, this temporary alliance had clearly come to an end. The Black Een ancestor's intervention clearly meant that their relationship had reached a new level. At this level, everyone would use every method at their disposal to kill their opponents and reduce the competition. The situation underground is complicated, and vision and strength are limited. Do your best not to stray too far from me. This way, no matter what scheme you have, your master will be able to assist you at any time," the evil emperor sternly said. His expression had become much graver upon entering the pit. This was a very rare expression on the face of the evil emperor. Wang Chang nodded and followed the evil emperor deeper into the pit. Unknowingly, 4 to 6 hours had passed. As Wang Chang and the demonic emperor old man continued to explore the depths of the pit, the more than 7,000 martial artists on the ground outside had all entered the pit. The martial artists who had given up midway also began to emerge from the pits. This was the first time in the history of the martial arts world that so many martial artists, including a titan of the evil path like the Black Een ancestor, were participating in such a large-scale operation. "Young master, this place is too dangerous. Do we really have to go down?" Far from the pit, a tall guard turned his head to look at young Master Qingyang. For hours later, a few martial artists had climbed out of the pit and brought back some information. In their discussions, they had heard phrases like, "The air is too thin, the walls are too slippery, bottomless, the suction is too great," and so on. All the information they had received indicated that this bottomless pit was too dangerous and not suitable for them. Although young Master Qingyang had a foundation in martial arts, his cultivation level wasn't very high. In the eyes of these people, he was no different from an ordinary person. Not even those who were stronger than young Master Qingyang could endure it, much less an ordinary martial artist like young Master Qingyang. "Sword Dragon, you know my personality. The origin immortal art is the #1 art in the world, and it's rare for me to come across a treasure trove like this one. If I don't go in and take a look, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Young Master Qingyang was dressed in an azure robe, his long hair dancing in the wind as he stared at the nearby pit, his eyes gleaming. Young Master Qingyang's movements were secretive, and he rarely interacted with the martial arts world. No faction had ever been able to invite him to join them. Although young Master Qingyang didn't have a strong desire for power, he had another hobby that everyone in the world knew about. Young Master Qingyang was fond of traveling and exploring. Wherever there was danger, wherever there were fortuitous encounters, that would be where he would be. Young Master Qingyang would normally spend the majority of his time on this. Now that he had finally come across the opening of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure trove, this truly powerful treasure trove, young Master Qingyang wouldn't miss out on it, even if he had to die. The inseparable guard next to young Master Qingyang, the sword dragon that young Master Qingyang spoke of, gave a deep sigh and finally fell silent. He had known the answer long ago, but he still held out hope that he might be able to persuade young Master Qingyang. Sword Dragon understands. No matter where young Master goes, this subordinate swears to follow you to the death. Sword Dragon sternly said, his eyes turning determined. No matter how dangerous this place was, as long as he was here, he would not allow young Master to come to any harm. Sword Dragon quickly put young Master Qingyang on his back and then took out a rope to tie himself to young Master Qingyang. Only this way could they avoid any possible danger. There were no longer many martial artists around the pit. Sword Dragon strode forward, carrying young Master Qingyang on his back, and was about to enter the pit with an indomitable aura. But a moment later, before the pair could enter, there was a flash of light, and a black silhouette exuding boundless energy entered the pit first. At that moment, the pair could clearly sense that this black silhouette possessed an energy no weaker than that of the Black Yin ancestor, or Song Yuani. That is, Sword Dragon's body trembled, a deep apprehension in his eyes. Eastern Turkic King Bagushadu! Young Master Qingyang's eyes flashed as he spoke. He was naturally knowledgeable, and although he didn't have a deep connection to the factions of the martial arts world, he knew all the martial artists, including the experts of the surrounding barbarians. Chapter 1472. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This Eastern Turkic king handed over the treasure map of his own accord and then chose to enter last. Hearing this, Sword Dragon remained silent. Young Master, be at ease. I won't let him harm you. With young Master Qingyang on his back, Sword Dragon jumped down the pit wall. Time slowly passed, and by the time young Master Qingyang entered the pit, no one else had appeared around it. At this moment, several figures appeared around the pit. They were wearing large cloaks and appeared no different from the martial artists of the other sex. But the energy they exuded was identical to that of the people controlling the Origin immortal formation. Once the gate is open, it's very difficult to close it again. All the martial artists have entered the endless abyss. One of the figures suddenly said, if those martial artists had heard these words, they would have been flabbergasted. This was because these Origin immortal guardians were calling this massive pit the endless abyss. Based on the time, those martial artists should have already reached that place. Another Origin immortal guardian said, it's about time. 10 minutes at most. Another Origin immortal guardian said, it's about time. At most, it will take the time to brew a cup of tea. 10 minutes at most, someone said. Humph. Prepare to activate the mechanism. This time, all of them must die here. Only extreme fear and death can make these people revere the immortal lord, the leading Origin immortal guardian said. Buzz! From afar, he cast a spell in the direction of the endless abyss, and the group quickly left this place. Clang, clang, clang. The clattering of metal came from the pit. The sounds of fighting could be heard in the darkness, and the deeper one went, the more frequent the sounds became. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang had gathered together and were rapidly advancing along the smooth walls of the pit. Given the energy they exuded, very few people dared to provoke them. But even so, Wang Chong could not avoid these sneak attacks. Thwish, thwish, thwish. Just as the three of them were moving forward, countless iron caltrops the size of a child's fist shot through the air in the blink of an eye, enveloping Wang Chong and the others like a rain of petals. Boom! The chief of Wushang extended the white cane in his hand, and an enormous blast of stellar energy burst forth like a torrent of steel. It instantly transformed into an invisible barrier that caught all the caltrops that filled the sky and sent them flying back to where they came from. Boom! 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 A series of shocking explosions rang out, followed by a miserable shriek. About 70 or 80 meters away, a cultivator hidden in the dark screamed miserably. His entire body was mangled by the caltrops, and he fell straight down the smooth cliff. Boom! Following that, a deafening sound of a saber resounded throughout heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a majestic blade Qi shot out like the Milky Way. The blade Qi was snow-white and blazing. It was 30 to 40 meters long and slashed towards the three of them. You overestimate yourself. The evil emperor stood still, his body perpendicular to the crater. He did not even turn his head. With a wave of his left sleeve, the spiritual energy in the air converged into a roiling mist that converged in the direction of the evil emperor. At the same time, the air howled as another majestic energy burst out of the evil emperor's body. This boundless saber seemed capable of cleaving apart the heavens and sundering the earth, capable of cleaving apart even a mountain. But it was stuck in the air several dozen feet from the demonic emperor Old Man's head, unable to descend. Bang! At this moment, the evil emperor struck out with another palm strike. Aya! The hidden cultivator immediately screamed as he was sent flying several hundred meters away by the evil emperor's palm strike. Blood sprayed everywhere as he plummeted from the sky. Humph! What a bunch of rascals! At almost the same time, Wang Chong turned his gaze to the other end of the crater. Boom! Wang Chong's palm struck an area 7 or 8 meters above those people. A moment later, Wang Chong's palm completely shattered the soil on the walls of the crater. Rocks and dirt began to fall, and the 5 or 6 martial arts experts who had been hiding in the crater and had been preparing to launch an ambush were all jolted down. Aya! The panicked cries continued to echo out from the depths of the crater. It's the people of the 5 Ancestor Alliance and the Zhengqi League, the evil emperor suddenly said as he watched these people plummet into the depths of the crater. He was the #1 expert of the evil path in the martial arts world, so he was extremely familiar with the auras of these 2 factions. It's them. When the Black Yin Ancestor and Song Yuani went down, they probably already knew how to deal with us. Wang Chong nodded. Whether it was the lord of the Zhengqi League, Song Yuani, or the Black Yin Ancestor, each of them had brought many experts with them when they went down. It now appeared that they had entered the crater while leaving behind their subordinates to ambush them. On the surface, these people wouldn't have posed much of a threat, but in this unique terrain, the slightest carelessness could cause even a peak great general expert to fall prey to these people. Master, village chief, you two take the front. I'll use psychic energy from the back. If there's anything, I'll immediately notify you. As they advanced, the trio encountered sporadic attacks, but they were all nullified. Time slowly passed, and as they went deeper and deeper, they reached the 8,000-meter mark. Buzz! Suddenly, without the slightest sign, a strange feeling came from his heart. Wang Chong raised his head and looked forward. A moment later, deep underground, Wang Chong saw something special for the first time. These were thousands of dim rays of light, floating motionlessly in the air like a school of fish. Danger! When Wang Chong unleashed his boundless psychic energy, he instantly felt an intense sense of danger. At that moment, Wang Chong could finally see that those rays of light floating in the air like a school of fish were actually metal blades. These tens of thousands of metal blades were evenly distributed throughout the crater. Even with Wang Chong's psychic energy, he wasn't able to determine just how many metal blades there were in the pit and how many of them were scattered across the area. Not good. We can't touch these mechanisms. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Based on his psychic energy, he could tell that these metal blades were all in a dormant state. As long as he did not touch them or disturb them, he should not be in any danger. What's that? At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from more than 1,000 meters below. It seemed like another martial artist further ahead had also noticed the metal blades floating in the crater. Hurry up and push these things away. Almost at the same time, another faint voice came from below. Not good. Wang Chong's expression changed slightly. The sense of danger in his heart suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Wang Chong wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The martial artist underground seemed to have also sensed the danger of these metal blades. He released a burst of stellar energy, subconsciously trying to push these blades away from him and in other directions. There was nothing wrong with such a reaction. Unfortunately, even that cultivator did not know what the consequences of his instinctive action were. Clang! The metal blades collided with each other, and the clear sound was incomparably loud in the dark underground 7 to 8,000 meters below the surface. The next moment, the sporadic clanging sounds turned into the concentrated sound of blades colliding. Finally, an invisible ripple spread in all directions. Boom! The next moment, something that terrified countless martial artists on the crater walls happened. In the dark void thousands of meters below, the countless metal blades floating in the void extended all the way to the depths of the void. Like a ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber, an endless chilling aura suddenly erupted from them. Moreover, the murderous aura increased exponentially and turned into a terrifying storm. Boom! In just the blink of an eye, thousands of metal blades suddenly shot out with a sharp whistle. Moreover, in a terrifying way, they turned into a storm of blades that swept through the heavens and earth, shooting upward. The blades cut through the air, leaving behind countless dreadful scars. Aya! With a scream, the hundreds of martial artists around the metal blades were the first to fall. They were ground to pieces by the spinning blades like they had fallen into a meat grinder, turning into chunks of flesh and blood that plummeted to the ground. A massive killing machine had begun to move, and this was only the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. With a shrill whistle, a thin, sharp, and handleless metal blade shot forward, instantly striking a martial artist 700 to 800 meters above the crater wall. This martial artist was also a powerful individual, but his strength was limited in this underground world, so the metal blade had managed to cut open his back. Ah! The martial artist's entire body trembled as he screamed in pain and instinctively raised his head. In that instant, a few metal blades slashed across his body one after another. One of them slashed across his neck, while the other four slashed across his limbs and torso. The martial artist didn't even have time to let out a scream before his limbs and bones were cut into pieces that fell to the ground in a puddle of blood. But this was only the beginning. Like a signal, in an instant, tens of thousands of metal blades turned into a huge storm, spewing towards the top of the pit. All the martial artists within a radius of 800 meters, including Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang, were within range of this storm. Ah! Ah! Screams filled the air as thousands of martial artists, unable to react in time, were cut to pieces by this dreadful storm of metal. Severed limbs flew through the air as they plummeted into the depths of the pit. Chapter 1473. Chong-er, be careful! The evil emperor's beard trembled as he sensed the danger. His eyes shone brightly as he positioned himself in front of Wang Chong. At the same time, an enormous wall of stellar energy enveloped the three of them. Bang! Another wave of stellar energy pierced through his feet and into the depths of the cavern, fusing the evil emperor with the earth and the rock stratum beneath his feet. At this moment, the evil emperor was as powerful as a fortress as he withstood the assault of the storm of metal. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the evil emperor finished all this, a storm of metal blades swept toward them. The metal blades that could cut through even steel slammed into the stellar energy wall formed by the evil emperor. Thousands upon thousands of collisions rang out like rain, threatening to tear open one's eardrums. This violent assault caused the stellar energy barrier around the evil emperor to tremble incessantly. These metal blades might be powerful, but to an existence like the evil emperor, this level of attack shouldn't pose any threat. But when there were tens of thousands of these sharp metal blades, coupled with the special terrain that restricted one's strength, even someone of the demonic emperor Old Man's strength felt an enormous pressure. Buzz! Standing within the stellar energy barrier, Wang Chong hid behind his master's broad back, but he could still sense the terrifying danger. Pung pung, pung pung, pung pung pung. The ground beneath their feet was also trembling violently. If they couldn't take it anymore, the ground beneath their feet would probably collapse as well. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The metal blades held endlessly, as if they would never stop. In just 10 short breaths, Wang Chong and the others had withstood tens of thousands of metal blades. And this was only the beginning. This won't do. If this goes on, Master's strength will be wasted here, and in the end, it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Even though his master was standing in front of him, his imposing figure blocking all the dangers and giving off a feeling of invincibility, Zhang Xian's heart sank. However, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the stellar energy in his master's body was being consumed. This was definitely not good news. Although Song Yuanyi and the others didn't know, Wang Chong knew very well that his master couldn't fight for long. If he continued on like this, he would soon run out of stellar energy and fall down, or he would no longer be able to deal with other dangers. I have to think of a way to avoid this wave of attacks. Wang Chong lowered his head, deep in thought. Screams filled the air as countless martial artists rained down from the pit. This was a massacre. In just a few short moments, hundreds more martial artists had been torn to shreds by the metal storm and dropped from the sky. In the face of such a terrifying storm attack that covered an extremely wide area, any warrior's strength was insignificant. Because of the demonic emperor, Wang Chong's group was temporarily safe. But if they didn't think of a way, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Bang! After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes and began to examine his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light as he punched down. Boom! With a massive boom, the ground beneath Wang Chong's feet caved in, sending rocks and dirt plummeting to the ground. The power of Wang Chong's punch had reached tens of meters, creating a massive hole in the wall of the pit. Master, village chief, let's go in. Wang Chong thrust out his left palm and used his other hand to grab his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. With a whoosh, they entered the pit created by the punch. Although this wouldn't immediately get them out of danger, it would at least reduce the number of metal blades that the trio had to endure by at least a third. After doing all this, Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning, his boundless psychic energy surging out into the endless void in front of him. At that moment, Wang Chong's body was motionless, his mind as calm as an ancient well. But the tens of thousands of metal blades whistling through the air around him seemed to pass over a mirror, constantly being projected in Wang Chong's mind. Their trajectories slowly appeared in Wang Chong's psychic energy. At the start, he hadn't been able to see them clearly, and he had only been able to see a few traces left by the blades. But gradually, they became more and more distinct. Wang Chong felt like he had returned to the origin immortal formation and was performing millions of calculations to deduce the pattern and trajectory of the formation's movements. Wang Chong was using the same method to search for a flaw in the massive metal storm formation. Time slowly passed. It seemed like only a second, but it also seemed like countless eons. Found it! Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and he immediately found a special blade amidst the tens of thousands of whistling and spinning metal blades. This blade was 2,000 meters away from Wang Chong, and based on the pattern, it would take some time to reach Wang Chong's group, drawing a complicated arc through the air. The metal blades moved with incredible speed, but Wang Chong had already predicted and calculated their trajectories. In Wang Chong's eyes, this metal blade was the most unique in this metal storm. Buzz! Without any warning, Wang Chong waved his sleeve, and a hand emerged from within the evil emperor's barrier of light. It aimed straight up and spread its fingers. But the attractive force was not very strong, and the only force behind this attractive force was that metal blade. Clang! There was a metallic clang, and then the blade that should have been flying 10 feet above Wang Chong's head suddenly changed course and drew a massive arc in the direction of Wang Chong's group. Clang! With such a small deviation, this sharp blade immediately collided with the second metal blade. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. At the moment of impact, like a domino effect, the most inconceivable thing happened. The two metal blades that had collided bounced off each other and toward two other metal blades that had been flying past. The metal blades that were affected by the collision were reduced to 4. However, this was far from the end. The previous scene happened again. One blade collided with the other, triggering a chain reaction. Not only did it change the trajectory of the two blades at the same time, but it also further expanded the range of attack. 8 blades, 16 blades, 32 blades, 64 blades, 128 blades. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had only changed the trajectory of one blade, but the end result was that tens of thousands of metal blades were affected. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and explosions occurred one after another. The barrage of attacks that had been aimed at Wang Chong suddenly changed their trajectory and landed around the evil emperor's barrier of light, as well as other places. In that instant, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were stunned, and they stopped what they were doing. The ability that Wang Chong had displayed had even the two of them gasping in amazement. In truth, if they wanted to simply knock all the metal blades away and achieve the same effect, they could do it with their cultivation base. But that would consume a lot of stellar energy. Under the current circumstances, they had not even found the bottom of the crater, and it was extremely unwise to expend a lot of stellar energy. But Wang Chong had only made a single move to control one metal blade. The amount of stellar energy he expended was negligible, and yet he had created such a large area of effect. Even the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were shocked. This had nothing to do with cultivation base or cultivation base. It was just that Wang Chong's calculation ability was so vast and complex that it was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Smoke and dust billowed in all directions. The area around Wang Chong and the evil emperor was riddled with holes by the metal blades. The area several thousand meters above and below the crater was a scene of devastation. The damage was much more severe than anywhere else. But the area where Wang Chong and the evil emperor were standing was completely unscathed. Wang Chong stretched out his right hand and spread his fingers as he continued to control the metal blades. 1, 2, 3. Wang Chong continued to calculate and control, and the same thing kept happening. Almost none of the blades could get within 10 zhang of Wang Chong and the others, and Wang Chong's stellar energy consumption was kept at a low level. Master, village chief, you should continue forward. These metal storms will not stop once. If we stay in this area, the attacks will never stop. Wang Chong said grimly. Although the group seemed to be safe and their stellar energy consumption was not high, Wang Chong's psychic energy was being depleted rapidly. Such a huge calculation was also a heavy burden on his psychic energy. Not only that, Wang Chong's psychic energy could sense that all the metal blades that had hit the wall were being controlled by an invisible force and were flying out into the sky. And in Wang Chong's psychic energy, the first wave of metal blades that had shot out were turning around and shooting down again. If they did not find a way to leave quickly, the attacks would be endless. No matter how high their cultivation base was, they would eventually die from exhaustion. Boom! The next moment, without any hesitation, the evil emperor flung his robe and broke through the wall of the crater. Then he charged down at an alarming speed. With Wang Chong's constant and precise calculations to block the metal storm, the trio was able to make it through without any danger. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Wang Chong's group continued to advance. But when Wang Chong's group had advanced 300 meters, there was a shrill whistle as the tens of thousands of metal blades that had been shot out from behind the trio exploded back. Screams filled the air as the martial artists on both sides of the cave walls, who had managed to endure the first wave of attacks, were suddenly struck by a second wave. Unable to hold on, their bodies were cut apart by sharp blades, their flesh and blood falling from the walls. Chapter 1474. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die here. Just as they were moving forward, a faint sound suddenly came from not far away. Wang Chong had been in the middle of controlling the blades in the air, but when he heard this cry, he immediately turned his head. Not far away, in a pit cut out by countless sharp metal blades, corpses hung in pieces, and in the middle of these corpses was a beautiful female cultivator with disheveled hair. Her face was filled with fear as she knelt in the pit. Her body was trembling as if she had fallen into the deepest of nightmares. Martial artists who could reach this depth were not weaklings. That beautiful female martial artist was obviously someone with a profound cultivation. However, in the face of the endless attacks of that huge metal storm, no matter how high her cultivation was, no matter how deep her internal strength was, it would still be consumed. Shio, shio, shio! A series of ear-piercing whistling sounds came from above the pit. Countless metal blades shot down from above like a torrential rain. The attack range included the female martial artist who had fallen into fear and was trembling all over, completely unaware of the danger around her. If all went as expected, this person was doomed. But a moment later, Wang Chong spread open his fingers, and the metal storm that had been descending on the woman began to crash into her like a chain of dominoes. It was like there was an invisible barrier over the woman's head, and in the end, all of the blades flew past her head and struck 10-some meters away. With an earth-shattering explosion, the area a dozen meters away from the woman was instantly reduced to dust. Large amounts of rocks and debris fell down one after another. Even the walls of the cave were shaking violently. The sound was extremely loud. The violent explosion finally roused the female martial artist from her endless fear. She raised her head and immediately saw Wang Chong's group above her. "Save me!" At that moment, the woman's eyes exploded with an intense desire to live. Without another word, Wang Chong used the energy of the energy condensation pearl to exert a powerful attractive force that pulled the female martial artist over to his side. "If you don't want to die, swallow this pill and recuperate as soon as possible. I can only help you for a while. The rest is up to you." Wang Chong's voice rang in the woman's ear, and at the same time he quickly handed over a pill. Thank you." The woman was still in a state of shock and couldn't speak properly. She took the medicinal pill from Wang Chong's hand and stuttered as she stuffed it into her mouth with great difficulty. Then she quickly adjusted her breathing. In just a moment, her face was rosy again. Wang Chong didn't say much. He grabbed the woman and continued to follow his master without stopping. The damage caused by this metal storm was unimaginable to everyone. Wang Chong and his 2 disciples leapt forward. The smooth walls of the pit had become bumpy and uneven, and human organs and muscle remains were hanging everywhere. In this wave of attacks, a rough estimate was that at least thousands of people had died under these sharp blades. At that moment, many people finally understood the meaning of the stone tablet at the entrance of the pit, saying that there was no door to fortune or disaster. Ah, my leg! How could this be? I don't want to die here. Save me, quickly save me. As Wang Chong moved forward, he saw many martial artists abandoned, on both sides of the huge pit. The reason why these people could escape was purely due to luck. But for these people, the shadow of death followed them like a shadow, and every one of them could die at any time. Wherever Wang Chong went, as long as he saw them, he would save these people and bring them to his side. At the beginning, there were only 3 people by Wang Chong's side, but in just a few hundred meters, there were at least 40 to 50 idle martial artists gathered behind Wang Chong and the others, and this number was still increasing. 400 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Wang Chong and the others continued to move deeper into the pit. At this moment, the distance between them and the surface had reached a depth of 8 to 9,000 meters. At this depth, the air was extremely thin and there was no light. Eyes were practically useless in this region, and one could only rely on psychic energy and perception to advance. But even so, the storm of metal howling overhead like a school of sharks showed no signs of stopping. What a pity! If only Brother Zhou were here. With his experience and knowledge, he would definitely know where the mechanism controlling these metal blades is. As he was thinking, Chief Wushang's voice came from the darkness. They were in a perilous situation, and no one knew how far the metal storm could cover or how long it would take for them to escape the range of the blades. If my guess is correct, there should be a large-scale ancient formation at the very bottom of the pit and the 2 sides. The activation and deactivation of all the formations should be controlled by this formation. And Senior Zhou once said that this is a universe layout. All the energy accumulated over thousands of years was taken away by the origin Immortal Lord's formation. So that energy is probably stored here, and it's 10 times, 100 times stronger than the origin Immortal formation we encountered before. Given our abilities, there's no way to cut off the source of energy. Wang Chong sternly said. Of all the people present, he was probably the only one with some understanding of formations. Can't we just break through the walls, dig into the ground, and destroy the formation? A martial artist behind Wang Chong suddenly said, It's useless. All of you have experienced the origin Immortal formation, so you should know that the origin Immortal Lord would never leave such a flaw. If we forcefully dig in and use brute force to destroy the formation, not only will we fail, the metal storm will gain even more energy and become even more powerful. Wang Chong gravely said. The moment he said this, the martial artists all paled. Many of them had experienced the terror of the origin Immortal formation. It was like a meat grinder, and anyone who entered the formation would be pulled toward the center until they were pulverized. If the formations embedded in the depths of the cave walls were the same, then their actions would have the opposite effect. Forcefully destroying the formation is out of the question. In our current situation, we can only continue forward and pass through the area covered by the metal blades. I'm confident that no matter how long this area is, there has to be an end. Otherwise, we can only wait for the metal blades to pass and rely on our luck to survive. No matter how powerful an attack is, it must have a weakness and a pattern. Although this metal storm is very powerful, I feel like this attack can't continue endlessly. Once it reaches a certain level, it will slowly weaken until it completes the cycle of attack. Wang Chong sternly said. Although Wang Chong had no idea about the metal blades above his head, Wang Chong knew about formations. As long as the metal storm was being driven by a formation, it would follow a set pattern. Is there really no other way? One of the martial artists, Wang Chong, had stared at the countless metal blades flying over his head, a hint of despair in his eyes. The feeling of death followed him like a shadow, almost suffocating him. Although Wang Chong's strength was truly admirable, and the strength displayed by the trio was extremely powerful, no one knew how long this peace would last. But no one knew how long this peace would last. The slightest carelessness would lead to thousands of blades howling down, and they could be diced into meat paste at any moment. In the face of this massive metal storm, martial artists like them were nothing more than ants, far too weak. Let me think. Wang Chong silently raised his head, a pensive look in his eyes as he looked at the dancing metal blades. At the same time, Wang Chong's group was far from the only ones under attack. Bastard. Which bastard triggered the mechanism? Elsewhere, several thousand meters away from Wang Chong's group, the Black Een ancestor and the others were also crouched in a depression, their teeth clenched. He had long ago noticed the metal blades floating in the air in these pits. The Black Een ancestor didn't have to be a genius to know that this was a dreadful mechanism. He had originally planned to wait until he had passed this area before sending someone to trigger the mechanism and deal with the martial artists behind him. But to his surprise, before he could give the order, some fool had already triggered the mechanism and unleashed that dreadful attack. In a flash, the 5 Ancestor Alliance had lost many experts. If he had not reacted promptly, half of his people would have died. Ancestor, is there really no way to undo these mechanisms? One of the 5 Ancestor Alliance experts suddenly asked. His eyes were brimming with fear as he stared at the blades flying toward him. Impossible. Do you think that this ancestor doesn't want to deal with this metal storm? This isn't something that can be done by human strength. That old bastard, the origin Immortal Lord, has gathered all the spiritual energy in a radius of several thousand li for more than 1,000 years. This isn't something that martial artists can contend against. The Black Een ancestor clenched his teeth and cursed. There's nothing to be done. Human strength cannot contend against the power of nature. We can only force our way through. With these words, the Black Een ancestor immediately pushed the stellar energy in his body to the limit, doing his best to envelop the 5 Ancestor Alliance experts around him. Although they had suffered an unimaginable attack, the 5 Ancestor Alliance members still had the upper hand. Because they had entered the pits ahead of the others, they were bound to suffer much less damage. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp blades flew through the air like a storm. In the face of this metal storm, all of them took the same measures as the Black Een ancestor. To the crowd, it was also impossible for them to break through the metal storm. Chapter 1475. Chapter 1344. Chapter 1344 Inch Buzz. Time passed slowly. When the many martial artists were crawling forward in the long pit under the heavy pressure, Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes. Whether it works or not, we can only try it out. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Wang Chong extended his left palm, which had been placed behind his back, and suddenly opened his 5 powerful fingers. In the blink of an eye, 5 extremely condensed stellar energy beads shot out from his fingertips. When these 5 pearls first appeared, their insides were extremely unstable. However, in a short period of time they solidified. It was obvious that this bead, which was condensed using some unknown method, was formed on a whim by Wang Chong in a short period of time. The beads absorbed the energy within Wang Chong's body and continued to grow in size. Moreover, they continued to compress and condense. In the blink of an eye, the 5 energy beads had become the size of a fist. Moreover, they emitted a faint light as they slowly rotated in the air. The 5 pearls were connected to each other, vaguely resonating with each other. Only a formation can resist a formation. Whether it works or not, we can only try. Wang Chong thought to himself. In the next moment, there was a flash of light. Right after the 5 beads, the other 3 energy beads suddenly shot out from Wang Chong's palm. Together with the 5 energy beads, they slowly rotated in the void, forming a simple miniature formation. The 8 pearls corresponded to the 8 gates: life, pain, rest, restriction, view, death, shock, and open. This is the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had been dealing with the attacks coming from above, and they had also put up an energy barrier to lead the way. But all of a sudden, they sensed an aura behind them, and their hearts jolted in alarm. Unlike the others, their cultivation levels caused them to see things that were completely different from the others. At that moment, both of them vaguely thought of something. However, that idea was too shocking. Even the 2 of them weren't too sure about it, because that would be too shocking. How is this possible? At this moment, the same thought flashed through their minds. However, in the next moment, Wang Chong's actions quickly confirmed their guesses. BZZZ, 1 yang, 1 yin, 2 illusory suns and moons suddenly appeared. The great yin-yang heaven creation art swiftly appeared, and Wang Chong poured it into the core of this simple formation, forming a revolving yin and yang. When the power of yin and yang was infused, it was like a finishing touch, finally filling in the last and most important stroke. In the air, the simple array formation suddenly changed. Around it, the 9 palaces changed. Qian, Kuan, Ken, Li, Sun, Zhen, Zhen, Dui, and Zhong. At the same time, it automatically absorbed the spiritual qi in the air and evolved to a higher level. This is the origin of mortal formation. How is this possible? All the martial artists in the surroundings cried out in alarm, immediately recognizing the source of this miniature array. The formation that Wang Chong had created with a snap of his fingers exuded the same energy as the origin immortal formation that had killed so many martial artists. However, the former was far less massive, complex, and terrifying than the latter. The fact that Wang Chong had nimbly used this ancient formation to shrink it into the size of a palm and have it float in the air between his palms had completely surpassed anyone's imagination. To many people, this was nothing short of a miracle. In an instant, the surroundings became deathly silent. Everyone looked at Wang Chong with reverence in their eyes. At this moment, Wang Chong was like a god to them. The origin immortal formation and this formation share the same origin. I hope that by reversing the origin immortal formation, it really will be able to affect this metal storm formation. At this moment, Wang Chong's back was to the crowd, so he had no idea what they were thinking. Wang Chong had seen the origin immortal formation diagram before. Using the principles of the diagram and using stellar energy to create a miniature origin immortal formation in the air had been an idea that Wang Chong had come up with on the spur of the moment. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. He raised his head and looked up. Cree! Thousands of metal blades flew down like a waterfall, reflecting themselves in Wang Chong's eyes. At the same time, thousands of sharp blades appeared in his mind, and he began to calculate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong raised his palm and threw out the small origin immortal formation formed from 8 energy pearls. Under everyone's gazes, the sky full of sharp blades rained down, while the 8 energy beads actually passed through the dense metal storm in an unimaginable manner and appeared the core of the entire crater and scathed. Rumble. The moment this small origin immortal formation appeared in the center of the pit, the world quaked and the surging storm of metal suddenly came to a halt. Then, as if a hole had been pierced through the world, energy surged in from all directions and poured into the small origin immortal formation. The energy that had been supporting the metal storm formation was instantly sucked away by the small origin immortal formation like it had run into a massive black hole. After obtaining this massive amount of world origin energy, the 8 energy beads that weren't too big grew at an alarming rate. They reached the size of an adult's fist and continued to grow. Not only that, the miniature origin immortal formation that Wang Chong had condensed from energy also began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had swelled to several dozen times its original size, becoming the size of a house. At the same time, it began to ripple with visible light. The storm of metal seemed to run into an invisible barrier, and all of it circled 100 feet above the origin immortal formation. Not only that, the speed and strength of the metal blades were greatly reduced by the origin immortal formation, as well as their power. Impossible. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. Even some of the martial artists who were bitterly struggling in the distance were stunned. This metal storm hidden deep in the pit was a large killing machine that the origin immortal lord had prepared. In the short time that the formation had been activated, thousands of martial artists had fallen out of the pit and been pulverized by the formation. One could easily imagine its power. No one had expected that someone would be able to resist the enormous energy of the world and affect this killing formation. Buzz! Deep in the pit, the Black Een ancestor, who had been on the verge of leaving the metal storm, sensed the disturbance above him and stopped. How could this be? There's actually someone who can resist the enormous energy of a formation. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in the Black Een ancestor's eyes. At the same time, in another part of the darkness, the lord of the Zhengqi League, Song Yuani, was also staring at the center of the ripples of energy, a pensive look in his eyes. I didn't think that there would be someone like this. Song Yuani's senses were sharper than everyone else's, and he could clearly sense that the energy of the world in the pit had suddenly become disorderly. There was some sort of energy vibrating in the center, clearly the work of a human. Song Yuani had never imagined that someone in the depths of the pit, where their strength was limited, would be able to interfere with the enormous energy of the world. Success! At this moment, the only person who was still able to maintain their composure was Wang Chong. His eyes were bright and filled with joy. This was his first breakthrough, transforming a formation into energy, miniaturizing it, and the results were even better than he had imagined. It really is as I guessed. The Origin Immortal Lord was named after the Origin Immortal, so he was probably most famous for his Origin Immortal art and Origin Immortal formation. The large formation that the Origin Immortal Lord set up underground probably has the same origin as the Origin Immortal Formation. With the abilities of an Origin Immortal Formation immortal, it should be able to interfere with the formation controlling the metal storm. Wang Chong said to himself, his fists clenched as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. The scene before him seemed like a fluke, but to Wang Chong it was the result of careful analysis and reasoning. In the air, the small Origin Immortal Formation that Wang Chong had created continued to expand, growing from the size of a palm to a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Formation reversal. With a thought, Wang Chong formed a spell. A moment later, the air began to rumble, and the ripples of energy coming from the stellar energy Origin Immortal Formation instantly grew several dozen times stronger. Moreover, these ripples and fluctuations spread out, quickly entangling and contending with another invisible force. If one were to look carefully through the layers of space, they would discover that, with the area where the metal storm was located as the core, in the depths of the Earth, in a radius of dozens of kilometers, 12 concentric arrays were distributed one after another. These formations had gathered the energy of the world and gathered it into the metal storm. But now that the Origin Immortal Formation in the center of the pit had taken shape, the 12 ancient formations that had been working in harmony suddenly fell into disarray, affecting the tens of thousands of metal blades in the pit. Look! Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. More and more people began to notice the disturbance in the air. As everyone stared in disbelief, time seemed to stop as the thousands of metal blades on the two ends of the Origin Immortal Formation suddenly froze in the air. The tips of these metal blades were still refracting waves of dim white light, and there were even streaks of blood on the blades. It was still a shocking sight to behold. Chapter 1476. Let's go. The Origin Immortal Formation should be able to last for around an hour. After that, the formation will resume its operation. Let's get out of here. Wang Chong's calm voice resounded in everyone's ears. While everyone was stunned by this sudden development, only Wang Chong remained calm. He stood on his tiptoes and followed behind his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushan, deeper into the pit. Using this method to interfere with the metal storm was only a minor task. Lasting for an hour was already a miracle. The urgent task at hand was to think of a way to leave this dangerous region as quickly as possible. Let's go! Follow! Whoosh! Countless rocks slid down the walls as the group used various methods to follow Wang Chong and the demonic Emperor Old Man down to the bottom of the pit. Wonderful! Just who is so capable as to stop these metal blades? Let's go! The formation must have stopped on its own. How could a martial artist possibly do such a thing? You're definitely talking nonsense. At the same time, in other directions, countless cultivators were also like galloping horses and monkeys, bringing up a great deal of dust and dirt as they dashed towards the depths. To these people, Wang Chong had created an extremely rare opportunity. For a moment, thousands of martial artists rushed towards the bottom of the cave at full speed. 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters at this depth, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Even more frightening was that they still hadn't reached the bottom. This pit was more than 10,000 meters deep. It was truly frightening. Thud! Suddenly, without any warning, a martial artist's body swayed and fell from behind Wang Chong into the bottomless abyss. Zhou Qi, one of the sect martial artists, cried out at this sight. But this martial artist had fallen too quickly to save him. Let's stop here. The air here is already very thin. Other than Saint martial experts, no one else should follow. The evil emperor finally spoke. Even with his cultivation, he felt uncomfortable, let alone the others. Chonga, get ready. Adjust your breathing and accumulate enough air. We'll charge forward at full speed. The evil emperor turned his head towards Wang Chong to say the last sentence. Wang Chong nodded seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them quickly closed their eyes and began to sense, breathe, and absorb the free air in the pit. As the three of them took long breaths, streams of oxygen-rich air were quickly absorbed into their bodies and slowly spread to their limbs, bones, and cells. Go! The evil emperor flicked his sleeves, and the three of them opened their eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, they disappeared into the hole. Behind him, the sect martial artists looked down with hesitation in their eyes. When the depth reached 10,000 meters, the restriction on everyone's strength instantly reached a shocking level. Let's go back further. That person just now is an example. Although it's not impossible for him to return, there's an extremely high chance that he'll remain in the pit forever. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As long as we can obtain the world's #1 art and dominate the martial arts world, what's a little risk? A burly martial artist with a long beard hesitated for a few moments before making up his mind. He jumped down from a depression and began to make his way deeper into the pit. With one person taking the lead, more and more people followed suit, leaping down into the depths of the crater. Every martial artist was a risk-taker, and they had gathered in the northwest at this time because they had long ago prepared themselves to die here. They had already reached the depth of 10,000 meters and had survived the metal storm. How could they be willing to give up on the chance to become the world's #1 if they had to stop here? In a flash, the martial artists once more began to advance deeper into the pit. 12,000 meters, 13,000 meters, they still couldn't see the bottom. But this time, Wang Chong vaguely sensed that they were about to reach the bottom. "Master, watch out!" Wang Chong's voice suddenly resounded in the ears of the evil emperor and Chief Wushang. Before his voice fell, rumbling sounds could be heard. The earth shook and the heavens swayed. An enormous wave of heaven and earth energy transformed into an energy tide. It was almost tangible as it suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth. This energy was extremely dense and massive, to the point that from afar it looked like a blazing flame shooting out from the ground. In the darkness of the earth, this resplendent blue light was dazzling. Buzz! 3 majestic streams of stellar energy erupted from the bodies of the demonic Emperor Old Man, the Wushang village chief, and the demonic Emperor Old Man, anchoring their bodies to the cave walls like iron walls. Rumble! There was an earth-shattering sound, and the 3 of them didn't even have the time to speak. In the next moment, the energy tide that erupted from the depths of the earth fiercely crashed into their bodies. Ah! A scream resounded, but it did not come from Wang Chong or the evil emperor, but from the martial artists above them. The appearance of this wave of energy had taken them completely by surprise. For a moment, it was unknown how many people were hit by this energy tide and sent flying into the air. The powerful impact even caused the internal organs of some cultivators to rupture at the moment of impact, causing them to die violently. Rumble! At almost the same time, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and Chief Wushang leaned against the wall, their stellar energy enduring the unimaginable impact. Although the 3 of them had not been thrown into the air by the wave of energy, each of them was enduring a pressure of tens of thousands of tons. Under this dreadful pressure, their stellar energy was on the verge of collapse, and their stellar energy was being consumed at an astonishing rate. "Master, village chief, I've come to help you." Wang Chong's mind split into 2, his voice echoing in the minds of the evil emperor and Chief Wushang at the same time. The pressure of this wave of energy was increasing, and more importantly, no one knew how long it would last. If it was similar to the metal storm in the first trial, all of them would die here. Rather than blocking it, it was better to guide it in. If they had already used up so much stellar energy before even seeing the origin immortal treasury, they would be in even more danger. Boom! Stellar energy rumbled as Wang Chong used the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. Attracted by Wang Chong, the majestic wave of energy surged into the trio's bodies. Although this wave of energy was so powerful that even an imperial martial expert would be jolted to death, it itself was an extremely powerful source of origin energy. Other than Wang Chong, No one else could forcefully absorb energy from it in such a short amount of time. If he rashly tried, not only would he fail to absorb energy, he would be heavily injured by the wave of energy, perhaps even die. Buzz! Under Wang Chang's guidance, the boundless energy surged into the bodies of the evil emperor and Chief Wushang. With the support of this energy, the stellar energy of Chief Wushang and the evil emperor swelled, reaching an astonishing level. Not only had they made up for the energy they had consumed, their energy had also reached a level of perfection. Perfect time to charge the energy condensation pearl. Seeing that the auras of the evil emperor and Chief Wushang had stabilized, Wang Chong did not hesitate to immediately pour a majestic stream of energy into the energy condensation pearl. The previous battles, including the metal storm, had already consumed a great deal of the energy in the energy condensation pearl for Wang Chong. To Wang Chong, this wave of energy was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom! Stellar energy rumbled as Wang Chong used the great yin-yang heaven creation art to extract a stream of energy from the wave of energy and pour it into the energy condensation pearl. The nearly exhausted energy condensation pearl was like rain after a long drought. Bzzz. Its energy surged to an astonishing level. In just a few breaths, Wang Chong had profited from this disaster. Not only had he helped his master, the evil emperor, recover his energy, but he had also restored the energy condensation pearl to its original state. Wonderful! Wang Chong's heart was filled with excitement. This was truly a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. He had never thought that he would be able to replenish a wave of energy underground. However, Wang Chong's joy did not last long. In the next moment, the earth rumbled, and the cave walls where Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and Chief Wushang stood began to tremble. In Wang Chong's senses, a terrifying energy, nearly 100 times stronger than the previous wave of energy, suddenly erupted. But this time, it did not originate from the bottom of the pit, but from the depths of the cave wall behind Wang Chong and the others. This terrifying wave of energy roiled like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the stellar energy shields of Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and Chief Wushang. Even with the trio's abilities, their stellar energy shields were instantly shattered. Not good. Wang Chong paled in fright. Under the impact of these two different energies, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and Chief Wushang were all thrown into the air. Chong-er used the great yin-yang heaven creation art. At this moment, his master, the evil emperor, spoke in Wang Chong's ear. Without the slightest hesitation, the demonic emperor old man used a supreme technique that could shake the heavens and make ghosts weep. Myriad spirits see art. This was the first time the evil emperor had used this supreme technique since the Battle of Talas. Stellar energy rumbled, and the vast wave of energy and the energy rushing out of the cave walls were forced apart, creating a vacuum of energy around Wang Chong, the Chief Wushang, and the evil emperor. Great yin-yang art. At almost the same time, Wang Chong used one of the strongest moves of the great yin-yang heaven creation art, his head upside down and his feet planted on the ground. One yin and one yang, two completely different energies spanning an area of several hundred meters, appeared beneath the trio's feet. Yin and yang were the origins of the world, and as Wang Chong used this energy, the two waves of energy began to twist, spin, collapse, and shrink. The vacuum created by Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, swiftly formed a wall of energy that served as a shield for the trio. Myriad dragons taming the flood. The moment Wang Chong used the great yin-yang art, a white cane suddenly descended from the sky and smashed into the wall formed by Wang Chong's great yin-yang art. Chapter 1477. When the three of them made their move, combining the three strongest absolute arts, they actually created the safest zone for the three of them. Although the three of them had been thrown high into the air, they had not been harmed in the slightest. But this impact was still extremely powerful. In just a few moments, the three of them had been thrown several thousand feet into the air. "Aya!" Screams resounded through the air. As Wang Chong's group of three was thrown into the air, countless martial artists were sent flying by this energy. Some were killed, while others had been left behind and managed to escape. "Watch out for the metal blades behind us!" At this moment, a panicked shout came from behind them. At some point, the group had been thrown into the air by the tide of energy and was now approaching the area where the metal blades had been. Everyone could see the metal blades floating behind them, gleaming with a dim light. However, the cold energy they exuded was bone-chilling and made their scalps go numb. The only one who could maintain his composure was Wang Chong. "Still 10 meters away. I won't trigger the metal storm." Although the situation was extremely dangerous, Wang Chong had remained calm. His eyes twinkled as he calculated the distance between them. Although everything before him seemed dangerous, it wasn't actually that dangerous. "Chong-er, careful. The tide of energy is about to vanish." At this moment, the demonic Emperor Old Man's grave voice resounded in Wang Chong's ear, and he immediately understood his master's meaning. The pit was far from being as simple as the energy tide and the metal storm. There was also a terrifying danger here. It was that invisible yet incomparably powerful suction force that targeted stellar energy. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, when they were still 10 meters away from the metal storm, the energy tide instantly dispersed. At the same time, a black hole-like suction force suddenly erupted, firmly pulling the three of them in. In just a short moment, the suction force increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had been separated by this force. Even more shocking was that although the three of them had been simultaneously pulled by this attractive force, it had come from completely different directions. In just a few moments, the three of them had been separated. "Master!" Even Wang Chong was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Boom! In an instant, an enormous burst of energy erupted from Wang Chong's body and shot toward the chief of Wushang and the evil emperor. As soon as the stellar energy burst forth, it was split into tens of thousands of strands and dissipated in the void. Although Wang Chong's power was tremendous, it was insignificant compared to the heaven and earth power that erupted from the bottom of the cave. And only now did Wang Chong realize that the energy erupting from the bottom of the pit was actually made up of thousands of different kinds of energy. Under such circumstances, the distance between Wang Chong and the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang did not shrink. Instead, it grew further and further apart. 300 meters for 100 meters, 500 meters. The distance between the three of them was pulled to a great extent in an instant. Not only that, but under the attraction of this huge force, Wang Chong rapidly fell into the pit. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, straight to the bottom of the pit. This is, at this moment in Wang Chong's perception, on the smooth and precipitous walls of the pit, thousands of black holes suddenly appeared. However, before Wang Chong could react, rumble, in the next instant a terrifying and enormous suction suddenly erupted, instantly sucking Wang Chong into one of the holes. Boom, boom, boom. This force was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong was sucked thousands of meters into the hole. Not only that, at the same time as he was sucked into the hole, Wang Chong suddenly felt as if he had entered another world. As far as his psychic energy could see, there were caves all around him, and behind each cave were more than 10 pitch-black, branching caves. As he slid down, Wang Chong's perception told him that he had passed by at least hundreds and thousands of caves. These caves extended in all directions, interconnected with each other, and each had its own direction. Along the way, in Wang Chong's perception, at least tens of thousands of caves had appeared. Even with Wang Chong's ability, he suddenly felt a little confused. Buzz! In a split second, without much time to think, Wang Chong fiercely punched downward. At the same time, his powerful psychic energy spread out like a tide, probing the cave in front of him. Only by finding the place where he had come from could he possibly meet up with the chief of Wushang, Master, and the others. However, The next moment, a powerful psychic energy interference and rebound force came from the cave walls. Wang Chang's psychic energy had just extended, and before it could touch the cave walls, it was immediately rebounded by the powerful force, vibrating back and forth between the cave walls. There was even a force that invaded Wang Chang's mind. Within a distance of a few hundred meters, Wang Chang's psychic energy had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it! How could this be? There's actually a psychic restriction here. To Wang Chang's surprise, he immediately realized what was going on. Psychic energy was not invincible. There were some special psychic restrictions that could interfere with and restrict psychic energy practitioners. Even Mazel, an Arab psychic energy practitioner, knew this. Wang Chong had invaded his memory, so he naturally knew. But all these large-scale psychic restrictions required very harsh conditions, a lot of time to prepare, and they could not be moved. Most importantly, the person who could use these underground psychic restrictions had to be an extremely formidable psychic energy master. Bang! At this moment, Wang Chang's right fist plunged into the ground, leaving a ditch several hundred meters long. Only then was he able to use his powerful energy to resist that enormous suction force. Bang! Bang! A foot stomped down, burrowing deep into the ground. Wang Chong stood up and sent stellar energy into the ground to stabilize himself. Just where is this place? Wang Chong opened his eyes. Everything before him was still pitch black. Even someone of Wang Chong's abilities could only sense an area of several dozen feet around him. But this was enough for Wang Chong to understand his situation. This was a network of caves that extended in every direction like a spider's web, and it was 16,000 meters below the surface, a place where the sun never shone. Everything was unknown and mysterious. At this moment, Wang Chong was like an insect caught in a giant spider's web, petty and insignificant. No, I have to meet up with Master and the others as quickly as possible. With no time to think, Wang Chong's body swayed as he leaped forward. The underground world was fraught with danger. Only when the three of them were together could they support each other and take care of each other. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream came from up ahead. At the same time, Wang Chong heard a deafening roar. Roar! The roar was earth-shattering, and it was extremely ear-piercing in the dark underground. At that instant, Wang Chong's eyes flickered, and his feet came to an abrupt stop. The surroundings were quiet. Only the sinister and terrifying roar continued to shake and reverberate in the endless underground cavern. It did not stop for a long time. The atmosphere instantly became extremely strange. Wang Chong stood there without moving, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Ah! Just when everything had calmed down and everyone thought that what had just happened was just an illusion, another wave of shrill cries rang out from the underground cavern. At that instant, Wang Chong's expression changed. Without any time to think, Wang Chong immediately headed in the direction of the sound. Roar! Another wave of cruel and tyrannical roars rang out. In one of the caves, a fiery light flashed, and the roars and shouts all came to a sudden stop. Damn it! What the hell is that? With a grim expression, Wang Chong charged into the depths of the fire. This underground cavern was 16 or 17,000 meters from the surface. The air was thin, and the path was riddled with traps. Anyone who could reach this place was an extremely powerful cultivator, at the very least at the Imperial Martial Realm. Wang Chong found it hard to imagine what sort of monster could threaten experts of this level. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Wang Chong rushed to the scene of the commotion. All he could see was darkness, and the blazing red light had long since vanished. All that remained was the extreme heat in the air and the surrounding cave walls. As Wang Chong looked around, he saw that the surrounding walls had already been crystallized like glass, and on the ground, Wang Chong saw a pitch-black corpse. That person's original appearance was unrecognizable. His clothes, hair, flesh, meridians, and blood vessels had all been burnt to a crisp. All that was left was a charred skeleton and a sharp sword that had fallen to the ground. As for that unknown monster, it had long since vanished. Wang Chong stood motionlessly next to the corpse, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. From the moment he had heard the scream to the moment he had rushed over, only a few seconds had passed. A top-class expert had been killed on the spot, and Wang Chong hadn't even been able to see the monster. Just what is that thing? How could it be so fast? Wang Chong muttered to himself, his expression extremely grave. Lions, tigers, bears, and leopards were all vicious beasts to ordinary people, but they clearly couldn't appear so deep underground. That monster could not have been an ordinary creature. Ah! Aya! Just as Wang Chong was thinking, he heard another scream, but this time it came from another direction. With a thought, Wang Chong rushed in that direction. In just a few breaths' time, a panicked and terrified voice suddenly entered his ears, accompanied by a series of rapid gasps. "Save me! Save me! Hurry and save me!" Chapter 1478. The martial artist's aura was in disarray, his left hand dangling weakly at his side. It was clear that he had been injured. The suction of the underground cavern was so powerful that besides Wang Chong, many other martial artists had also been sucked into this complex cavern. Buzz! Wang Chong immediately charged toward the martial artist. At almost the same time, the martial artist seemed to sense Wang Chong's aura, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face as he rushed toward Wang Chong. But before he could take more than a few steps, there was a heaven-shaking roar as an enormous figure exuding the aura of a primordial beast appeared behind the martial artist. Crack! The massive maw opened wide and bit down on the martial artist from behind. Each of those savage teeth was 2 to 3 feet long, and they stabbed into the martial artist's body. Ah! Save me! At the last moment, the martial artist's eyes went wide as he stared at Wang Chong, a deep fear and despair in them. Roar! With a deafening roar, the massive beast behind the martial artist grabbed him in its jaws and dragged him away. Damn it! With no time to think, Wang Chong raised his palm and almost instinctively thrust out a palm. A majestic wave of stellar energy held forward. Boom! The stone on the ground exploded into a cloud of dust, but the monster had long since vanished. Just what was that thing? Wang Chong's expression darkened, his mind extremely grave. That was not a creature that normally existed in the world. No creature could survive so deep underground, and had even been able to easily dodge Wang Chong's attack. At Wang Chong's level of cultivation, even if he had been half a beat slower, his opponent would not have been able to escape so easily. The monster's speed was obviously extremely fast. The surroundings quickly regained their calm, and there was no sound at all. However, there were clearly undercurrents surging in the void, and it was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Wang Chong did not dare to be careless and restrained his energy to the minimum. However, in the next moment, without the slightest sign, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart and grew exponentially. In the blink of an eye, it was so strong that it was suffocating. Roar! That familiar roar once more resounded in his ear, but this time it did not come from in front of him, but from behind him. Bang! In a flash, Wang Chong turned around and immediately retreated. Boundless stellar energy surged into his palms as he thrust them at the massive monster. There was a heaven-shaking boom as the palms collided. The moment they collided, Wang Chong felt like he had struck a sturdy wall. At the same time, a surging energy jolted back at Wang Chong. Rumble! This enormous energy actually pushed Wang Chong back, and 2 deep furrows appeared under his feet. As a peak Imperial Great General, this was the first time Wang Chong had encountered an existence that could completely suppress him in terms of strength. But it was also at this moment that Wang Chong finally saw the true appearance of that massive monster. This was an extremely savage beast that seemed like an ox but wasn't, like a lion but wasn't. It had a horn on its head and 4 hooves on its feet. Its entire body was 6 to 7 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. Its skin was hard and thick, and it was covered in layers of black scales. Each scale was about the size of a palm. Just what sort of creature is this? Wang Chang's body trembled as he felt an unprecedented shock. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying creature in this depth of 16,000 to 17,000 meters underground. Those scarlet eyes, savage fangs, and a strength that surpassed the peak great general level had completely surpassed his imagination. The dragon beasts should have awakened by now. As Wang Chong fought with that unknown beast, he had no idea that at this very moment many figures were standing at the edge of the pit, looking down into it. These guardians of the origin immortal treasury had not entered the depths of the pit, and even though they were 16,000 meters away, they knew everything that was happening underground like the back of their hands. "My lord, there are more martial artists underground than we imagined. Can the dragon beasts alone really deal with them?" At this moment, a figure suddenly spoke. So what if there are more martial artists? Do you think they can deal with the dragon beasts that have survived for more than 1,000 years from ancient times?" The leader indifferently said, his expression brimming with confidence. If Wang Chong were here, he would definitely be stunned. Based on the words of these guardians, these dragon beasts were ancient creatures from another era that ordinary people could not contend against. Dragon beasts are born with strength, and the longer they live, the stronger they get. These are the guardian beasts that were sealed into the abyss when the immortal Lord died. Their strength has long since surpassed that of this era, and no martial artist can defeat them. The leader's eyes were deep, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. It was as if he was thinking back to a long time ago. As the descendant of the origin immortal treasury, the guardian of the treasury, and the leader of this group, he knew far more secrets than anyone else in the world. Far too many secrets had been lost in the flood of history, and far too many civilizations and creations had vanished in the passage of time. However, not everything would fade with time. There would always be some secrets that would be passed down, and they would continue to exist in unknown places. These draconic beasts were the products of that long-forgotten era. Their ferocity and brutality were existences that were terrifying and nightmarish even to the top martial artists that stood towering in the world. Pay for your greed, ignorance, and stupidity. This time, all of you will have a taste of the deepest terror. No one who enters this place will be able to come out alive." The leader muttered to himself. His gaze quickly turned fierce. "It's about time. Throw down all the dragon god leaves and wake them up. Walala!" One of the origin immortal protectors spread open his palm and crushed the jade-like leaves in his hand. Then, through the gaps between his fingers, they fell into the giant pit down below and drifted into the darkest depths. Meanwhile, deep underground, as Wang Chong was doing his best to resist the dragon beast's enormous power, the dragon beast opened its massive mouth, and a moment later, a scorching flame erupted from the darkness. The flame flooded the cave and swept toward Wang Chong. The surrounding temperature immediately soared to 6,000 or 7,000 degrees, perhaps even approaching 10,000 degrees. The surrounding cave creaked and began to crystallize. Even the air began to smoke, and the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body began to show signs of instability and evaporation. Not good. Alarmed, Wang Chong immediately shot forward, borrowing the dragon beast's enormous strength to shoot forward. With a backward slide, he immediately covered a distance of several dozen feet, increasing the distance between him and the dragon beast. But while Wang Chong was fast, the dragon beast was even faster. As Wang Chong used this momentum to retreat, the dragon beast appeared in front of Wang Chong like a ghost. Awoo! The dangerous aura reached its peak, and before Wang Chong could stabilize himself, a massive maw rapidly expanded in front of Wang Chong's eyes and bit down on his body. Those sharp teeth looked even sharper than swords and sabers. Wang Chong's heart chilled, and with no time to think, his dantian exploded as he used the great yin-yang art. Rumble. There was a flash of light, one yang and one yin, one sun and one moon. Two completely different energies of extreme yin and extreme hardness appeared, and they began to rapidly revolve around Wang Chong's hands. Boom! There was an earth-shattering noise, and the destructive energy that was enough to shatter heaven and earth rapidly burst out of Wang Chong's body and violently bombarded the body of the dragon beast that was 6 to 7 meters tall. However, something that shocked Wang Chong happened. The great yin-yang art was Wang Chong's most powerful, unique skill. It gathered the power of extreme yin and extreme hardness, and even a mountain could be easily shattered. Even steel could be crushed into soft mud, or even shattered into powder. But when this great yin-yang art landed on the body of the dragon beast, it could only stop its body for a moment. In fact, Wang Chong could even sense that at least 70% of the power of this move flowed off the dragon beast's body like water, causing no harm at all. Breaking defense! In a flash, a thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he instantly understood what was going on. It was like a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, and Wang Chong's heart instantly turned icy cold. This behemoth was not only naturally massive, possessing strength surpassing that of a peak great general, but its body was also extremely strange, possessing an innate ability to break through defense. To a martial artist, this was their worst nightmare. At that moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood why those martial artists had died so silently. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to resist, but that their resistance had been like scratching an itch to this terrifying behemoth. Swish! Chapter 1479. That sound was still ringing in his ears, but Wang Chong felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his skin and flesh were being cut open. In that instant, Wang Chong's heart thumped wildly, and his body instinctively moved to the right. Boom! A dark shadow slammed heavily into the area 10 meters behind Wang Chong, shaking off a large section of the cave wall. At that moment, Wang Chong could clearly see what had happened. The thin, blade-like object that shot through the void towards him was actually a palm-sized scale on the giant beast's body. What terrifying speed! Wang Chong's heart trembled. He had never imagined that the colossal beast's black scales could also be used as weapons, and that they were extremely fast. When he first heard that faint sound, it had felt like it was very far away, or at least some distance away. But in reality, the colossal beast's scales had already reached his body. If not for Wang Chong's intuition and instincts, he would have been cut in two by the dragon beast. This fellow is even more powerful than I imagined. A strong sense of dread welled up in Wang Chong's heart. He had just used the heavenly mandate battle armor not too long ago, and he would not be able to use it normally for at least 20 to 30 days. Without this powerful armor, it would be very difficult for Wang Chong to contend against this dragon beast with its heaven-defying physical strength. Whether it was its jaws, its claws, or its scales, they were all enough to cause great harm to an unprotected martial artist like Wang Chong. On the other side, Wang Chong's continuous resistance had clearly enraged the dragon beast. In the darkness, the pair of scarlet eyes glared at Wang Chong. Easy. With a flash of light, the enormous dragon beast quickly disappeared. Boom! The place where Wang Chong had been standing collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The hard rocks underground couldn't withstand the dragon beast's attack at all. However, the dragon beast's determined attack still failed in the end. Seeing that its attack had missed, the dragon beast did not hesitate to pounce at Wang Chong once more. But this time, Wang Chong changed his strategy. Wang Chong's body flickered, and 3 afterimages appeared around the dragon beast at the same time. Just as the dragon beast's claws were about to slam down, Wang Chong dodged the dragon beast's attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, 2 milky white sword cheese in his hands shot out fiercely towards the dragon beast's eyes. Art of god and demon obliteration. At this moment, Wang Chong used the top-class sword art that he had inherited from So Yung-sun, the war god of the Tang dynasty. Humans had the greatest advantage over beasts in skill and intelligence, and martial arts were the greatest inventions of humans. The best way to deal with a creature like the dragon beast, which was even stronger than a great general, was not to fight it head-on, but to use skill to bypass its sharpness and attack its weakest points. This dragon had a strong ability to break through the defense. No matter how powerful an attack was, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, no matter how powerful a dragon was, its eyes, mouth, and orifices were all vulnerable parts that could not be protected. Wang Chong's idea was correct, but the reality was completely different from what Wang Chong had imagined. Bang! Wang Chong's sword qi struck down, but the dragon beast's eyes did not go blind. The dragon beast's eyes closed, a transparent layer of glass covering its scarlet eyes. Wang Chong's sword qi had no effect at all. Not only that, Wang Chong's attack had thoroughly enraged the dragon beast. Roar! A beast claw covered in fine scales rapidly grew in size before Wang Chong's eyes. At the same time, the dragon beast opened its mouth and spat out a stream of lava-like flames. This time, the flames were more intense and scorching than any of the previous times. The moment the flames appeared, they filled the entire cave, and even the dragon beast's body was engulfed in flames. Not even Wang Chong dared to be careless in the face of these scorching flames. The dragon beast's flames gave him a very strange feeling. It was somewhat similar to the fire of Mara and the fire of Juba that he had absorbed from the black-robed man, but their nature was completely different. Even so, Wang Chong did not panic. This is my chance. I'll take this opportunity to attack its insides. Although the dragon beast's flames were powerful, they had no effect on Wang Chong's mental strength. Wang Chong could clearly sense where its mouth was. Whoosh! Wang Chong opened his palm, and the sword dropped by the warrior on the ground immediately flew into his palm. Wang Chong shook his hand, and the sword immediately pierced through the flames at lightning speed, heading straight for the dragon beast's bloody mouth. Warriors who were able to pass through so many obstacles and enter the underground were not ordinary people. Naturally, their swords were not ordinary either. Although there was still a gap between them and the woozy steel sword, there was no doubt about their sharpness. Clang! The sword pierced through the flames, and only a crisp sound of metal breaking could be heard. The flames that filled the sky suddenly receded, and in an instant, the dragon beast's figure was once again revealed. At that moment, Wang Chong clearly saw the dragon beast's mouth close, and that bloody mouth was actually biting the sword that Wang Chong had shot out. This sword, which was forged with top-grade steel and had a large number of inscriptions attached to it, was actually bitten in an instant and split into 2 pieces. Seeing this scene, Wang Chong's heart was filled with awe. No other beast could do this. This giant beast's instincts were extremely strong. Moreover, Wang Chong had a strong feeling that this giant beast was far from being as simple as an ordinary beast. Wang Chong felt that this giant beast seemed to have received some kind of training from a warrior. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how this giant beast could react so quickly. Boom! As he was thinking, Wang Chong felt an intense sense of danger. His body swayed as he immediately retreated. In a flash, the massive dragon beast's paw slammed into the place where Wang Chong had been standing a moment ago. This won't do. This giant beast's abilities are specialized in restraining martial artists. The duty of these beasts should be to protect the Origin Immortal Treasury. I can't stay here for too long. These thoughts flitted through Wang Chong's mind. In truth, Wang Chong's strength was not much weaker than the dragon beast's, but the dragon beast's powerful stellar energy made it impossible for Wang Chong to easily kill it. Instead of staying here, I should leave as quickly as possible and find the treasury. With this thought, Wang Chong quickly chose a branch cave and vanished into it. Explosions rang out behind him. The dragon beast seemed to have locked onto Wang Chong and was in hot pursuit. The underground caves extended in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, 3 branches had appeared in front of him. With a thought, Wang Chong divided himself into 3, each of which he entered. But to his surprise, Wang Chong's move had no effect at all. The dragon beast didn't even hesitate to choose one of the caves and pursue Wang Chong. Wait, this behemoth doesn't rely on its eyes to identify its prey. It can smell the stellar energy of a martial artist. Wang Chong immediately understood. The dragon beast's scarlet eyes were particularly striking in the darkness. Wang Chong thought that the dragon beast relied on its eyes to track its prey, so he used the doppelganger technique to divide himself into three. But just now, Wang Chong clearly saw that when the dragon beast faced the three caves and the three doppelgangers, it chose the right one without a second thought. Clearly, the dragon beast didn't rely on its eyes to track its prey. And if it didn't rely on its eyes, then it could only rely on the martial artist's stellar energy. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong quickly came up with an idea. Rumble. The sound of the cave collapsing behind him and the dragon beast's roars and cries rang out incessantly, and it was getting closer and closer. The dragon beast seemed to have its eyes on Wang Chong, unwilling to let go. And Wang Chong's mind was spinning rapidly, but he remained calm. A moment later, another branching cave appeared in front of him. This time, Wang Chong was much more cautious. There was a flash of light, and Wang Chong quickly divided himself into two. Unlike before, Wang Chong concentrated a large amount of stellar energy on his doppelganger. At the same time, he contracted his dantian and sealed off his acupoints. Aside from the meridians in his legs, he sealed off all the meridians in his body. The flow of stellar energy was almost completely still, and his aura was reduced to an extreme. After doing all this, Wang Chong's body swayed, and his doppelganger and real body simultaneously landed in two relatively large caves, disappearing in a flash. Roar! The dragon beast's violent roar, filled with endless desire for destruction and slaughter, resounded through heaven and earth, causing the underground cave to tremble as if it would collapse at any moment. But in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering change. There was a flash of light, and the dragon beast directly chased after Wang Chong's doppelganger. As expected, sensing the change on the other side, there was no longer any doubt in Wang Chong's mind. Xiao, xiao, xiao! Wang Chong swiftly moved, rapidly heading into the depths of the cave. However, just as Wang Chong emerged from a cave and was heading towards the next branching cave, there was suddenly a sudden change. Without the slightest warning, a faint sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from above. This aura seemed to have been lying dormant for a long time, waiting for Wang Chong to appear, and only now did it erupt. If it were anyone else at such a close distance, they would definitely be caught off guard and quickly fall for the attack. However, Wang Chong did not panic in the slightest. Pung! In a flash, Wang Chong flipped his palm over, and with a momentum that seemed to support the heavens, he directly met the aura above his head. Boom! 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 The two palms collided, and a majestic gust of stellar energy suddenly erupted from Wang Chong's body, fiercely colliding with the extremely soft, extremely dark, and extremely turbid aura. In an instant, a muffled groan came from above. The figure swayed, somersaulted, and landed in a cave above Wang Chong's head. The moment the figure's feet touched the ground, his body staggered, and he could not stand steadily, stumbling a few steps back. At the same time, a surprised voice sounded in his ear, but it came from a completely different direction than the figure from before. Brett, it's you. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Wang Chong was startled, and he looked in the direction of the voice, only to see that the opposite cave was crisscrossed, and in one of the caves about 20 meters away from him, a familiar figure with a malicious gaze was staring at him in shock. Chapter 1480. The Black Een Ancestor. Wang Chong's heart thumped as he immediately recognized this figure. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would encounter him in such a large cave and such a complicated underground passage. Hey, isn't this Zhang Wenfu's disciple? I only wanted to deal with a few small fish, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Kid, since you've delivered yourself to my door, you can't blame anyone else. The myriad ghost ancestor also spoke at the same time. Your master has committed all sorts of crimes and is utterly devoid of conscience. This can be considered karma. Kid, accept your fate. The Bone Devil ancestor said, his expression icy. The 3 top-class experts of the 5 Ancestor Alliance had appeared in front of Wang Chong at the same time. In a flash, Wang Chong grimaced, his heart sinking into the water. The Black Een ancestor, Myriad Ghost ancestor, and Bone Devil ancestor were all experts of the evil path. Each of them was in existence of the same generation as his master, the evil emperor. Whether it was in terms of cultivation, reaction time, or fighting skill, they had all reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Any one of these 3 was a top-class expert, enough to pose a major threat to others, and now all 3 of them had appeared at the same time. Wang Chong's scalp went numb as he sensed an unprecedented danger. From a certain perspective, it even surpassed the metal storm and the dragon beasts. So it's you. You're dead for sure. This is what they mean by choosing the gates of hell instead of taking the path to heaven. 2 voices resounded in Wang Chong's ears as the 5 Ancestor Alliance elders and Imperial Marshal and Saint Marshal experts of the evil path emerged from the other caves and tightly surrounded Wang Chong. Bang! A massive boom came from behind him, and at the same time, 20 to 30 meters behind Wang Chong, the ceiling of the cave caved in. 5 black-robed elders of the 5 Ancestor Alliance burst through the rock and dropped down from an adjacent cave. Our 5 Ancestor Alliance has mobilized all our forces this time, and 3 of our ancestors have personally come. Even if the Origin Immortal came, he still wouldn't be able to escape. This brat is doomed. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. We can use him to show the world the consequences of offending our 5 Ancestor Alliance. Even the demonic emperor's disciple must die. Streams of vital energy shot out from all directions, firmly locking onto Wang Chong. This time, it was truly an inescapable net. There was no escape to the heavens and no door to the earth. On the other side, Xianyin, Wan Gui, and Guemo sneered, looking at Wang Chong as if he was a dead man. In the encirclement of the 5 Ancestor Alliance, with their 3 ancestors and many evil path experts standing guard, there was probably no one in the world who could escape from their hands. Not even the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu would dare to say such a thing, much less his disciple. Kill him. First kill the young one, and then kill the old one. With a cold sneer, the Black Een ancestor immediately issued the order to execute them. Following this order, the atmosphere in the cavern immediately tensed up to the extreme, swords drawn and bows drawn. It seemed like Wang Chong was about to fall into the encirclement of the 5 Ancestor Alliance and die. Wait. At this moment, Wang Chong's roar was like a clap of thunder that stopped the crowd. Hey, brat, do you have any last words? For the sake of Zhang Wenfu, I can reluctantly agree. The Black Een ancestor playfully said. The evil path experts around the Black Een ancestor roared with laughter. But even so, the encirclement around Wang Chong did not relax. On the contrary, it only tightened. Black Een ancestor, you're overthinking things. Wang Chong suddenly laughed, his mind rapidly turning. The one who laughs in the end laughs the best. It's not even the final moment yet. So you're all getting happy a little too early. Wang Chong's expression was calm and composed, not the slightest sign of panic. Interesting. Even at a time like this, you still want to play some tricks? If my guess is correct, you, your master, and the other old fellow should have been separated when the underground suction force erupted. Otherwise, given your master's personality, he would definitely not have been separated from you. Since things have come to this, you should just accept your fate. The Black Een ancestor sinisterly chuckled, apparently having seen through everything. The evil energy in his body rumbled as majestic stellar energy gathered in his palms. He was about to unleash a lightning-fast strike to take down Wang Chong. Ha! Black Een ancestor, You're celebrating too early. Do you really think you've got me? Why don't you turn around and see what's behind you?" To his surprise, Wang Chong sneered, showing no fear at all. "Brat, don't waste your energy. At a time like this, do you think you can fool me with this kind of trick?" The black Yin ancestor cruelly chuckled, not falling for Wang Chong's trick. As one of the titans of the martial arts world, he had seen every aspect of the world. Wang Chong's bluff had no effect on him. "Old Five, don't waste words with him. Just kill him." At that moment, the Bone Devil Patriarch spoke up. His eyes were cold and sinister as he stared at the distant Wang Chong. Boom! He stomped his foot, causing the world to sway. Black smoke roiled and evil energy surged for a radius of several dozen zhang. Countless demons and monsters appeared, shrieking and shrieking. Roar! In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, an inhuman roar, ferocious and domineering, that was filled with an endless desire to kill and destroy, suddenly erupted from behind the three of them. However, before they could react, a terrifying aura pounced towards the three of them like a ferocious beast. What's that? The Black Yin ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and the Bone Devil ancestor were stunned and hurriedly turned their heads. But before they could clearly see what was going on behind them, a roaring flame suddenly erupted from the cave behind them. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few feet from the trio, and within this flame, there seemed to be something extremely dreadful lunging at the trio. The three were shocked, but there was no time to think. The Black Yin ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and the Bone Devil ancestor all attacked. Together with the surrounding experts of the evil path, they attacked the sea of fire behind them. Great Black Dragon art. Myriad Ghosts' pilgrimage, Great Yin art. Bone Devil's descent. When the three of them joined hands and displayed the three famous evil Tao techniques, their auras were enough to shock the heavens and make the gods and ghosts cry. It was enough to make any martial artist pale with fright. And in truth, their attacks were effective. Boom, boom, boom. Stellar energy shot out in all directions as explosions rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, countless attacks rained down on the sea of fire. But in the next moment, a heaven-shaking rumble rang out as a 7-meter-tall monster charged out of the sea of flames. Like a meteor, it smashed into the profound Yin, Myriad Ghost, and Bone Devil patriarchs, as well as the evil path experts in front of it. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, screams rang out incessantly. The weaker corrupt experts standing next to the three patriarchs didn't even have time to dodge before they were engulfed by the raging flames. They screamed as their stellar energy exploded and they were burned to ashes. As powerful as the mysterious Yin ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and the Bone Devil ancestor, they were also struck by the giant beast that charged out of the flames. The three of them were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. What kind of monster is this? This attack was so sudden that the Black Yin ancestor didn't even have time to use the Black Dragon art before he was sent flying. The Black Yin ancestor paled in fear, and the Myriad Ghost ancestor and the Bone Devil ancestor were just as shocked. No one in the martial arts world could take the combined attack of the three of them and so many 5 Ancestor Alliance experts at the same time, but this monster was completely unharmed. This was simply inconceivable. Not only that, the Black Yin ancestor sensed that the power of his attack on the monster had been parted like a wave, unable to have any real effect. This characteristic, coupled with the monster's massive size and terrifying strength, was enough to make one despair. Roar! The moment the three of them were sent flying, the 7-meter-tall beast that resembled both an ox and a lion latched onto the corpse of a 5 Ancestor Alliance elder, its sharp teeth tearing him in two. Then the monster swung its claw, and another evil path expert of the 5 Ancestor Alliance was torn to pieces. Another wave of flames engulfed another 6 or 7 5 Ancestor Alliance experts, their screams ringing out as they were burned to a crisp. the Black Een ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and the Bone Devil ancestor. Upon seeing this sight, all paled. The ferocity of this beast was unimaginable. The experts of the Five Ancestor Alliance were all illustrious figures in the martial arts world, who struck fear into the hearts of countless members of the righteous path. But before this monster, they were like chickens and dogs, unable to take a single blow. Go! Everyone, get out of here! All of you, get out of here! In the blink of an eye, the Black Een ancestor let out a hoarse shout, his entire face contorted in fear. Although he had only clashed with this monster once, that single exchange had left the Black Een ancestor utterly terrified. Chapter 1481. Stellar Energy Breaker. This beast can ignore stellar energy. There's no way to defeat it. The Black Een ancestor's body trembled and his scalp went numb. He had almost instantly determined that his group was no match for this beast. Martial artists were most proud of their stellar energy, and if a beast had stellar energy breaker power, it was not something that martial artists could deal with. A normal martial artist would not believe this and would charge forward to test the strength of this beast. But the Black Een ancestor would not. He had a keen intuition, a sense of danger. It was precisely through this keen intuition that the Black Een ancestor had managed to survive in the treacherous evil path. Step by step, he had climbed to the peak of the martial path from a newcomer of the evil path, ultimately becoming an existence feared and revered by all. The Black Een ancestor simply did not possess this sort of defiance and courage that a great demon lord like him possessed. If the Black Een ancestor could sense the strangeness of this beast, how could the Myriad Ghost ancestor and the Bone Devil ancestor not? As the Black Een ancestor fled, the two of them also began to flee. But unlike the Black Een ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor was still the leader. Even as he fled, he did not forget to wave his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of evil stellar energy at the behemoth behind him, helping the other disciples of the Five Ancestor Alliance escape. Run! This beast can stellar energy breaker. The Bone Devil ancestor's voice resounded in everyone's ears. The Five Ancestor Alliance, which had been holding the upper hand just a moment ago, was instantly thrown into disarray. 3 ancestors were fleeing while countless evil path experts had been killed. Panic and chaos reigned. Whoosh! All the Five Ancestor Alliance experts paled. Infected by the fleeing of the 3 ancestors, they began to flee like beasts. At this moment, the only one who was able to maintain his composure was Wang Chong. Humph, you still want to run at a time like this? Black Een, Myriad Ghost, Bone Devil, you 3 old demons, you've already come. So why are you still running? Wang Chong laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. Naturally, it was that dragon beast that had scared the 3 old devils of the evil path, Xianyin, Wan Gui, and Guemo into a frenzy. Only the dragon beast, which had the power to break through Gangqi and was not afraid of Gangqi, could defeat Xianyin, Wan Gui, and Bone Demon on its own. The 3 of them could only blame themselves for being too arrogant. They actually wanted to surround and kill Wang Chong and use the opportunity to deal with the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. Wang Chong had just used his doppelganger to lure the dragon beast away. At this time, he simply took a detour and went behind the 3 of them to launch a sudden attack. The great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect actually thought that he was fooling him. The result was obvious. But since the Black Een ancestor wanted to act against Wang Chong wouldn't let him off easy. A moment later, Wang Chong looked at the 3 ancestors of the Five Ancestor Alliance, his lips curling into a wicked smile. This bizarre smile made the hearts of the Black Een ancestor and the others thump. But before they could think any further, Wang Chong's body swayed, and as the 3 fled, he flew straight toward them. Stay here for me. Great destruction art. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong brought his palms together and used the great destruction art of the great Yin Yang heaven creation art, an art that was even stronger than the great Yin Yang art. Rumble. The space around him darkened, and at the same time, a destructive energy held out of Wang Chang's body and slammed into the space in front of the three ancestors. Even space itself shattered in the face of this destructive energy. The ground 10,000 meters below shuddered as if on the verge of collapse. "Brett, you dare!" The Black Een ancestor, Myriad Ghost ancestor, and Bone Devil ancestor instantly grimaced. The strongest of them, the Bone Devil ancestor, had a nasty grimace. The Great Destruction art was the supreme technique that demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu had used to intimidate the world, and the three of them naturally recognized it. But not even Zhang Wenfu could single-handedly fight against the three of them. Wang Chang's goal was sinister. His goal was not to defeat them, but to stop them and use the behemoth to deal with them. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the three of them attacked simultaneously. Evil energy, Een energy, and corpse energy surged toward Wang Chang from all directions. The clash of stellar energy immediately pulverized Wang Chang's attack. But Wang Chang had also achieved his goal. Roar! A roar, accompanied by blazing flames, came from behind them, pouncing straight at the three of them. In that instant, all three of them were enraged to the extreme. "Brat, this old man will definitely kill you." Their roars were immediately followed by the sounds of intense fighting. In a battle between experts, every second mattered. In just a few moments of obstruction, the dragon beast had caught up. "Haha, I wish you good luck." Wang Chang heartily laughed. His body drew back like a bowstring, and then his limbs exerted strength as he shot backward like an arrow, swiftly leaving the cave. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Given the reputation, strength, and experience of the three ancestors, the dragon beast should not have been able to kill them. However, this was enough to make them suffer. What comes next is a true massacre. Wang Chang retreated into the cave. Just like before, he withdrew his aura so that he would not attract the slightest attention. In the midst of this group of arrogant and unrestrained evil path martial artists, Wang Chang was as weak as a firefly, so he naturally could not attract the dragon beast's attention. This was precisely why Wang Chang had dared to draw the dragon beast over. If he did not exterminate all the 5 Ancestor Alliance members, the dragon beast would never come looking for him. Damn it! Stop it! Careful! Ah! Behind him, explosions, curses, and screams came one after the other, and then screams. Humph! They only have themselves to blame. I'll slowly play with this beast. After listening for a few moments, Wang Chang's body swayed, and then he headed off in another direction. This beast could lock onto a martial artist's stellar energy, and the 5 Ancestor Alliance would find it difficult to escape unless they paid a heavy price. This was what they deserved. After advancing for several thousand meters, another mournful roar suddenly came from the front, accompanied by a series of miserable screams. What's going on? Wang Chang paused, a hint of shock in his eyes. This roar was extremely similar to that of the beast Wang Chang had encountered, but it was also different. Could there be 2 beasts here? As this thought flitted through his mind, Wang Chang grimaced. Just one beast in this underground cavern was enough to pose a massive threat to all the martial artists here. Not even the 3 ancestors of the 5 Ancestor Alliance and so many experts have been able to stop it. If one beast was already so difficult to deal with, one could easily imagine what would happen to them if there was another. Roar! Just when Wang Chang was beginning to feel that something was wrong, another dragon beast bellowed. Wang Chang instantly paled. How could this be? Could there be more than one beast here? Even someone as daring as Wang Chang couldn't help but feel an intense danger. If there were more than one beast in this cavern, then all the martial artists here, including himself, would be in danger. Ah! Just as he was deep in thought, a series of footsteps suddenly came from all directions, accompanied by a series of screams. They were quickly heading in his direction. Boom! In a flash of light, 2 blazing flames appeared in the dark passageway and vanished in a flash. When they reappeared, they were coming from two different directions, the positions of the flames constantly changing while the screams grew louder and louder. Through the flashes of light, Wang Chong could clearly see countless people charging in his direction. "They're coming. Go, hurry! Bastard, why did the Origin Immortal Lord leave behind such monsters? It's over, it's over. I shouldn't have come down here. Bastard, don't block my way. Get out of my way." Panicked cries filled the air, and in just a few seconds, 30 to 40 pale-faced martial artists were fleeing for their lives, their faces brimming with fear. These martial artists had undoubtedly entered the cavern after Wang Chong, but they had all gathered together in this complex cavern. Roar! A few moments later, the blazing dragon flames once more appeared in the cavern, and in the blazing light, Wang Chong once more saw the familiar and massive figure of the dragon beast. The two dragons stood in two different caves, far away from each other, like two ferocious beasts. Their scarlet eyes exuded a destructive aura in the endless darkness. Roar! While Wang Chong was still wondering if one of the two dragon beasts was the same one he had encountered before, another roar came from behind him. Wang Chong instantly paled. "Go!" Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong and all the martial artists behind him began to flee. Almost at the same time, the gigantic beasts roared and 3 waves of scorching dragon flames swept across the underground cavern, flowing in all directions like rivers and lakes. "Aya!" Screams filled the air as the martial artists were caught off guard, the blazing dragon flame erupting from their backs and causing them to explode. The surging waves of energy also blew away some of the martial artists who hadn't been able to flee in time. "Save me! Save me!" A martial artist was thrown to the ground by the explosion of dragon flames. His hands were outstretched, his eyes filled with fear as he looked forward. But in the blink of an eye, a massive beast claw as thick as a stone pillar stomped down. The martial artist didn't even have time to scream before he was pulverized by the dragon beast. Flames constantly flickered in the darkness as the 3 dragon beasts chased after the martial artists while breathing fire. Anyone who could not escape in time was easily killed by the dragon beast. Although there were many martial artists in the cavern, not a single one of them was a match for the dragon beasts. Waves of horrifying screams reverberated in the cave for a long time, lingering for a long time. Chapter 1482. "My lord, all the dragon beasts have been mobilized. We're currently moving them into the depths of the pit as planned," one of the guardians of the Origin Immortal Treasury suddenly said. Although they had not ventured deep into the ground, they seemed to know everything that had happened to Wang Chong's group. "No matter what, we have to break them up. We can't let them work together. The dragon beasts alone won't be enough. It's about time. Pass on my order. Release those things in the pit." At this moment, the leader of the Guardians suddenly spoke. His eyes were emotionless as he stared into the pitch-black pit. "Yes." From the surface of the pit all the way down through a distance of 16,000 to 17,000 meters, following the order of the leader, an invisible ripple spread out from the bottom of the pitch-dark pit. The pit was quiet, without the slightest ripple of energy. After what seemed like both a second and like countless eons, there was a flash of light. A weak light, like a firefly, slowly flew out of the darkness. After flying several hundred meters, it seemed like it had been startled awake from a dream. The weak light suddenly blazed, and in the blink of an eye, it shone brightly. Then its speed increased, and like a meteor, it entered the huge underground cave. In the cavern, Wang Chong had concealed his aura as much as possible as he fled. Screams could be heard from behind him as all the martial artists in the rear were slaughtered. Wang Chong's entire body tensed up as an intense sense of danger washed over him like a massive wave. Wang Chong's greatest reliance was the energy condensation pearl in his body, but no matter how much energy the pearl stored, it would quickly vanish under the attacks of the 3 dragon beasts. Once that happened, only death would await Wang Chong. Where is it? Just which direction should I run in? Wang Chang's eyes scanned the surroundings like lightning. In this underground cave, the network was everywhere, and it was easy to get lost. If one was not careful, he might even unknowingly send himself into the mouth of a giant beast. Moreover, the spiritual restriction that was set up in the entire underground cavern rendered the spiritual power that Wang Chong was so proud of completely useless. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to determine the correct direction. I can only use sound as a substitute for spiritual force probing. Wang Chong thought to himself. Mind power was a means of detection, and so was sound waves. It was just like how bats could use sound to locate themselves, but it was not as useful as mind power. In the next moment, with a thought, Wang Chong heard all the sounds around him. The roars of wild beasts, the blood-curdling screams of martial artists, the explosions of airwaves, and the echoes from the thousands of caves. All of this was sent into Wang Chong's mind, and through his immense psychic energy, he was able to rearrange the information in his mind. This was much slower than Wang Chong's formation model in the origin immortal formation, but it was beginning to show its effects. Wang Chong had originally been oblivious to this complex network, but now, with Wang Chong at the center, he was slowly drawing out the complex network of caves in Wang Chong's mind and spreading out. Although he still couldn't explore the entire underground network, at least he wasn't blind anymore. Run, run. It's those bugs. It's over. We're all going to die here. Ah. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from an unexpected place. Buzz. Stunned, Wang Chong raised his head and saw that in another direction, another group of martial artists was rushing toward him, their faces stricken with fear. Behind them, balls of golden, light the size of fists floated in the air and chased after them like meteors chasing after the moon. As these silver halos pursued them, Wang Chong immediately heard a familiar voice. Stellar-piercing beetles. Wang Chong's body trembled as he immediately recognized these terrifying beetles that, like the dragon beasts, possessed the ability to pierce through stellar-piercing beetles. Many top-class experts had died to these stellar-piercing beetles in the origin immortal formation. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would run into them again in these dark caves. But unlike the origin immortal formation, these stellar-piercing beetles were larger, stronger, and more aggressive. When it rains, it pours. The three dragon beasts had already put all the martial artists underground in grave danger, and now these nightmarish stellar-piercing beetles had appeared. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes and feel his heart go numb as he sensed the aura of death that he had never felt before. 3 dragon beasts and a horde of high-level, stellar-piercing beetles. No martial artist could possibly survive such an attack. Roar! Wang Chong's heart tightened, and he immediately used a movement technique to charge deeper into the caves. Without the heavenly mandate battle armor, not even Wang Chong could stop these beetles. Buzz! 1 cavern, 2 caverns, countless caverns lit up with fire. Thousands of stellar-piercing beetles appeared in these caves and began to charge toward Wang Chong's group. Roar! At almost the same time, the dragon beasts roared as the other 3 dragon beasts appeared in the caves behind them. Together with the stellar-piercing beetles, they hunted down all the martial artists in the caves. Danger followed them like a shadow. All the martial artists at the back were caught up by the dragon beasts and stellar-piercing beetles and killed one by one. The screams of death were so shrill that it made one's hair stand on end. As Wang Chong fled, he was constantly paying attention to his surroundings and the cave. In this sort of situation, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Something's wrong. Wang Chong's body trembled as a thought flashed through his mind. After some time, he sensed that something was very wrong with these dragon beasts and stellar-piercing beetles. These creatures don't seem to be trying to kill, but to drive them away. The dragon beasts and stellar-piercing beetles would never be so restrained as to only chase down the martial artists at the back. The stellar-piercing beetles were one thing, but Wang Chong had personally experienced the speed of the dragon beasts. Not many martial artists could match their speed. And these dragon beasts had never charged into the crowd to begin a massacre. Their intention to drive them away was far more obvious than to kill them. It's those people hiding behind the curtains. Wang Chang's mind trembled as he recalled the mysterious faction controlling the formation in an attempt to exterminate all the martial artists in the origin immortal formation. Even with the power of the dragon beasts and stellar-piercing beetles, they had still been able to control them. This was clearly not because they were soft-hearted, but because they had a greater plan. As this thought passed through his mind, Wang Chong immediately sensed an even greater danger. But in the short time available, not even someone of Wang Chong's abilities could find a good solution. Aya! As he fled, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his abdomen, and the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body fell into disarray. Not good. I've used up too much stellar energy, and my meridians are starting to fall into disorder. Wang Chong staggered and almost fell to the ground. Wang Chong's cultivation defect had still not been cured, and the appearance of the energy condensation pearl had only managed to alleviate the injuries in his body. It had not been able to treat the root of the problem, the continuous battles with the Black Yin ancestor and the others, and the use of the Great Yin Yang art and Great Destruction art had placed a heavy burden on Wang Chong's already disordered meridians. Although Wang Chong had long ago known that if he did not find the origin immortal art and resolve the root of the problem, his cultivation defect would only worsen, Wang Chong had never imagined that it would come so quickly. Moreover, it happened at such a critical time. Damn it! Why did it have to happen now? Wang Chong's face was ghastly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and he couldn't help but slow down. But in this short period of time, not only did the pain in his abdomen not lessen, it seemed to grow more and more intense. Even worse was that under the effects of the chaotic energy, the more important governing and conception meridians in his body were beginning to twitch. But this was not the end. As Wang Chong slowed down, a savage roar came from overhead. At some point, an enormous figure had bypassed the martial artists and emerged from one of the caves, appearing 20 to 30 meters in front of Wang Chong. Its scarlet eyes were blinding as it stared at the weakened martial artist Wang Chong. Wang Chong grimaced and his heart sank. Blessings never came in pairs, and Wang Chong had never imagined that he would be targeted by a dragon beast at a time like this. Swish! At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. It was as if only Wang Chong and the 6 to 7 meter tall dragon beast were left in the world. The brutal, ancient beast glared at Wang Chong. Wang Chong could even see it sneeze at him, and 2 wisps of hot smoke came out of its nostrils. Buzz! At that moment, Wang Chong saw the dragon beast move its claws slightly, and its originally loose muscles suddenly tightened. In an instant, the sense of crisis in Wang Chong's heart quickly intensified. Life and death were decided in an instant. Boom! The earth shook. At that moment, the huge dragon beast stomped its feet heavily, and in an instant, it disappeared on the spot like a phantom. At the same time, Wang Chong smelled a suffocating, terrifying aura of death. Chapter 1483. Warning. User has encountered an ancient dragon beast. This is a powerful creature left behind from the Yellow Emperor's era. These ancient creatures hide obscure mysteries of the world. For escaping the dragon beast's attack, user will be rewarded with 10,000 points of destiny energy. For killing the dragon beast, user will be rewarded with 100,000 points of destiny energy. For taming the dragon beast, user will be rewarded with 500,000 points of destiny energy. At this moment, Wang Chong's mind blazed with light. The Stone of Destiny had issued a mission that caught even Wang Chong off guard. What, the Yellow Emperor's era? Upon hearing these words, Wang Chong was shocked. He knew that this giant beast had an extraordinary background, but Wang Chong had never imagined that this giant beast would actually be related to the Yellow Emperor. A giant beast that could survive for such a long time was beyond his imagination. But Wang Chong had no time to ponder this. Death was imminent. Although he could not see the dragon beast's figure, Wang Chong knew that given the dragon beast's speed, its true body had probably already reached him. Just as Wang Chong was about to die under the dragon beast's claws, rumble! Suddenly, the earth exploded, and Wang Chong vanished into thin air like a ghost. This was so sudden that even a creature like the dragon beast, which did not have much intelligence, was startled. Its claws fiercely resisted the inertia of its charge, and it turned around. The place where Wang Chong had been standing was empty, leaving behind only a human-sized hole that led to another place underground. Roar! In an instant, the dragon beast immediately understood, and it let out a furious roar that shook the heavens. The caverns here extended in all directions. In the instant that the dragon beast had lunged, Wang Chong had been quick-witted, gathering all the energy in his body to forcefully break through the rock and enter the other cavern beneath his feet. This seemed simple, but it was no easy feat if he had not grasped the layout of the entire cavern and had precise control over the entire underground cavern. He would not have been able to do this. The rock layer in some places was extremely thick. Forcefully breaking through the rock layer would only bring about one's own humiliation. They would sink into the ground and be unable to move. The gigantic, draconic beast obviously understood Wang Chong's trick. It suddenly roared angrily and unleashed its tyrannical strength. Just like Wang Chong, it broke through the rock stratum and fiercely rushed down. Draconic beasts were extremely sensitive to earth energy. Once targeted by it, death was certain. Just as the draconic beast was about to break through the rock stratum and enter the cave where Wang Chong was hiding, things developed in a completely different way. Rumble! There was a flash of light, and the draconic beast, which weighed 6 to 7 tons, immediately appeared in the cave that Wang Chong was in. However, in the next moment, before it could stand firm, the ground collapsed, and the draconic beast fell directly to the next level. Go! Wang Chong reacted extremely quickly. Without even thinking, he immediately forced himself to flee forward. As he fled, he split off his doppelgangers to go in another direction, luring the draconic beast over. Cold, sweat poured down his forehead. It was only a short distance, but Wang Chong had almost exhausted all of his strength. Wang Chong constantly changed his position in the underground cavern, entering from one cavern to another in order to shake off the draconic beast's pursuit. However, Wang Chong knew that all of this was not a permanent solution. Being caught by the draconic beast was only a matter of time. I have to find a way to shake off the draconic beast. My internal injuries are worsening, and I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Wang Chong thought to himself. Roars rang out all around him, and the cries of martial artists rang out incessantly. However, the draconic beast seemed to have locked onto the scent of earth energy on his body. It seemed like it would not give up until it achieved its goal. Boom! An intense explosion came from the distance. The draconic beast had finally caught up to Wang Chong's doppelganger and smashed it apart with a swipe of its claw. In Wang Chong's perception, the draconic beast's aura was like a storm passing through the caverns and heading toward him. In this complex network of caverns, the draconic beast, which only focused on earth energy and had a keen sense of smell like a hunting dog, had a far better understanding of the terrain than the martial artists here. Just where should I go? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. His internal injuries were worsening, and if he didn't leave the battle and stop, his internal injuries would only worsen. But at this moment, the draconic beast and the horde of stellar-piercing beetles were getting closer and closer. All of these factors made it impossible for Wang Chong to stop. Wang Chong continued to gather information from these sounds, further constructing the network of caverns in his mind. It's over there! Suddenly, a sound wave came back to him, and Wang Chong rejoiced at this information. His body swayed as he gathered his energy and began to fly toward an unnoticed branch of the cave. I'm here. A few moments later, the cavern narrowed 20 to 30 meters in front of Wang Chong, revealing a small cavern around one, 5 meters wide. The cavern was pitch black and empty, but in Wang Chong's eyes, it was like he had been given a new lease of life. The draconic beast's body was huge. It was 6 to 7 meters tall when it stood up. The cave in front of them was about 5 meters tall. Although it was not small, for the draconic beast's huge body, it was like a mouse hole. The draconic beast's body simply couldn't fit into such a small cavern. As long as he could, Wang Chong would be able to shake off the draconic beast's pursuit. In that instant, Wang Chong's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he rushed toward the small cavern. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Large pieces of rock and soil suddenly fell from the front, followed by a huge shadow the size of a small mountain falling from the sky, between Wang Chong and the cavern. The pair of scarlet eyes were extremely cold, and the killing intent in them could even freeze one's bone marrow. And Wang Chong's eyes also darkened at this moment. On the other side, the sudden appearance of the draconic beast had cut off all of Wang Chong's life. The stellar energy in Wang Chong's body was in disorder, and it was impossible for him to escape with all his strength. And that small cavern, if he didn't kill the draconic beast, it was impossible to get through. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the draconic beast squatted down and exerted strength in its limbs. Like a cannonball, it suddenly shot out, pouncing toward Wang Chong. Its body was still in the air when it opened its giant mouth, and a monstrous wave of scorching dragon flames immediately filled the entire cavern. Seeing that Wang Chong was about to die under the draconic beast's attack, the next moment, Wang Chong's pupil shrank, and his eyes became incomparably determined. At this moment, not only did he not retreat to avoid the draconic beast's attack, but he also leaped forward, his center of gravity on the ground, and shot out like a spirit python, pouncing toward the draconic beast. Hum! In a flash, a purple flame shot out from Wang Chong's body, turning into a shield that enveloped his entire body. And Wang Chong's body was as thin as a piece of paper. His back was close to the ground, and he brushed past the draconic beast's belly. Indistinctly, there was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. Wang Chong seemed to have taken out something and cut open the draconic beast's entire belly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Wang Chong rushed under the draconic beast in a dangerous way and slid into the cavern that was about 5 meters wide behind the draconic beast. I did it! Wang Chong's body jerked up from the ground, and he suddenly looked at the woozy steel dagger in his hand. The dagger, which was less than a foot long, was dripping with blood, and thick blood flowed down from the tip of the blade. This was the blood of the draconic beast. When Wang Chong's injuries acted up in the mansion, he went berserk and fell into a coma. He was taken away by his master, and all his weapons and armors were thrown into the mansion. Only this short, woozy steel dagger, because it was sheathed in an ebony scabbard and tied to his calf, escaped and was brought out by Wang Chong. However, Wang Chong had never been fond of daggers, so even though he had brought it with him, he had never used it. If it were not for the fact that he was forced into a corner by the draconic beast, he would not have used it until now. Rumble! A series of earth-shattering crashing sounds came from behind. The huge draconic beast was cut open by Wang Chong, leaving a long trail of sticky blood behind, and then slammed into the wall of the cavern 30 to 40 meters away. Even its head had smashed through the rock stratum and was inserted into the wall. Looking at the corpse of the draconic beast, Wang Chong was overjoyed. The woozy steel was indeed the sharpest weapon in his memory. It seemed that even the draconic beast could not withstand its sharpness. However, the joy in Wang Chong's heart did not last long. In the next second, the earth trembled, and the huge draconic beast, which had been lying motionless on the wall, suddenly stood up slowly. That monstrous aura, like a blazing flame, once again exploded from its body. Under Wang Chong's gaze, the mountain-like draconic beast slowly turned around. Its huge head was terrifying, and it stared at Wang Chong from 30 to 40 meters away. For the first time, Wang Chong felt a monstrous hatred from this beast. However, what caught Wang Chong's attention the most was the abdomen of the draconic beast. Wang Chong's previous move was indeed effective. The softest part of the draconic beast's abdomen was slashed open, and it was more than half a foot deep. The flesh on both sides was exposed, and a large amount of blood was gushing out of the draconic beast's body. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, but Wang Chong was not happy at all. Right in front of his eyes, the woozy steel dagger had almost split the draconic beast in half, and the long wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths' time, the draconic beast's injury had recovered to its original state, and not even the marks left by the sword could be seen. How is this possible? Wang Chong's heart sank. The power of rebirth. Wang Chong never thought that this 5 to 6 meters tall behemoth, in addition to its astonishing strength and the ability to break through the defense, would also have such a heaven-defying power of rebirth. With this alone, no matter how hard Wang Chong tried, no matter how many tricks he used, he would not be able to hurt it. Chapter 1484. Chapter 1353. Chapter 1353. Inch Roar. The dragon finally roared and used all of its strength to charge at Wang Chong. Rumble. The entrance of the cave collapsed. The huge head of the draconic beast burrowed into the cave. Its strong and sturdy body trembled nonstop as it arched forward. Large amounts of rocks and soil fell down. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of flames. Wang Chong's body jumped. Without any hesitation, he immediately headed into the depths of the cave. Behind him, the gigantic draconic beast was still approaching Wang Chong. However, the small hole was an obstacle that the draconic beast could not cross. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, the roars of the draconic beast gradually faded away, becoming barely audible. Clearly, in the face of reality, it had no choice but to give up on its prey, Wang Chong. Who? Wang Chong leaned against the wall, his chest rising and falling rapidly. In just a moment, Wang Chong felt like he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. His clothes were drenched in sweat. After temporarily getting rid of the threat of death, Wang Chong had time to think about other things. The Yellow Emperor, dragon beasts. What's going on? Why would the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury contain 3 vicious beasts from the era of the Yellow Emperor? What's going on? Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. The Origin Immortal art was the world's #1 art. No matter how dangerous it was, Wang Chong would not find it strange. But now, Wang Chong was beginning to feel that something was wrong. Wang Chong could accept the other traps, such as the metal storm in the pit and the stellar-piercing beetles. But the dragon beasts of the Yellow Emperor's era, they shouldn't have appeared here. It seemed like these arrangements were not meant to protect a treasure like the Origin Immortal art, but some sort of secret. What the hell is going on? Wang Chong was deep in thought, but he still couldn't figure it out. I'll think of a way to find out later. Wang Chong continued to move forward. After advancing another few kilometers, he found a secluded place and quickly sat down cross-legged. This time his injuries were more serious than he had imagined. The continuous fighting, running, and fighting had finally further aggravated the injuries in Wang Chong's body. The condition of Wang Chong's body was much more serious than ever before. Master once said that once the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art begins to deteriorate, there is no way to reverse it, and it will rapidly worsen in a short period of time. If they fought too fiercely or used their stellar energy, it would lead to all sorts of serious consequences, even death. This was also the reason why he concealed his strength and bided his time, allowing his traitorous disciple to take advantage of him. I originally wanted to delay for a period of time until I found the old village chief and master, but from the looks of it now, he couldn't delay any longer. No matter what, I have to find a way to obtain the origin immortal art and completely heal my injuries. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. With a thought, all the stellar energy in his body and meridians flowed into his dantian, and then he began to adjust his stellar energy. Steam began to seep out of the top of his head as Wang Chong focused all his energy on adjusting his stellar energy. Time passed slowly. The cave was quiet and there was no sound at all. After some time, Wang Chong's twitching and twisted meridians finally began to return to normal. Wang Chong's mind gradually entered a state of tranquility. The world was still, not a single sound could be heard. While Wang Chong was focused on recovering from his injuries, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, like someone was shaking his shoulder. Wang Chong didn't care at first, but then he heard someone calling out to him. In the beginning, the voice was still very far away, barely audible, but soon it was getting closer and clearer. Wang Chong, Wang Chong! The voice was filled with anxiety and concern, and it was even faintly choked with sobs. Wang Chong was bewildered, completely confused as to what was going on. He had been separated from his master underground, and logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to hear anyone else's voice. But this voice was so real and clear. A moment later, Wang Chong finally stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. A beam of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was long and narrow, and it was constantly expanding, but the light was blurry. What's going on here? Where did this light come from underground? Wang Chong was flabbergasted, but Wang Chong quickly realized that something was wrong. This did not seem to be a simple source of light from underground. In this light, Wang Chong could faintly make out a few blurry figures. One of the figures seemed to be silently weeping as it looked at him. Even though he couldn't see it very clearly, Wang Chong could sense that it was filled with sorrow. What's going on? Wang Chong was even more shocked. No matter how slow he was, he could still sense that something was wrong with the situation before him. It seemed to be different from what he had imagined. He tried to open his eyes wide, trying to see what was in front of him clearly. After an indeterminate amount of time, the light in front of him finally became clear. However, before he could get a clear look, a figure pounced on him in the next moment. Wang Chong, you're finally awake! The voice was crying tears of joy, and when it reached the end, it suddenly began sobbing on Wang Chong's body. Chi, chi, chin. Finally, everything in front of him became clear. As he looked at that familiar, weeping face, Wang Chong was stunned. What was going on? Hadn't he just woken up from his cultivation? Hadn't he just stabilized his chaotic stellar energy? Why had he suddenly appeared here? Why had he suddenly seen Su Yichin? Looking around, Wang Chong saw even more familiar figures at Su Yichin's side. The king of Song, the old butler, his big uncle, his mother, Huang Qin'er, Zhao Yadong, Bai Siling, his master, and the village chief. All of them were in the room, surrounding the bed and sorrowfully looking at him. No, his master and the village chief, an illusion. This had to be an illusion. He had clearly been searching for the world's #1 origin immortal art, 16,000 meters beneath the northwest. How could he have appeared here? Wang Chong's body moved as he tried to sit up and escape this illusion. But before Wang Chong could sit up, an intense soreness came from all over his body. A broad palm quickly pressed down on Wang Chong's shoulder. Chong-er, your injuries haven't healed yet. Don't act rashly. Your master will treat your injuries and help you recover as quickly as possible. Master? Wang Chong raised his head and saw that his master, the evil emperor, had appeared at his side at some point and was pressing down on him, his face a picture of confusion. We've done our best to nurse you back to health, but the cultivation defect of the great yin-yang heaven creation art is not so easy to treat. Another familiar voice came from next to him, the chief of Wushang walking over with a solemn expression. Wang Chong stared in shock at these two familiar figures, his mind in chaos. For a moment he was confused. He couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. Master, Weren't we adventuring in the Northwest in search of the origin of mortal art? Why are you here? Could it be that the matter there is already over? Wang Chong was flabbergasted. Could it be that he had actually fainted while exploring the underground world, and then his master and the chief of Wushang had brought him here? The Northwest, the origin of mortal art. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang glanced at Wang Chong, both seeing deep concern in each other's eyes. King of foreign lands, I know that you're still concerned about the matters of the imperial court, but you've already done your best in the conflict between the militarists and the Confucians. No one will blame you. At this moment, a long sigh sounded by Wang Chong's ear. Unknowingly, scholar Lu Tingji had walked over. Looking at Wang Chong on the bed, his eyes were filled with pity. The conflict between the militarists and the Confucians? Wang Chong was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Hadn't the conflict between the militarists and the Confucians already passed? Chongar, you still don't know? It's been 7 days and 7 nights since you suffered a cultivation defect in the study, and we discovered you vomiting blood and falling unconscious. You've been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. Madame Wang suddenly looked at Wang Chong, her heart aching, and she covered her face with her hands. Finally, she could no longer hold back her tears. What? Wang Chong was dumbfounded. The study? Cultivation defect? He clearly remembered falling unconscious in the study. When he woke up, he had been in the carriage, and then he had gone to the Northwest with his master and the others. How could he still be at home? Had he been imagining things? Impossible. He couldn't believe it. Mother, Grand Scholar Lu, you're joking, right? Wang Chong smiled at the crowd, his body moving back a little as he maintained his composure. Everyone silently stared at Wang Chong. But the ones who had truly dealt a heavy blow to Wang Chong were his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. Chongar, I don't know what you're talking about. But your master and the village chief have never gone to the Northwest, nor have we searched for the origin of mortal art. Although we truly do want to go to the Northwest, no one has obtained the origin of mortal art in the last several hundred years. How could it be that easy? The chief of Wushang added. The chief of Wushang had a close relationship with Wang Chong, and he had always treated Wang Chong as a junior, just like the younger generation of the village. But perhaps because he had been dealt a blow by the Confucian sect, Wang Chong's current state was clearly not right. Buzz. As Wang Chong stared at these familiar and strange faces, he was struck dumb and speechless. Fake, it must be fake. I must be dreaming, Wang Chong muttered to himself. He subconsciously looked under the bed. There had to be a difference between a dream and reality, and the greatest difference was that in a dream, one's reflection would never appear. A dream could never be that real. Chapter 1485. Something's not right. Wang Chong shook his head and suddenly raised his head to look at his palms. His palms were fair and slender, and the fine lines on the back of his hands were clearly visible and lifelike. Through his fingertips, Wang Chong could even feel the cool air in the room, as well as the feeling of air flowing through his fingers. That feeling was too real, too subtle, and completely not something that could be felt in a dream. And as his gaze swept across the fingernails, Wang Chong could clearly see the dim white light reflected by the fingernails in the room. Everything was so detailed, so real. How could this be? Wang Chong was stunned, and his mind instantly went blank. It was impossible to feel touch in a dream, and it was even more impossible to feel such delicate warmth and detail. For a moment, Wang Chong's mind was also in a mess. Reality and illusion, the past and the present, all intertwined together. He had originally firmly believed in his experience in the Northwest, but now all these beliefs were suddenly shaken. Wang Chong suddenly did not dare to be so sure. What made him even more uneasy was that his whole body was aching, and the chaotic meridians in his body were extremely similar to the situation when he had gone berserk in the study. Could it be that the so-called trip to the Northwest was actually just an illusion after he went berserk? After he fainted in the study, he was not forcefully brought to the northwest by his master? In fact, all of this was his illusion, his dream. All these thoughts flashed through his mind, and Wang Chang's mind was suddenly in a mess. Everything in front of him made it impossible for him to distinguish reality from illusion. You've just woken up, Restwell. Auntie, your Highness. Let's withdraw first and let him rest for a while. Su Yi-Chen's considerate voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The group of people quickly left the room and went out. The room quickly quieted down. Wang Chong sat alone on the bed, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. What is going on here? Wang Chong muttered to himself. He could feel the unique texture of the black sandalwood under his body, and he could smell that fragrance. If it was really a dream, it couldn't be that realistic. Was I really unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights? Wang Chong walked to the window. His heart was in turmoil. Rays of sunlight shone through the cracks of the window and fell on Wang Chong's body. The warm feeling was so real that Wang Chong couldn't say a word. Pushing open the door, Wang Chong walked out. In front of him was a familiar garden, a pond, and rows upon rows of the Wang clan's mansions. Wang Chong could even see the patterns of flowers and birds on the glazed tiles, as well as a chirping bird on the roof. When Wang Chong recalled his trip to the northwest, he found that the originally clear memories suddenly became blurry, as if it was really a dream. Maybe it really was a dream. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he slowly accepted his situation. Thud, thud, thud. As he was thinking, fierce knocking came from the distance, and soon Wang Chong heard the furious voices of Su Kaoyi and the others. Bastard! Who allowed you to come here? Get out of here! Ha! Those who come are guests. I heard that the king of foreign lands is sick and has been unconscious all this time. When our young master heard this, he specially sent a gift. The mighty king of foreign lands' residents shouldn't be so stingy, right? Very soon, a voice came from outside the courtyard walls. It sounded like it was full of ridicule and vaguely gave off a feeling that it harbored ill intentions. Scram! Don't go too far. So what if your Confucian sect is in power? If not for our Highness, do you think your Confucian sect could have stood out? Our Highness does not welcome people like you. Another furious voice came from the distance, Chunbin also angrily shouting. A few servants and maids quickly joined in, and the entrance to the Wang clan residence was abuzz. Stop! At this moment, a voice interrupted the crowd. At the gate of the Wang clan residence, Su Qi, Chinbin, and the many guards of the Wang clan had all gathered together, all of them staring in indignation at the figure standing outside the gate. Hearing the noise behind them, they turned their heads, and when they saw that familiar figure, they were all stunned. My lord! Everyone lowered their heads and saw that at some point Wang Chong had walked up behind them. All of you withdraw, Wang Chong said. His face was slightly pale and he seemed somewhat weak. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, everyone bowed and made way for Wang Chong. Ha! Your Highness, long time no see. At almost the same time, that mocking and ill-intentioned voice that Wang Chong had heard spoke once more. Everyone says that your Highness has been unconscious for 7 days and nights, and that your heart is filled with depression that is difficult to dispel. I didn't think that the legend was false. It turns out that your Highness has already woken up. It's you. Wang Chong turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see several figures standing outside the gate of the Wang clan residence. The person in the lead was dressed in a long black robe, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were fixed on Wang Chong, giving him an unruly and provocative look. Wang Chong had no impression of this person's appearance, but Wang Chong remembered his aura very clearly. It was the sword demon who had performed the sword dance at the 100 Victories sacrificial ceremony in the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Behind him was a man and a woman, both experts of the Confucian sect, holding a brocade box. It was obviously the gift he had mentioned. Impudent! Don't go too far! Su Kei, Chinbin, and the others behind Wang Chong bellowed angrily at the sword demon's words. They were so enraged that they almost made a move. What gift? They were just here to find out the truth, to provoke Wang Chong. If not for them, why would His Highness vomit blood? Enough! Wang Chong suddenly spoke up. He waved his hand to stop the crowd, then turned to the sword demon. Go back and tell your young master that this king has accepted his gift. Tell him that this king thanks him for his good intentions. Wang Chong's expression was calm, as if he wasn't angry in the slightest. The sword demon and the others were dumbfounded by these words. Wang Chong's reaction was completely different from what they had expected. But the sword demon quickly reacted. "Haha! Your Highness is truly magnanimous. It seems that your Highness has truly let go of the matter of the prefectural army. Since that's the case, this one will take his leave." The sword demon bowed slightly. The prefectural army? Wang Chong raised an eyebrow at the sword demon's words. What? Your Highness still doesn't know? The sword demon had already turned around to leave, but when he heard those words, he stopped and looked at Su Qi and the others behind Wang Chong. What? They still haven't told your Highness? Wang Chong raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding something. He turned back to look at Su Qi and the others. In an instant, their expressions changed and they all lowered their heads. Outside the gate, the sword demon immediately understood what was going on. So they're still hiding it from your Highness. Since that's the case, this one won't say anything more. I'll take my leave. The sword ghost smiled slightly, a strange smile appearing on his face. He quickly led everyone away. What's going on? In the study, Wang Chong suddenly asked as he looked at the crowd before him. This, Su Kai and Chen Bin looked at each other hesitantly, but under Wang Chong's coercion, they still spoke up. In truth, many things happened while your Highness was unconscious. Without your Highness to contend with them, the Confucian sect and the first prince took complete control of the court. In addition, your Highness vomited blood and was unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. The King of Song and the others were all worried about your Highness's injuries. Without your Highness's advice, the Confucian sect colluded with the first prince and finally succeeded in dissolving the prefectural armies. Just a few days ago, the imperial court completed the disbandment of the prefectural armies and destroyed all the lists. In the future, it will be impossible to recall them again. That's not all. The Confucian sect, the first prince, the prime minister, and King Qi joined forces to strip the King of Song of his military authority and take back his authority in the Bureau of Military Personnel. In addition, the Confucian sect dispatched a large number of Confucian supervisors to the army, weakening the military to the extreme. Now, almost all of the military is under the Confucian sect's control. One after another, the crowd slowly recounted the problems that had occurred while Wang Chong was unconscious. Even though he had been enlightened by the seniors in the underground stone room and had become much more accepting of the situation, as he listened to their reports, Wang Chong still felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Although he said that he was relieved he had worked so hard for so long, invested so much blood, and sacrificed so many soldiers. In the end, all of this had been destroyed. How could he possibly accept this? Moreover, this conflict between the militarists and the Confucians concerned the continuity of the Central Plains, as well as the survival of all the people in the world. All of you leave. I want to be alone for a while. Wang Chong suddenly waved his hand. Yes, my lord. A trace of reluctance flashed through the eyes of Su Qi and the others, and they quickly withdrew. As for Wang Chong, he stood there motionless for a very, very long time. In the end, Wang Chong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Pushing open the door, Wang Chong walked out of the study, past the garden pond, and out the main gate. Even though some maids and servants saw Wang Chong, no one dared to stop him. In this muddle-headed state, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, but also like he wasn't thinking about anything at all. By the time Wang Chong came to his senses, he was on a bustling street. As far as the eye could see, there were peddlers selling rouge and face powder, merchants who were in a hurry, and butchers who were hawking loudly in their stalls. But in this bustling crowd, Wang Chong saw many unique figures. They had large beards and wore long robes. All of them had hawkish eyes and deep noses, and they all had thick accents from foreign lands. The Who. Chapter 1486. Wang Chong had grown up in the capital, so the number of Who here was nothing to be surprised about. But now, Wang Chong could see that there were even more Who in the capital. Gogurians, Uzin, Western Turkic Khaganate, Turks, Arabs, almost all of them could be found in the crowd. With a glance, Wang Chong could tell that there were tensome spies among the Who, but the people around him had gentle and kind faces and seemed oblivious to all this. Haha, in the harmonious world, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Take it. Not far away, a shopkeeper said with a faint smile. He quickly stuffed a piece of cloth into the hands of a who clearly practiced martial arts. Haha, we're all one family, so there's no need to be so distant. I know that you don't have much money, so I'll give this to you at half price. Another shopkeeper nearby said, Take care. Come often in the future. Just like Advisor Junior Zhang said, the world is one family, so there's no need to be polite with us. Enthusiastic voices came from all around him. Wang Chong could see that everyone had a kind expression on their faces, seemingly unaware of the danger that lurked in the air. Wang Chong felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and he began to walk even faster. Along the way, he could see that the atmosphere of the capital was completely different. The massive capital of the Great Tang was like a defenseless city, opening its bosom to everyone. Isn't that the king of foreign lands? While he was muddle-headed along the way, a familiar voice came from the front. At first, Wang Chong didn't realize who it was, but a moment later, Wang Chong finally remembered, and his body trembled. Cheng Qianli. After fighting side by side with Cheng Qianli at Talas for so long, Wang Chong would never mistake his voice. But Wang Chong remembered that Cheng Qianli and the Anqi Protectorate Army were stationed in the western regions, not allowed to leave their garrisons without a military order. How could they appear in the distant capital? Wang Chong suddenly raised his head. In the dense crowd opposite him, Wang Chong suddenly saw a familiar figure. His body was ramrod straight, and he held his head high. The aura he exuded was like a raging fire that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was the Vice Protector General of the Anqi Protectorate, Cheng Qianli, and in front of him, Wang Chong saw an unexpected figure. Gao Xianji. How could this be? Seeing that imposing figure, Wang Chong's entire body shook violently, instantly setting off huge waves. He was already surprised that Cheng Qianli showed up here. It was not normal for Gao Xianji to show up with him. A protector general, a great general, was a figure whose every action could affect the entire world. They had high ranks and extraordinary statuses, and their actions concerned the safety of the entire border. In normal circumstances, without a decree from the sovereign, they would not appear in the capital for at least 30 or 40 years. Protector General Gao, General Cheng, why have you appeared here? Wang Chong came back to his senses and quickened his pace toward these two figures. At almost the same time, Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli parted the crowd and walked toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong, you're finally awake. Sincere joy appeared on Gao Xianji and Cheng Qianli's faces as they looked at Wang Chong. Qianli and I paid a visit to your residence, but you were unconscious the entire time. Recently, I heard that your injuries had got much better, so we were planning to pay you a visit. I didn't think that we'd run into you here. As an important general of the empire, Gao Xianji had always presented himself as dignified and dignified. It was only in front of Wang Chong, the youngest marquis of the Tang dynasty, that Gao Xianji would show this amiable and approachable side. But Wang Chong had no time to reminisce with these two. Lord Gao, General Chung, what's going on here? Why aren't you at the Anchi garrison, but in the capital? Wang Chong said to the duo. Buzz. At Wang Chong's words, the smiles on their faces instantly vanished, their expressions turning grim. This, Wang Chong, I won't hide it from you. In truth, I'm no longer a protector general. The imperial court stripped me of my military authority, and the Anchi protectorate is currently under the control of the Confucian sect army supervisors. After a few moments of silence, Gao Xianji finally revealed the truth. Cheng Qianli also fell silent. Boom! Wang Chong's eyes went wide at Gao Xianji's words, a look of disbelief on his face. Actually, we're not the only ones who've been summoned back. Almost all of the generals and commanders at the borders have been summoned back. The military situation is already hopeless. The military has lost its momentum, Cheng Qianli sternly said, his expression extremely gloomy. Wang Chong said nothing, but his chest was heavy and he felt like he was suffocating. Your Highness, the Confucian sect has gained power in the court, and the entire empire is under their control. We've already lost the capital to contend against them, Cheng Qianli sorrowfully said. As a general who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, he would have never been willing to accept such an outcome. But now the first prince was regent and had formed a massive alliance with the Confucian sect. This faction had taken control of the imperial court, and no other faction could stop it. Wang Chong felt like his heart was being stabbed by a needle. Although the two of them had only touched on the matter and had not said too much, how could Wang Chong not know what they were feeling? The Anchi they had fought for more than half their lives had been occupied by a sparrow. One could easily imagine what they were feeling. Let's go. It's rare for us to run into each other today. Let's go drink until we're drunk. Gao Xianji put his arm around Wang Chong's shoulder, and the three of them headed for the nearest restaurant. This gathering lasted from noon to night, and Wang Chong did not return home until very late at night. Days passed, and in these last few days, Wang Chong was finally able to connect to the information he had neglected while he was unconscious. At the same time, the latest news from the border was also being sent to the Wang clan residents. Flap flap. In a short period of time, messenger pigeons flew into the Wang family's mansion from all directions, bringing news from the borders. Uzin has obtained the latest news. The Tsenpo is recruiting an army at Bariba Canyon and is secretly training them. Based on what we can see, this army has reached 600,000, and not only has it not decreased, it has even increased. Your Highness, please make a wise decision. On the 17th, the new emperor of Mengshi Zhao, Fenjie, is gathering the Manchus of the south and training wild elephants on a large scale, preparing to rebuild the army. Based on the information we have obtained, Mengshi Zhao has more than 50,000 elephants, 10 times the size of the original White Elephant Corps. Your Highness, please make a clear decision. On the 15th, our scouts reported that the Northeast Patrol disguised themselves as Goguryans had successfully infiltrated 11 southern cities of Goguryeo. After paying the lives of 10 scouts, we finally obtained news that Yan Gaismin is on a large scale on the southern coast, building warships and training sailors. He has gathered more than 400,000 sailors and is preparing to attack the Tang dynasty on the waterways. On the 19th, there has been no fighting on the northern border for several months. But just a few days ago, one of our logistics units was ambushed by an unknown force. 2,000 civilians were killed, and 1,000 escorting cavalry were ambushed and completely wiped out. All the supplies, weapons, and provisions have been plundered, and their whereabouts are unknown. Although there is no clear evidence, we can basically confirm that the target is the Western Turkic Khaganate. Based on the information we have gathered, the various who have begun to change their tactics, moving from the open to the dark and continuing to pose an enormous threat to us. All the border armies have been ordered by the army supervisor to strictly forbid the investigation of such looting and disappearances. The soldiers are becoming increasingly dissatisfied. One piece of information after another was delivered to Wang Chong, each one stabbing at Wang Chong's heart. He was getting more and more worried. The entire Tang dynasty was beset with danger, but no one seemed to notice. Although Wang Chong had gathered a great deal of information, the imperial court was currently under the control of the first prince and Li Junxian, and it would not listen to any of his suggestions. No matter what, I can't let this continue, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. He made up his mind, but at this moment, another matter completely disrupted Wang Chong's plans. Chong-er, your mother has something to discuss with you. 3 days later, Wang Chong's mother, Madame Wang, suddenly appeared in Wang Chong's room, her expression solemn and her eyes unprecedentedly serious. You're no longer young. Based on the customs of the noble children of the capital, you should be able to marry and have children at your age. You were unconscious for 7 days, and your mother was truly afraid. Your mother has thought for a long time, and it's about time for you to start a family. Your mother saw that you and Miss Sue were in love, and that she was the one who took care of you day and night while you were unconscious. While you were unconscious, she became much thinner. Of all the girls in the capital, your mother likes this child the most. Thus, while you were unconscious, your mother made a decision. It would have been fine if you remained unconscious, but if you could wake up, I would have this child become my Wang clan's daughter-in-law. What? Wang Chong was flabbergasted by his mother's words. He had never expected such a thing. What? You're still not willing? Madame Wang grimaced, her voice instantly tinged with displeasure. This, your child doesn't dare. Wang Chong hurriedly lowered his head. Ever since he was young, he had been extremely respectful to his mother, so he would never dare to say half a word of disobedience in front of her. Only then did Madame Wang's eyes ease. Thus, after you woke up, your mother personally went to the Su residence. The head of the Su clan has already agreed, and Miss Su has also given her approval. This child probably loves you to the extreme. The 8th day of this month is an auspicious day for weddings. Your mother has already invited a famous matchmaker in the capital and prepared a grand gift. You can get married on that day. This way, your mother can also hold a grandson a little earlier. Your mother doesn't want to live in fear anymore. Madame Wang sternly said. Wang Chong stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This matter was far too unexpected. Wang Chong had never imagined that his mother would mention this matter to him at a time like this. Moreover, he was still young and could still struggle for a few more years. Chapter 1487. Since Mother has already decided, let's do as Mother says. Wang Chong lowered his head and deferentially said. Although he was somewhat surprised, for some reason, Wang Chong felt much more relaxed after saying these words. He did not feel the slightest bit forced. He once more recalled that delicate and beautiful face, recalled how she had accompanied him in the City of Steel, recalled how she had toiled day and night in the Qixi Protectorate headquarters to deliver food to him, her haggard appearance. He recalled how, on the way back to the east, she had looked at him with concern when he had woken up. The spring wind and rain silently nourished everything. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly realized that Su Yiqin had already left a significant place in his heart. She had always silently contributed, never demanding anything. Even when she was in pain, she would endure it alone. He felt that he should give her an explanation, and this was the best result. Boom! The marriage between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin had shaken the entire capital. As the youngest king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty, the most outstanding young war god, Wang Chong had created a series of dazzling feats that had left countless imperial great generals in awe. As for the Su clan, it controlled half of the Tang dynasty's logistics and was one of the most ancient clans in the Tang dynasty, possessing an extremely influential status. The marriage of two great clans, a talented man and a beautiful woman, instantly shook the capital and attracted the attention of the entire empire. On the auspicious day, the day of the wedding, the entire capital would turn out in droves. Even though the vast majority of the common people stood on the side of the Confucian sect in the conflict between Wang Chong and Li Junxian, Wang Chong's status as a king of foreign lands and his illustrious achievements in the past still left him with no small amount of influence among the common people. King of foreign lands! King of foreign lands! Fairy Su! Fairy Su! Outside the walls of the Wang family residence, not only were Wang Chong's shouts shaking the heavens, but the shouts for Su Yiqin were also no weaker than Wang Chong's. The Su clan was an illustrious clan of the Tang dynasty. Su Yiqin was also known as a fairy in the capital, and she had an extremely high reputation among the young men and women of the capital. Moreover, during the Battle of Talas, Su Yiqin had remained in the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, strategizing in the rear and supplying all kinds of supplies to stabilize the rear. This made her reputation in the capital far greater than that of any other woman. Long after the conclusion of the Battle of Talas, many nobles and nobles had sent invitations to the Su clan, hoping to form a good relationship with it. But in the end, it was still Wang Chong who took the lead. This day has finally come. As Wang Chong stood under the plum blossom tree in the courtyard, his hair blowing in the wind, his mind relaxed. Ever since he had made his decision, Wang Chong felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart. He had been busy all this time, constantly rushing about for the sake of the people of the world. As for himself, he hadn't really cared. Being stripped of his military authority and forced to withdraw from the center of power had given Wang Chong a rare chance to truly care about the people he cared about, the things he cared about, and more importantly, the people he loved. How much longer until Qi Qin and the others arrive? Wang Chong, dressed in a bright red ceremonial robe, held his hands behind his back. In the light of the rising sun, Wang Chong's eyes were bright and spirited, exuding an aura that was completely different from the murderous aura he exuded on the battlefield. It was gentle and modest, giving off the feeling that he was a beautiful piece of jade. Your Highness, Lady Su's palanquin is already on the way. It should arrive in 10 minutes. In front of Wang Chong stood Su Qi, Qin Bin, and the others. Su Qi stepped forward and bowed, respectfully. Reporting. Su Kai had barely finished speaking when a series of hurried footsteps rang out. A Wang clan guard, his head lowered, swiftly walked up from the rear. Reporting to your Highness, the Su clan's bridal procession is about to arrive. The madam and the master are already waiting at the gate. The guard's words excited everyone, and Wang Chong was also overjoyed, a heartfelt smile on his lips. Come, let's go to the gate to welcome them. With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Chong immediately walked forward, passing through the gardens and ponds. Along the way, he saw that the Wang clan was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was a festive atmosphere. At the gate of the Wang clan, maids and servants dressed in festive red clothes were clustered together. At the very front of the crowd was a middle-aged woman, her hair covered in pearls and jade hairpins. She was anxiously waiting at the gate. Mother. Wang Chong strode forward, quickening his pace. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the crowd turned their heads. Chonga, you came just in time. That child Qichin is about to arrive. You should hurry and get ready. Madame Wang's face was ruddy, and even her brow was tinged with a smile. This was the first time in a long time that Wang Chong had seen his mother so happy. Haha, Chonga, you've grown up. You're finally starting a family. Big Uncle has also prepared a gift for you. I hope that you and Lady Su can harmonize with each other and contribute to our Wang clan's prosperity. At this moment, a mellow voice came from Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, stroking his beard as he joyfully spoke to Wang Chong. As the Wang clan's Qilin son, Wang Chong was currently the most dazzling existence of the Wang clan's younger generation. Wang Zhen was also very fond of this nephew of his, so he had come of his own accord to welcome the bride at the gate as an elder of the Wang clan. Many thanks, big uncle. Wang Chong faintly smiled and bowed. She's here, she's here. The bride is here. Just as they were speaking, a commotion suddenly sounded in front of them. In an instant, a commotion broke out in the crowd, and within the gates, Wang Chong turned his head over. His mother and big uncle also turned their heads over as well. With the crackling of firecrackers, a long procession of gongs and drums could be seen at the end of the street. At the very front of the procession was a gilded red sedan chair that was making its way toward the Wang clan residence. Wang Chong stood at the gate and looked into the distance, immediately noticing the banners of the Su clan in the procession. "She's here, she's here. The bride is here." The crowd in the Wang clan residence immediately grew excited. Firecrackers began to explode, gongs and drums filled the air, and rows of maids and guards of the Wang clan began to walk out of the Wang clan residence. And when the sedan chair appeared, the crowd on both sides of the street began to cheer. "Fairy Su, Fairy Su." The deafening cheers resounded through the world. As Wang Chong gazed at the approaching sedan chair, the smile on his lips deepened and his eyes grew gentler and gentler. The bride has arrived. The groom stepped forward to receive the sedan chair. Wang Chong's robe shook as he strode down the steps, all the way to the red sedan chair. "Open the sedan chair, open the sedan chair. Fairy Su, Fairy Su." "Groom, hurry and carry the bride." Seeing this scene, the crowd in the surroundings began to cheer loudly, and waves of shouts rang out incessantly. The Holy Emperor had personally conferred the king of foreign lands to the most virtuous and beautiful Su Yiqin of the Tang dynasty. This wedding could be said to be the wedding of the century of the Tang dynasty. How could the common people of the capital miss out on such a good opportunity to make trouble for the groom? As Wang Chong listened to the cheers, he only faintly smiled. As he gazed at the curtain of the sedan chair, his eyes grew even gentler, even tinged with affection. On the side, a maid had already brought over a red scale. Wang Chong took the scale, slightly bent down, and inserted it into the gap between the curtain and the carriage. He lightly lifted it up. "Qichin, I've been waiting for you for a long time." As Wang Chong moved, the curtain of the sedan chair was raised, the gap growing larger and larger. Through the curtain, one could see a crimson figure seated within, a phoenix veil inlaid with gold covering her face. Just when Wang Chong was preparing to take the bride out of the sedan chair, Wang Chong sensed a hair-thin, killing intent. Wang Chong grimaced as he sensed that something was wrong. But just when he was about to retreat, it was too late. Rumble! A moment later, an enormous energy slammed into Wang Chong's chest with the momentum of a thunderbolt. The bride, who had been sitting peacefully in the sedan chair, had suddenly shot out and launched a fatal strike against Wang Chong. Rumble! It was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw this sudden scene. Astonishment, shock, bewilderment, disbelief. All sorts of emotions flashed ceaselessly in everyone's eyes. No one would have thought that the originally lively festive scene would actually develop into such a state. No one had expected the bride of the Su clan to attack the groom the moment she arrived at the Wang family residence. Not good. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The bride is murdering the groom. In an instant, the originally lively crowd became extremely chaotic. Countless people's eyes were filled with fear as they fled to the two sides of the road. Boom! Before the crowd could escape, Wang Chong was sent flying like a cannonball after being struck by the bride's palm. He crashed into the main gate of the Wang family's residence, causing the entire gate to collapse. Chong-er! Seeing this scene, Madame Wang was stunned. Her eyes suddenly widened, and only after a long time did she let out a cry of surprise, as if she could not believe that such a thing had happened. Madam, young master. The entire Wang family residence was in chaos. Protect the prince. Su Kai, Chin Bin, and the others were also shocked, but they reacted quickly, pulling out their swords and placing them in front of Wang Chong, protecting Wang Chong. The entire Wang family was thrown into chaos. At this moment, the one who suffered the greatest shock and impact was none other than Wang Chong. "You're not Su Yiqin. Who are you people?"